When you've spent years serving others, it's easy to put your own health on the back burner. At Precision Wellness Group, they are changing that. Founded by a former Special Forces medic, emergency medicine physician, and hormone and longevity specialist, Dr. Bosley's mission is to help veterans, first responders, and motivated personnel nationwide to take back control of their health. This is why I personally trust Precision Wellness Group in optimizing my health goals. With telehealth appointments available in nearly every state, Precision Wellness Group can offer you personalized hormone and peptide therapies straight to your door. Grab Dr. Bosley's top 5 supplement guide in the show notes to start fueling your momentum, and then visit precisionwellnessgroup.com to get started. Listeners, please mention Vanguard 50 for your 50% off your 1-hour in-depth consultation with Dr. Bosley. For our home viewers, you can also scan the QR code on the screen right here to directly lock in that Vanguard wall deal on your initial telehealth or in-person visit. Take a tactical approach to optimize your health at Precision Wellness Group. Well, everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. I'm going to apologize up front. I don't know what happened to my voice. I was screaming at my son's football game the other day, and now I sound like I smoked a pack of cigarettes. So if it annoys you all, I'm going to apologize ahead. We've got an awesome episode planned for today. This is something we've been working on for, it's been months. Yeah, it's been months. Yeah. Today with us, we have retired Command Sergeant Major Mike Burke, who traveled pretty far to come hang out with us. So before we get started, man, I want to thank you for being bold and for being willing to share your story with the world on our podcast, man. That means a lot to us. So thanks for making the journey, man.
Absolutely.
Before we get started, we're going to give Mike a solid intro that we do for everybody, bro. So without further ado, there's a kid in a small city in Montana who doesn't fit in anywhere. Not with the jocks, not with the geeks, not with the stoners, though he hangs with them sometimes. He's not super athletic. He's not a scholar. He's just a kid with a troubled past. A 16-year-old mom, no father until he was 6, and a work ethic that just won't quit. At 17, he's at a kegger and watches guys who graduated a few years ago trying to pick up high school girls, and something clicks. That's going to be me if I don't get out of here. 3 days after graduation, he ships out to become an Army Ranger. 24 years later, that same kid retires as a Command Sergeant Major, having participated in well over thousands of operations across 14 deployments and risen to lead thousands of America's most professional soldiers. Today, we're talking with Michael Burke. Mike's story spans the entire global war on terror, from being part of the 3rd cohort of Rangers into Afghanistan in 2001 through the invasion of Iraq to the most kinetic years of sustained combat operations that defined a generation. He served in the 2nd Ranger Battalion from 1998 to 2016, rising from private to first sergeant, earning 2 Legion of Merits, 3 Bronze Stars, and 1 Purple Heart, amongst a horde of other medals. Mike also served as a senior enlisted advisor to JSOC Task Force of over 2,600 military and civilian personnel. When he made the list for Sergeant Majors, he attended the Sergeant Majors Academy and left the Ranger Regiment for good, going on to serve as a Squadron and Brigade Command Sergeant Major, for the Army, leading organizations of 850 to 4,500 soldiers in conventional Army units. But what makes Mike's story truly compelling isn't just combat record, it's the raw honesty about what it costs. This is a man who will tell you about the moment he almost threw his rifle at his platoon leader in frustration, who openly discusses contemplating suicide after losing his close friend, Delta Force operator Josh Wheeler, who admits his first stint in the Rangers was actually terrible, not the glory story you usually hear. He'll walk you through the fog of war decisions that still haunt him, including civilian casualties that resulted from intelligence-based calls. Mike didn't just survive war, he survived himself. Through therapy, yoga with his wife Sarah, who literally rehabilitated him after his hip surgery, and the painful work of unpacking 30 years of trauma while he was still serving in the highest levels. After retirement in 2023, Mike didn't fade away. He became chief of staff for Northern Rock, helping drive $100 million in profit growth in 9 months. He launched Legends of the 75th podcast, Preserving Ranger History. It's an amazing podcast if you get a chance to listen to it, by the way. He's now producing documentary films, starting with Operation Cabanatan, taking Rangers back to the Philippines to honor World War II mission that rescued 500 POWs. But here's what makes this conversation different. Mike Burke doesn't do motivational speeches. He does the truth. He'll tell you about the pre-9/11 Ranger Regiment, when money was tight and training wasn't focused. After reaching his breaking point as a platoon sergeant, about his divorce, about failing Delta Force selection due to foot care issues, about learning to lead in garrison after being a combat leader, 2 completely different skills. About the moment in a chaplain's office when 30 plus years of trauma came pouring out, jumping timelines like a multiverse movie. This isn't a hero's journey. This is a human journey. From Montana to the battlefield, from private to command sergeant major, from broken to rebuilt, from warrior to storyteller. Mike Burke has lived multiple lifetimes in one career, and he's willing to share it all, the victories and the failures and the glory of darkness. Whether you're in the military, in leadership, starting a business, or just trying to figure out how to be a better version of yourself, Mike's story has something for you. Because at its core, this is about becoming, about pushing through adversity, about finding your tribe, about leading others while learning to lead yourself, and about building something meaningful when everything you knew comes to an end. So get comfortable. This is going to be a very long and deep conversation. This is Michael Burke's story, and you're about to hear all of it. Welcome, brother.
What am I supposed to talk about now? I mean, there's no way I can do better than that.
Yeah, no,
that is amazing, brother.
I did a lot of research on you, man. You've obviously hosted several podcasts. You've been on multiple podcasts, and so we've kind of, you and I have talked for quite a bit. We've designed an interview I think that's pretty comprehensive. So I kind of want to get it started, with, we do long form bio interviews. So, kind of what's your first memory of understanding that your family situation was kind of different from other kids?
It took me a lot longer than it probably should have. When you're a kid, you're just sorting life. You're just going through what you're going through. You just don't know any different. Even growing up with my mother, who was by herself, 16 years old, making ends meet by having multiple different jobs, taking any opportunity she could to provide for me. I just thought that's how everybody lived. I didn't know any different, and I was in like state-run like foster cares like during the day, and there was weird things that happened with that. But again, I just didn't know any different. The first real time was when I was a teenager, and I befriended this family called the Valivic family. And Bruce Valivic became a huge impact on my life. He was my pastor. I grew up Lutheran Brethren. We've talked about religion, over the last couple of days. And he was just this guy that didn't try to tell me how to live my life. He just told me things that he thought would help at the time. And, tied it to scripture, tied it to religion. But also, he just demonstrated things to me that I just hadn't seen people demonstrated. And I don't want to sit there and, say my parents weren't good parents. They were. But they were also trying to sort through a lot of things, a lot of trauma, a lot of life. And they were coming together, and we'll get into it. This rapid changing environment that it was just changing daily. And I remember I go over to Jared. So Jared was the son of Bruce. They had a daughter named Kari, and then Ruth was the mother. And we're just kind of hanging out, and I'm gonna stay the night. And I call my mom, say, "Hey, can I stay the night over at the Valivic?" She's like, "Absolutely." And I just remember them sitting around the kitchen. And, Ruth is making dinner. Kari's kind of helping. Jared and Bruce are like working on something. I don't remember what they were working on. They were like kind of working on something for a car or something. And, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, wait, what are we doing here? And they're interacting and they're laughing and they're joking. And there's like, religious music playing in the background. And I'm like, I'm just waiting for like an argument to start. I'm waiting for something to get thrown. I'm waiting for somebody to get mad, or, one of the kids mouth off, or something. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for like this hair trigger, and it didn't happen. We just had like the most amazing, dinner. Bruce was asking me, Kari was asking me, Ruth was asking, just about life. And we were talking about things and what do you think about this? And I was just blown away. And I was like, this is how this is probably supposed to be. But I don't want to sit here and, paint a picture that like I had this giant like epiphany. Because at the same time, I didn't believe it. I was like, what's happening behind closed doors? Like, what's really going on here? Is this just a front? Because, Bruce, I will say, and Ruth, they were community leaders, and so I was smart enough to go, there's a front that people probably have to put on. And, but it impacted me. And I'm still extremely tight with it. In fact, I was just talking to the Valivic family, or Kari the other day because she got very involved in missionary work, and I have a son that's interested in it as well.
It's awesome.
And I was like, you should talk to Kari. So, yeah.
You had a pretty traumatic childhood. You know, you and I talked at dinner last night. There's just so many different aspects. Tell us a little bit about your childhood.
Yeah, so my mom was 15 when she got pregnant with me, and you know, she had a very, very troubled childhood as well. You know,
Shout out to mom for not giving up. A lot of 15-year-olds could have given up.
dude, we just started, man, and I'm about to cry.
Yeah.
My mom's strength is unbelievable. You know, let's just start at her getting pregnant with me. Okay. Abortion was obviously on the table.
Yeah.
You know,
imagine, bro. 15.
You know, 79, you know, this is year 79. It was definitely an open conversation. And, you know, from, you know, sisters, aunts, you know, I don't know about her mom and dad. I don't know if they said that. And then my biological father, you know, he grew up very Catholic in a German household. I want to say he's actually first generation. You know, his family, his mom and dad came over from Germany, and they were like, absolutely not. You got two options here, stud. Like, either disown the child or get disowned from the family. Those are your two options. You know, he's 18, you know? And I think, you know, I always try to think of things like, what was I like when I was 18? Oh, dude, I can't tell you that. I mean, family's important to me. Kids are important to me, but I can't, if I had a family like his family, I mean, his family's great. They're great. You know, I can't tell you that I would have made a different decision, you know, and I harbored a lot of ill will towards that for a lot of years, but it's because I didn't understand this stuff. So you take like all this, like abortions on the table. You know, my father, you know, basically saying, well, I'm not going to have any part of this, and just severing ties. Okay. And then my grandfather literally put my mom in a coma and put her in the hospital when he found out she was pregnant. And, you know, she did what she needed to do to survive for the next 9 months, which, you know, is traumatic as well. You know, her dad was something, man. He was very, very manipulative, forceful, angry man. And she made it happen. And then, you know, when I was born, there was a little bit of a period, you know, I mean, just like any kind of honeymoon, you know, there's a honeymoon period, there's a new baby and all this different kind of stuff. But she just knew that, one, this was not a good environment for her. And two, she didn't know what was going to happen to me, you know, just with this family. So she just cut out on her own, you know, and she was told, you know, by relatives and my grandfather and stuff like that, like, if you go to the state and you try to get state aid, they're going to take your kid because you're a minor. So she just worked odd jobs, you know, under the table stuff for cash and everything else. And we stayed with random people. You know, she had random boyfriends, all this different kind of stuff. But I mean, we were poor. You know, I remember cockroaches. You know, I remember sleeping on, you know, stacked up, like, you know, pillows was my bed. And, you know, one night, like, her cooking potatoes, that was supposed to be our dinner, and burning it. And, you know, she was cooking potatoes and she ended up burning them. So we just didn't have food that night, you know, and she would work during the day. She would drop me off at random places, you know, there was, you know, all these different ways, but she was just trying to provide. She was just trying to survive. And how that affected me is I recognized very early on that I have a burden I have to share to survive. And I can't inundate other people with the burdens that I have. So I didn't tell my mom any of the stuff that happened to me in some of these situations, you know, and I'm a toddler, you know, I'm like, my mom gets very upset at the fact that I remember this stuff. It bothers her, and I don't blame her. I mean, who wants their kid to remember this? You know, and she doesn't know the extent of some of this stuff. You know, we've talked about it, and you know, she gets very upset about it, and I don't blame her. But like, from a very young age, I just knew I had to share the burden. Everybody was, you know, she was making sacrifices. I was making sacrifices as well. And I just needed to not add to that burden. But, you know, I remember just nights sitting there, just, you know, listening to my stomach growl and just, I want to say sitting in filth, but definitely sitting in squalor. Okay. And just listening to my mom cry and listen to my mom pleading with God. Like, give me something. Help me some way. You know, I remember nights like this. And, you know, I would try to comfort her the best I could, but, you know, I'm a kid, man. And I remember one time, you know, so I was about 5 years old, maybe a little bit older than 5. I don't quite remember. But she went on some trip, and I had no idea what it was, okay? And I stayed with some friends of hers. And they were actually really cool. I liked staying with them. They freaking fed me awesome, and I think they kind of lived on, you know, like I don't want to say like a nice property, but like we would just have fun, you know. And they had another kid that was like my same age. And we actually had a lot of fun, you know. So it was super awesome. And my mom came back, and I was so excited, you know, to see her and everything else. And there was just this behemoth of a man with her, just ginormous, you know, 6'5", chiseled from granite, working in the oil fields his whole life from, you know, the time he was like 14 years old. You know, he's just huge. You know, his nickname's Big Al. That's what they still to this day, his name's Big Al. Okay. And I just remember being like, who is this dude? Like, wow, this guy's enormous. And yeah, that ended up being my stepfather. And I was scared of this dude. And they got married like very quickly afterwards. And it was awesome. It was great. And he was such a good dude, you know. And
how did your life change when he came in the picture? Do you remember it?
Yeah, no, I do. I had toys.
Wow.
Like literally, you know, we got in this truck, and I you know, it's always funny the things you remember as a kid. You know, he had this GMC Sierra tan with the black pinstripe down the side. And you remember those? You know, but why I remember this, I'll never know. It ran off of propane. He'd converted it to run off of propane. So I just thought that was cool because it had like a toggle. It had like a toggle. And he's like, yeah, this toggle, like, you know, you could switch it between gas and propane and everything else. But he's like, you gotta be careful on the propane because you burn out the motor and all this different kind of stuff.
That makes sense because the late 70s, there was a gas crisis.
Well, and he worked in the gas field. He worked in natural gas. So, you know, he probably was stealing the gas, if I'm being honest with you. But, you know, whatever. You know, I'm not mad. But, like, one of the very first things he did was we went to, you know, some store, I don't know, you know, Pomida, Walmart. I don't know if we had Walmarts back then. I don't remember what it was. And he, like, bought me new clothes. These were my, like, I'm talking off the rack new clothes. I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know you could buy clothes like that. I'd never been in a store like that. And then he like took me to this toy aisle. And I remember he took me. Okay. I don't know if my mom was in the store or not. I have no idea. I don't remember this. And I remember like looking down this toy aisle, you know, and it's like one of those movie scenes, you know, where like, you know, you see the length of it and then it like draws back. I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, you can get anything you want. I'm like, anything I want. He's like, anything you want, you know? And again, you got to understand my perspective. Like I'm like, I got to tread lightly because this dude's going to want something from me. I don't know why he's doing this, but I don't trust him. I didn't trust people. I didn't trust adults. I didn't trust kids. I mean, you know, there's plenty of stories I could tell you, but I used to have this family that I stayed with that the kids would get in trouble and the parents would beat me. They whipped my ass when the kid did something. And it was just like this. It was so crazy like to deal with because I'd like watch this kid like, you know, take belts and like, you know, hit animals or hit his sister. And I'm like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you, you psychopath? And then his mom would snatch me up and beat my ass. I'm like, I'm an innocent bystander in this whole situation too. Oh, by the way, he hit me with the belt, you know, but anyway. So like, I didn't trust people. I had a very hard trust, you know, but he let me pick out toys. So I picked out a He-Man figurine and a Skeletor figurine. And that was so awesome to me. I'd played with toys, but they were never my toys, you know, like when I was with other kids or like with my uncle, but I didn't have anything. My toys were empty Batman and Robin shampoo bottles that I lost in a snowbank. and was mortified because those were my toys. But anyway, you know, to answer your question directly, it changed my life because I didn't have to see my mom stressed out all the time. She had a man that was providing for her. And, you know, so they got married. I'm in their wedding, you know, I'm their best. My dad, literally, I'll never forget this. Okay. And this will come into another story later on. In the wedding speech, my dad said, you know, obviously, you know, vows all to my mom and everything else, but he also like had vows for me. My dad is a very, very thoughtful man, very passionate man, extremely passionate. He's wicked smart too. And he had vows for me.
That's pretty cool.
Like, I'm going to raise you like my son, you know? And I just, again, I was touched, but also at the same time, I'm like, this ain't real.
Did your biological dad ever come back in the picture?
Many years later, when I was 18. When I was 17, before I joined the Army, I told my mom that I wanted to meet my real father, and she knew where he was. He wasn't that far away, and but it was important to me to close that loop before I went off into the military. And my father, Al, he was very upset by this, and I get why. You know, he watched me struggle, you know, through all my years with being abandoned, you know, and having, you know, self-identity issues, you know, my worthiness, like, so it bothered him. And I remember, you know, after I met my biological father, I called my dad immediately afterwards. I can tell you where I sit. I sit at my grandma's table, and he's, you know, he asked, like, how did it go? And I said, Dad, I just want to tell you one thing. That's the man that is responsible for putting me on this earth, but you will always be my father. And he didn't say anything. And he just cried through that phone for like 10 minutes. And ever since then, like, if we talk about it, like, he has no issue with it. You know, he understands now why I had to do it, why it was important to me, but there's no like insecurities on his part that I look at this dude, you know, as anything other than he's a guy I know. And he's a good dude. He's a great dude. He's a phenomenal. He has amazing kids. He's had his own things he's had to sort out in life, you know, and, but you know, unfortunately he'll never be like an integral part of my family because it's just not there, you know, and it'll never be there. And that's not his fault or my fault. It's just is what it is, you know?
Yeah. I mean, beyond what you're comfortable sharing, you know, publicly or whatever, how did the childhood trauma you experienced manifest itself in your kind of your teenage years? I mean, what were the patterns or behaviors that kind of showed up?
Yeah. So, well, very simply boiling it down to one word is I was angry. I was just angry because I didn't feel like I could trust people. I struggled with that, the anger. I struggled that I just didn't feel like there was anybody that was looking out for my best interests. My parents were trying, and now being a parent, I get it more, you know, but when you're a kid, you know, and I didn't trust people. I didn't think anybody was looking out for me, and it just manifested in so many different ways. And then also, you know, from the age of about, you know, 7 to, you know, almost till I was 12, you know, I had another relative that, you know, was abusing me as well. And, you know, luckily that wasn't regular, you know, but it was enough to be, you know, traumatic, you know, and that just, but flashing back to when I was younger, I thought that was my burden to bear. And I didn't tell anybody. I couldn't share that with anybody. I couldn't disclose that to anybody. Everybody else had their own they were dealing with. They didn't need to deal with mine. And even though I knew it was wrong and I knew it was messed up, that's for me to deal with, you know? And so I'm also angry, but I was also forced to grow up at a very young age. While I had a great childhood and I have a lot of awesome childhood memories, I also felt like I had this adult burden where I had to be much older than I really needed to be, you know, because also shortly after my parents got married, you know, my sister was born. and, you know, she had spinal meningitis, which back in the 80s was bad, especially untreated. And so, you know, she was in and out of hospitals. They ended up having to put a shunt in her head, you know, to drain the spinal fluid. If anybody doesn't understand, spinal meningitis blocks your spine, and you have brain fluid that drains all the time. I'm sure there's more science behind it, so no doctors beat me up about this, but it ended up permanently sealing her spine. So her head like swole up at one point.
Oh, wow.
And because of the buildup of fluid and all this different kind of stuff. So I had to go live with, you know, relatives. I had to go live with my grandma and grandpa and my uncle for a period of time because they had to deal with this medical stuff. And then somewhere in there, my brother was born. And by the time that all got sorted out, you know, we moved from the outskirts of Sydney into Sydney proper, Sydney, Montana. Both my parents needed to work. You know, they were drowning in medical bills. You know,
Can't imagine.
Oh, it was. I mean, because I think my sister literally lived in the Billings Hospital for over a year, like nonstop ICU. Knee wards, all this different kind of stuff, and so I had to, because both my parents were working and my sister and brother were younger. A lot of the childbearing and, you know, babysitting fell on me from a very young age, you know, and cooking meals, cleaning the house and everything else. So you perpetuate that with all this other stuff that's going on. Man, I felt like I had to be an adult before I was even in my teens. And looking back on it, you know, and I want to make something very clear. You know, people will look at that and they'll be like, man, you know, his childhood was robbed. And no. That's the life I had to live. That life translated into who I became as an adult. And I credit that with the things I've been able to do. I don't want to say success, but the mentality I had and the burden I became very early on used to bearing translated and manifested in ways that ensured that I did the things I needed to do in the military to bring men home.
Yeah, and that's something that you and I talked about at dinner last night, man. I just don't think personally that there is real, true success without struggle.
I agree.
I think the struggle is what makes us, and I know a lot of us now that have kids that are older, you know, we've kind of talked about it. You know, some of us struggled, you know, those 70s and 80s, and, you know, we kind of became parents, and then we wanted our kids not to have to deal with what, you know, some of the things that we did, so we kind of made their life easy. And in some aspects, you know, not everybody, but it's like, they didn't have to struggle, and now you're seeing all these, you know, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids that are, you know, they're not doing super great. Not all of them.
No, I got you.
You know, we got rid of the struggle, and then they had this silver spoon, so to speak. And yeah, it's something I've thought about often.
I love the phrase post-traumatic growth.
Yeah, it's a great point.
And, you know, and I talk to my kids about this. You know, my kids have not lived you know, a glamorous life either. You know, they've had their own, you know, struggles and trauma and everything else. And I look at them, and my wife as well, you know, and I'm like, hey, you know, sorry, I'm remembering something my daughter just wrote. She's applying for a program. We could talk about it. I'm super proud of her. But, you know, one of the things that she talked about is something that I say all the time is you can use the circumstances of your life as an excuse or the reason for doing better. And, you know, and what she was talking about is, you know, I have other cousins that are like the same age as me. And I don't want to say they went through the exact same thing that I did, but they went through a lot of really crappy things. And when you talk to them, you know, and they're out of prison or, you know, whatever, you know, shenanigans they're up to, they're always just talking about how shitty their childhood was and how bad it was. And that's the reason that they're the way they are. And they don't, and I'm, you know, and you alluded to it in my intro, you know, but to expand on that thought, I just realized I didn't want to settle for mediocrity. And I knew if I stayed in the echo chamber that I currently lived in as a teenager, I knew that I wasn't going to escape velocity, and I was going to go down this path because I did a lot of stupid shit as a teenager because of the anger, because of the trauma and everything else. I just knew I needed a hard reset. I needed to escape from that in order to do more. And that's the reason I've, you know, accomplished the things that I've accomplished in my life.
Yeah, you mentioned working from a young age out of necessity. What was your first job, and how old were you, if you remember?
Yeah, I mean, I worked, the normal kid jobs that, mowing lawns, picking weeds, doing, shoveling snow, growing up in Montana, all that kind of stuff that normal kids do. But my first real job was a paper route. And, the reason, my dad, he was very honest with me. He said, I'll provide the roof, I'll provide the food, I'll put clothes on your back, but you want anything else, you want anything nicer, you want what's trendy in school, you have to do it with your own money. I just don't have enough, man. I'm like, okay, and I wasn't mad at him for it. I mean, I saw the dude working his ass off. I saw my mom working her butt off. So I wasn't mad about it. It's just, hey, this is just how the world works. And, so my first job was a paper route. I also, you know what Reese food is? It's like they make the potato salad, the macaroni salad.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a guy that drove the truck, in the town, and he'd basically pay me to empty, the bad food out of the back of the truck and stock the new food, every night. So I did that. That was under the table, but it was a job. I had to show up, and, he would call me, when he got back. Some nights was later than others, and it was this giant warehouse they backed the truck up to, and it was freezing cold, and it was fine in the summer because it felt good, but in the middle of the winter, I remember I would get so cold, and I would, be grabbing crates and stuff like that to load up the truck, and just fingernails would just come off, just because it'd be so cold and so brittle, and it was miserable. It was absolutely just a miserable job. And I did, a lot of other little things, but the first real job I had was working at a grocery store, is what they call a courtesy clerk. And, I worked through that most of high school. Other random odd jobs, because when you're working in an agriculture town, there's always additional work to pick up.
Were you, did you play sports all in high school or?
Yeah, I mean, I did. I played baseball for a little bit, but I sucked really bad, so they kicked me off the team. And then I played football, and I was okay at that, but I just didn't like to get hit.
Yeah.
And at the time, I didn't realize why, but I just didn't like to get hit, And so I had a mediocre, high school football.
Do you think some of that had to do with the abuse you'd suffered?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I just, I didn't like to get picked on. I wasn't a big kid, I was very lanky. I was actually pretty small. I hit my growth spurt between my freshman and sophomore year. I think I literally grew 6 inches in 7 or 8 months. It was ridiculous. And then that's where I really started to get tall, and I was a little bit bigger, but I was a small kid, and yeah, I mean, absolutely. I hated getting picked on. I hated getting hit, all this different kind of stuff. And I just wasn't up to snuff. But the one sport that I really, really enjoyed was baseball. And basketball. And I played basketball quite a bit. I didn't play on the high school team. I played on an intramural team because it was easier to do with work, because work was a priority. Work was always the priority. And so if I could fit other stuff around that, I would. But I would say probably my sophomore and junior year, I just stopped sports altogether. I did track for a little bit, but that was more of a probation thing because I got in some trouble. But no, I didn't really play a lot of sports. I wasn't an athlete by any means.
I love that. And the reason why I asked that, because it doesn't really matter, but you went on to be in one of those elite unit where, physical fitness and, is not only paramount to be there, but it's also paramount to the mission that you're doing. And, especially as we talk about your combat tours. So that's why I bring that up, because people listen, especially these young kids, I'm not the star dude on the basketball, baseball, soccer team. It's man, shit doesn't matter, bro. It starts in your head,
And that's where I was always kind of an outsider. I mean, I was a good runner, but I was a good runner because I was so goddamn skinny and I have long ass legs. So I was a great runner. But everything else, I've never been the physically fit guy. Everybody is always, but my thing that I just realized is I will die. I will push myself harder than you will. I will not be faster than you. I will not be stronger than you, but I will sacrifice my body and my own life to beat you at the end of the day.
I think that's awesome because it goes into mindset. I've had a lot of people sit in the chair where you're sitting, guys from the unit, guys from tier 1, tier 2 units, selections, ranger schools, Q courses. And that's the common thing that I've found. We think it's all these physical attributes, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's really that mindset of not quit, like exactly what you just said, you know, and like we could probably talk about the science for it, but at the end of the day, I think some people overcomplicate it, you know?
Yeah, they do.
Don't be late, don't be light, and don't quit.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk to me about, you know, you're at this keg party and you're 17. This was like a life-changing moment for you. Yeah. So I think it's important to share.
You know, throughout my life, I've just had like these moments, and I don't ever claim to be the smartest guy in the room. I'm, in fact, most notably probably the dumbest guy in any room I step into. But I do have these moments of clarity, and I don't know why. They're just, you know, inflection points in my life. But I remember I was at a kegger. I was 16, 17 years old. And, you know, it was my junior year. It was the tail end. It might have been between the junior and senior year of high school. And, you know, we're just drinking, we're having fun, big old bonfire, you know, girls, you know, just the normal high school stuff. No one's being crazy, you know. But these trucks pull up, you know, and they're being loud and they're like cutting through the field, and, you know, they got like spotlights on their trucks, you know, just imagine like Okies from freaking Muskogee, and you'd be about right, you know, and they're just pulling around, you know, doing burnouts all over the place, and they get out, they park, and they get out, and it's all these kids that I know, and they graduated like 2 or 3 years ago. And, you know, like, oh, you know, the older kids are here, you know, great, you know, they're going to be dicks, all this different kind of stuff. And I'm just watching these guys, right? And, you know, they're working for the oil, they're working on the oil fields, they're working in town, their dads are farmers, you know, whatever. They're doing whatever they do for work. And they're hitting on all our girls. All the girls are with us, you know, and they're trying to steal all these girls. And I just have like this moment of like epiphany, like, how freaking lame. Like, you're 21, 22, 23 years old, and this is how you want to spend your Friday night, is breaking up a high school kegger party and trying to steal their underage, you know, these underage girls, basically, you know, and trying to impress them with your trucks and all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, if I don't do something, that's me. I'm going to be those losers. You know, I got to do something different. And I'd heard, you know, and I know you will get into it, but I knew about the Army. I knew about Ranger Regiment. And I was like, and that's where because before I talked about it, but it was all talk. I don't want to sit here and say I was serious. Like, that's what I was going to do. But I talked about it a lot, you know, and it gave me something to brag about. But would I have actually done it? That was a different conversation. But that's when I decided, I'm like, I'm going to do something different. I don't have any money. I don't have money for college. I'm definitely not smart enough to get any kind of scholarship. And I sure in the heck ain't athletic enough to do anything. So this is the only option I have to get out of this town as quickly as possible so I don't stay in this vicious cycle. You know, I got to escape this stratosphere.
That's awesome. I've had conversations with young people recently. It's like, you know, guys not, you know, friends' sons or whatever, just not doing that great. And I always tell them, like, if you don't have a plan, go join the military, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's the best place to go, especially for a young man with no focus. Like, if you want to be a doctor, lawyer, NASA astronaut, whatever, go to college. If you're driven, you know, that's great. But for people that don't know what they want to do, it's the military is one of the best things you can do. It's adventure, it's suffering, it's shared suffering. I mean, you and I have talked, like, it's my closest friends were still in the military. So
yeah. I want to add another element to that too, especially, you know, in the conversation of man, and it's a very relevant conversation nowadays. But, you know, through the lens of me as a teenager too, I also just did not feel I was tough. I didn't really feel like I had what it took to become a man or a tough man in that. Obviously, my entire childhood, you know, definitely perpetuated that.
Yeah. Am I enough? Am I adequate?
Yeah. You know, and that was another big thing for me. Like, this is an opportunity to go prove myself in the order of man.
Love that.
You know, this is an opportunity to go, okay, I'm ahead. I'm weak in all these different capacities. People have taken advantage of me. I'm not popular, you know, all this different kind of stuff. Well, I can prove them right, or I can prove them wrong. And this is my limited brain of the world at the time. This is my opportunity to do it.
I love that too. And it just really goes to show that, again, it starts in your head, right? Like, you made a decision in your mind. I'm not going to be that. I'm going to be something different. And at the time, you didn't really know what that was ultimately going to take, but you were, I feel like you were down for the adventure, and you knew you needed to get out of your situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Talk to me about, this is a cool story, you know, your uncle in the black beret.
Yeah. So when I was about 12, my uncle came home, Chris. He came home, and I'll never forget.
Is this your mom's side or your dad's side?
My mom's side. Okay. So I lived with my uncle. I always looked up to him. He was like, because he's not much older than me. He's like 6 years older than me. So he's like a big brother to me, you know. And he was the athlete. Chicks loved him. He was good looking, you know. He played in the band, you know. He was a great basketball player. He was also like an actor, like, and he was like had lead parts in plays and stuff. Like, so I idolized him, you know. And so, you know, he left for the military, you know, and he had, you know, a pretty rough childhood as well. And, you know, my grandfather basically left him and his mom in Hoagland, Montana to, you know, he was a trucker, you know, and he worked combine. He did all this different kind of stuff. And then just at one point, he just said, hey, I'm not coming back. I'm not filing for divorce, but I'm not coming back and I'm not sending you money anymore. So, you know, they had to, you know, figure out ways to survive, you know, in this small, and when I say small town, there was 50 people in this town. Oof. Okay. And 11 of them were in the same family. Okay, and this one guy, he had like 7 daughters. They were all gorgeous too.
Yeah, that's funny.
But anyway, you know, so he needed to, again, you know, he was a burden to his mom. You know, he worked and stuff like that, but he needed to find a way as well to escape. You know, so he joined the military also. Very, very similar kind of thing. You know, I think he did actually have a basketball scholarship, but you know, it wasn't enough to be able to make money, you know, to help his mom and help himself and all this different kind of stuff. So he decided to join the Army. And, you know, he went into Ranger Regiment. And so he came home for, you know, like a leave. And it was shortly after he graduated basic training, or I'm sorry, you know, Ranger indoctrination program and everything else. And I just remember there's a guy that I already looked up to. Okay. And now he's in this green, you know, the green uniform, dress uniform, jump boots, spit shine jump boots, and the black beret. And I just remember how my dad, my mom, his mom, my grandpa, my aunts, my uncles, you know, other cousins and stuff like that, they looked at him and I was just like, and they were so proud of him. And he just looked so badass. He just looked so tough, you know, and he's a freaking private, you know, he hadn't done yet, but to me, like he was John Rambo, like he was the toughest, you know, mofo, you know, in the world. And, you know, and he told me stuff, you know, he told me about missions he'd already done and all this different kind of stuff. And I mean, I was definitely, the seed was sown. The seed was definitely sown. And, you know, to finish, you know, that kind of part of the story, you know, but translate it into kind of time. He was in Ranger Regiment. He just wasn't in Ranger Regiment very long. And, but I didn't know that, you know, and, you know, he ended up getting kicked out or whatever ended up happening. He became an MP, you know, and he went off, you know, and he served, you know, for quite a few years as an MP and did a lot of cool stuff. But, yeah, it definitely wasn't, this illustrious Ranger career.
Yeah. People told you you're not tough enough for the Rangers.
Yeah.
Who specifically said that and how did it fuel you?
Yeah, I mean, all my relatives. You know, my mom, she didn't. My dad, you know, he wouldn't say you're not tough enough, but he would say you need to toughen up. You know, he would say things like, you know, if you think you're going to be, you know, doing what Chris did, you know, you need to be tougher. You need to be prepared. You need to get in shape. You need to, you know, do this kind of stuff. You know, my mom, you know, she wouldn't say like you can't make it, but she would say things like, you know, that training almost killed your uncle. Like you think you can do that? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, you know? But a lot of, I don't want to say friends, but people that I knew, you know, when they found out that was my plan, they're like, there's no way you're going to make that. There's no way that you got what it takes, you know, to do that. And, there was no one that said, oh, Mike, you're going to be good at that. Like, that's going to be your life. That's going to become who you are. There was no one that said that. And I'll be honest with you, I was right with them.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to be able to do it either. But I'm going to give it everything I have. And it goes back into that mentality from like a very young age. I'm like, I'm not going to quit. I might die doing this, but that's okay. I'd rather that than to prove all those people right. At least, you know, because, you know, if you die doing something like that, they're like, well, he gave it everything he had, but he didn't quit.
Tell me about your Army recruiting story.
Yeah. So I had this Army recruiter and I wanted to do the delayed entry program. My parents were all about it. Like they were like, yeah, you're an idiot. You're constantly causing trouble. I got arrested for like a minor impossession at one point. And in my parents' credit, they actually didn't give me too much for it. They kind of did, but it wasn't really that bad. They probably should have held it over my head more than they did, but they're like, yeah, he's just, what the hell else are you going to do in Cindy, Montana besides drink, smoke weed, and freaking raise hell? I mean, what else is there to do? There's nothing else to do, But yeah, so this recruiter, he came over to my house, and I remember walking through the door, and it just instantly like booze, like, and I'm like, oh my God, like he was drinking in the car, like sitting in front of our house, and I'm just like, but he sat down and I said, listen, I know what I want to do. I don't think it was called an option 40 contract back then. It might've been, I don't really remember, but I said, I want to be an airborne ranger. I said, I want to be an infantryman. I want to be an airborne ranger. He's like, we could make that happen. Absolutely. He's like, and he was funny as shit too. Cause he was like, you got to start toughing up. Like rangers eat snakes. Like you need to go start sleep. You like look at my mom and dad. He needs to go like start sleeping in the woods, and all this stuff. Like he needs to get ready because this is hard. I don't know what he was. He was probably like, I think he was in the National Guard, like as a truck driver or something. And I do remember there was one point where I was like, before I went over to MEPS to like, sign all the contract and stuff like that. Cause I think in a conversation maybe with my uncle, or maybe it was another like friend of the family, they were like, listen, like active duty is very different. Like you're committed. That's your life. That's all you're going to be able to do. You don't get a chance to do anything else. And there was a lot of rumors of different stuff too, and just people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're like, if you go to Rangers, like you can't get married, you can't have kids, all this dumb. Like you're always going to be, out of the country, doing bad things to bad people. I mean, just dumb people have no idea what they're talking about. So I did like, because I'm always like, well, I'll look behind other doors, just in case, just.
And this is the 90s, man. I mean, the Rangers, they had like pamphlets and videos, but it wasn't a well-known thing.
The only thing, there was two things that I distinctly remember. It was this green book, okay, and it had pictures of it, and I didn't know at the time. I thought it was Rangers, but it was actually a Ranger School book. It was a book talking about Ranger School. And on the front, it said, United States Army Airborne Rangers. And it had a guy like patrolling through a swamp, with camo and the PC.
Oh, I remember it, dude.
And then, the video of the Airbornes jumping out of the Rangers jumping out of the back of the plane doing a rat and blast. Come to find out later, they were actually jumping on a mattress pad. It wasn't actually, So, that was it. And 93 Mogadishu happened, but people have asked me about that. If that was like, I don't really remember much. Like I remember stuff about like some guys dying in Africa and like, a pilot, or a helicopter going down. But the only thing I remember about the military that was like on the news was a Desert Storm. That's really like I definitely don't remember Panama. I don't remember about Panama. So yeah, there really wasn't much. But I went and I spent a drill weekend with, there used to be a field artillery, battery in my hometown, in the National Guard Armory, and, so I went and spent the weekend with them, we spent the day like throwing snowballs in the back of a 5-ton. And then we ate at like the Pizza House, not Pizza Hut. I'm little town. Okay. It was Pizza House. Okay. Not Pizza Hut. We're not bougie like that. But, anyway, and, I just remember being like, this is dumb. Like I do this stuff like all the time on my own. Like, and they showed me like the howitzer, but they're like, oh, it's broke. Like we can't extend, like we can't even do like gunnery drills, with it because the legs don't work on it or something. And I'm like, well, I'm definitely not doing this, So that was my National Guard experience, and that was like the only other option. So, but, again, it was something I talked about, but it wasn't until I was 17 that I was like, okay, this is definitely what I'm doing. And I stopped, smoking pot. I started working out, and I got in my head somewhere, when I was in the delayed entry program that in order to get selected for Ranger training, again, going through the lens of what I didn't know at the time, It's just called Ranger training. That's what I thought it was. And I had to be able to do 100 push-ups in 2 minutes, 100 sit-ups in 2 minutes, and I had to be able to run 2 miles in 11 minutes. That's just what I had in my head I had to be able to do. And so that was the first time like I really started like working out, and started getting ready and worked. I actually made the honor roll my senior year of high school. I remember my parents when they got my report cards, they were like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "Yeah, I actually made the honor roll." They're like, "No." Like, when my dad was like, "Who'd you cheat off of?" I'm like, "No, I actually have been studying and doing my homework." And he's like, "Oh, well, good job. Why didn't you do?" I'm like, "Because I didn't want to. Like, I didn't give a Teachers were idiots, and I didn't care about any of that stuff."
So you kind of had that mental shift once you to join the delayed entry program. Like, yeah, I'm going to do something with my life. And all this matters now.
Yep.
What, so you left 3 days after you graduated?
Yeah. 3 days after I graduated.
Did you come in on a Ranger contract, or how did that work?
No. So I had so I went to MEPS. Whenever it was, after somewhere in my junior year. I don't even remember.
For those of you out there who don't know MEPS, it's the Military Entrance Processing System, and it's a horrible place.
Yeah. You got to do the butt walk, the butt naked duck walk and stuff. I remember, flash it back and not to make it weird, but when they're making you duck walk naked, bend over and check your butthole and all that stuff. I remember I don't like that.
Nah, bro. It's like a demoralizing event, and everybody does it. Everybody has to go through it. But you're like, oh, I don't want to talk about it.
But what happened was I sat down with the guys at MEPS, the Army guys, and they're like, "Oh, you can't get a Ranger contract." I'm like, "Well, maybe you didn't get the memo, but I probably didn't say that, but I'm like, maybe you didn't talk to whoever my recruiter was, but that's the only reason I'm here. And if you're telling me that I can't get a Ranger contract, then I think we're done talking, because that's the only reason I'm here. And that's what I want. And you're not giving me any other MOS. I want to be 11 Bravo and I'm going to be a Ranger, Because I do remember my uncle and this gunnery, First Sergeant Sorensen. Oh, was his name Sorensen? I don't remember, but he was the gunny for that. Now he's like, "You're not in the Army yet." He's like, "Don't let them intimidate you." He's like, "Speak your mind, tell them what you want." He's like, "They're gonna try to treat you like you're already in the Army, and you have to." He's like, "You don't have to do." He's like, even after you sign that contract, he's like, it doesn't actually mean anything. You got a whole year, and you can still say, I was like, okay, well. I was talking to the gunny a minute ago. I'm going to go talk to him. So I walked over, to the Marine Corps guy and sat down with his gunny and talked to him. And man, that guy promised me the world. I was going to be a Navy SEAL Delta Force sniper, Force Recon guy, I was going to be the baddest of the bad. Right. And I knew, I was just playing a game, at the time. I mean, I might have actually joined the Marine Corps if things had went differently. But, eventually that Army guy came back in. He's like, "Listen," he's like, "I think I can make some stuff work." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And I was like, "Hey, great talking to you, Gunny."
It's like a car salesman place sometimes,
right,
too. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's, I think that's what somebody told me to treat it like, So I went over there and they still said, "Hey, we can't get you a Ranger contract, but we can get you 11 Bravo and we can get you a guaranteed Airborne contract." And I knew from my uncle, because I think actually the same thing happened to him. And he's like, "You can volunteer for Ranger training at Airborne school." I was like, okay, that's good enough. Cool. And I signed on the dotted line and then, shipped out a year later.
You said basic training wasn't that hard, but you were, 130 pounds and 6'2". What was hard about the physical transformation, even if the training itself wasn't difficult?
Basic training I didn't think basic training was hard. I will say this, the heat, when I stepped off that bird in Atlanta, Georgia, and that humidity, I'd never felt humidity. I felt heat. I mean, it gets hot in Montana.
The South is different, bro.
And I've been to California, so I'd felt heat before. I wasn't a stranger to heat, but that humidity, I'd never felt that before. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die here, And I was like, well, I just, somebody along the way said, just make sure you drink lots of water and you'll be fine. So I was just the dude constantly drinking water because I sweat like a pig, And I'm a little bit better now that I live in the South. But the reason I just say it wasn't hard because you know, drill sergeant's yelling at me. I'm like, whatever. Like, okay. You know, I know you can't hit me, you know, or if you can, it's not going to be, you're not going to beat the crap out of me, you know, and doing push-ups and sit-ups and like all that. Like, again, you know, it was excessive at times, but I'm like, I'm watching other dudes and, you know, they're quitting, you know, and they're giving up. And I'm like, well, as long as I just keep on going, eventually they're going to give up, you know? And there was a couple like smoke sessions where I was like, whew, that sucked, you know, like individual ones. Like one time, like I ran the wrong way after KP. Like, I don't know what I was thinking, but I was the last one to like leave KP, which first off, you're always supposed to be in buddy teams. And two, you know, I don't remember what happened. So I'm like, I got to get back to my company. Otherwise I'm going to be a deep. And I like ran the wrong way. So I ended up over in another company's AO and somebody saw me run it. Oh man, that was a long night. I mean, they messed me up. Not only those drill sergeants, because I was alone, because I was, you know, and at first, you know, they were like, oh, you're trying to run. You're trying to go AWOL. And I'm like, no, that's not what's going on here, you know? And then they take me back to my company and then it starts all over again.
For everybody out there, KP is kitchen patrol, man.
Yeah.
So when you're in basic training and actually when you deploy sometimes too, they pick people and you've got to go work in the kitchen to help the cooks and clean the mess hall and like take trays. It sucks. Crappy duty.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, like for the most part, I like loved basic training because we were doing training, you know, there was routine, there was meals, like, you know, there's a lot of structure you know, and the guys that I was with, you know, I was a little divided. But you know, they were good kids, like all of them. And, you know, we had fun, we made fun of things, you know, and I got to do stuff. I got to wear Army gear, you know, like I remember putting on the uniform for the first time, you know, after you do your sizing and you're standing there in front of the mirror and you haven't done yet, you haven't done anything yet, but you're standing there in front of the mirror and you're like, all right, I'm in the Army, you know, and, you know, and I got demonstrations of like leadership and like, hey, this is how you do this stuff. And it was a lot of fun, you know, and I had a lot of fun doing it. And, you know, I got to handle guns. I got to walk with a rucksack on, which I love to do. So, you know, I just had a lot of fun. Airborne school is a little bit different. Airborne school, like, cause it's weird and it's very, you know, at the time you think it's very technical, like what you're learning. And then there's just, you know, different brand, you know, like you're with a colonel, you're with all these different ranks and stuff like that. You run so goddamn slow. Like that was the only time like outside of like a, you know, like Delta Force selection or anything like that. Like I actually got really injured. I had really bad shin splints in airborne school.
Cause it's that shuffle. I think you run in your boots.
Yeah. You run everywhere in your boots. I don't know if you do the 5 mile in your boots. I don't remember if you do or not. I don't remember. And they probably changed it now. They probably actually have you motorized scooters for the 5 mile there nowadays. No. I give you the old gray beer from time to time.
Electric bikes.
Yeah, electric bikes. No, but like just running so slow and so much, you know, I was just like, man, I had the worst shin splints, you know, and it was like crippling, you know, but you had the weekends off, man, you know, and you just go raise hell and, you know, find people to buy you beer and get drunk with your airborne buddies and just carry on. And then at the end of it, you get to jump out of a plane. The first time you jump out of a plane, you know, you're like, oh man, that was awesome. But then the second time you jump out of your plane, well, you're like, oh, that was scary. And now you're in your head about it, you know, but,
you guys are jumping what, 1,200 feet?
I think so. Yeah. Maybe it's 1,100.
You jump with like what, 30, 40 pounds of gear.
Well, yeah. I think the first 3 jumps is just Hollywood. And then the fourth one is combat equipment. And then I believe the last one's night. No. The fourth one's night combat equipment. And then the last one's Hollywood again, because then they do the graduation.
Yeah, so, back then they're not like skydiving parachutes. They're like
no. These are static. Yeah, no, these are
potatoes out of the sky.
Yeah,
dude.
static line jumping. Yeah, static line jumping. I have a C-130.
So how did you So you go through airborne school? How does the Ranger thing come
yeah,
about?
So the whole time through airborne school, like I'm asking, you know, and I'm asking instructors, you know, and I had like a couple different black hats. One was really cool, and he had like his Ranger tab too, and he was super awesome. Yeah, I mean, he was a dick, but like, you know, the first time I went up to him and I'm like, hey, you know, Sergeant, you know, I was told that I could volunteer for Ranger Ranger training here. He's like, and this is the first time I remember it. First time I'd ever heard it. He's like, you mean Ranger assessment program or Ranger training? And I'm like, is there a difference? You know? And he's like, beat your boots, you know? And I'm like, and that's the first time I found out that Ranger school and Ranger Regiment were two different things. Like I just didn't know, you know? And again, you don't know what you don't know. But then, you know, later after he got done messing with me, he's like, you want to go to Ranger Regiment? I was like, yeah, I want to go to Ranger Regiment.
I think that's a perfect segment. Can you explain the difference between Ranger School and Ranger Regiment?
Yeah. So, okay, to summarize it in a popular saying is Ranger Regiment's a way of life. Ranger School is a school. Okay. But it's not to take away from either one. You know, Ranger Regiment, you are living the Ranger Creed, the Ranger ethos. You are always doing Ranger training when you're in Ranger Regiment, and you are surrounded by people that are doing the same thing. You know, Ranger School is just a 62-day course where you're taught leadership principles in the most dire way that they can replicate combat. Okay, with hunger, sleep deprivation, and just, you know, exterior environments. You know, the first phase is in Darby. Okay, Fort Benning, Georgia. Second phase is in mountains up in Dahlonega, Georgia, and third phase is Florida phase. Down in outside of England Air Force Base, in the swamps. They used to have a desert phase. This was before my time, but you know, and it's just iterative in an approach. Okay, so Darby, when you start in Darby, you're just at a squad level, and you have to have a couple leadership positions, and you actually have to pass those leadership positions. Okay, you have to basically get a go. You have to successfully lead a patrol, do a raid, an ambush, a recon, you know, all these basic patrolling, you know, kind of tactics. So that's Darby. Okay. And then if you're one last thing, at the end of the phase, you get peered. So you do peer reviews for everybody that's in your squad. And if you're in the bottom 10%, 10 to 20%, it depends on the RIs, you know, it depends on a lot of stuff. You're kicked out. Either kicked out if they're bad enough, or you get recycled, meaning you got to start back over at day one. And then the next phase, you go up to Dahlonega, Georgia, and that's all mountaineering. Okay, you're doing mountain patrols, you're doing rope, you know, rappelling, climbing, all this different kind of stuff. You know, pitch climbing to a degree, as much as you can with untrained people. But mountain's actually pretty cool because you do like this field problem at the first part of it. Then you have like I don't remember, 5 or 6 days where you're doing like technical stuff, and you get lots of sleep, you get lots of food. It's super awesome. It's a lot of fun. As long as you're not scared of heights, you know, but you're doing really cool stuff. Okay. And you're doing like rock climbing, all this different kind of stuff. And then you do a long exercise at the end. That's like 10 days or 8 or 9 days, you know, and stuff changes too. So, and then at the end of but you're doing that at the platoon level. Okay. So now you're at the platoon level. So now you got to be uphill, platoon sergeant, squad leader, all this different kind of stuff. And you have to get a go in these leadership positions. Okay. And you can also get major minuses for different kind of stuff, like falling asleep on patrol, getting lost, you know, talking back, you know, all this different kind of stuff. And then at the end of it, there's a peer review again. And if you're in the bottom 10%, you can get kicked out, or you can get recycled and you got to go back to Darby. They can actually start you back over in mountains. It just depends. Okay. And then the last phase is Florida, and you actually jump into Florida. So you do all the,
and that's swamp phase, right?
That's swamp phase. And what's really, really funny too, is one of the students who was going through is an international student. I don't remember what country he was from. He did all the airborne stuff with us. Okay. And, you jump into Florida phase, and when we hit the ground and we rally and everything else, you know, I remember he was just like so excited. And I want to say I was like the platoon sergeant for the jump. I don't remember, you know, so I was getting kind of accountability, and then I was going around, you know, talking to everybody and making sure everybody was okay. And he was like so excited. I was like, and I can't remember his name. I was like, what are you so excited about? He's like, that's the first time I've ever jumped out of an airplane. I was like, wait, what? I was like, you've never jumped out of an airplane before? I was like, he's like, yeah. He's like, they were asking me if I wanted to. And I said, yes. I was like, no, they were asking you if you're airborne qualified. He's like, yeah, well, I am now. And I was
from like Guatemala.
Yeah, I don't remember where he's from. And
that's wild.
I just didn't know what I didn't know, you know, so I didn't even tell the RI. I didn't tell the RIs, like, because I thought maybe I would get in trouble. Like, I'm a private. I am literally a private.
And you're getting graded on leadership. So you're like, yo, you ain't dinging me.
Yeah, right. And then, just Florida phase. And Florida phase sucked. It is so freaking miserable because you're just wet and you're just, have to go over, down trees and all this different kind of stuff. But this is at, a much bigger level. Now it's multiple platoons. It's a company level, and you got to serve in different capacities within the leadership. And, but I remember Florida phase. I'm like, it sucks, but it's almost over. It's almost over. It's almost over, and no matter how bad it sucked, you're like, it's almost over. But I do remember that was the first time Florida phase was the first time I ever felt unsufferable heat. Like, sitting out there, this is August time frame. I want to say August, maybe it was September. I actually just found out that I've been saying I graduated from the wrong Ranger School class for 25 years. I'll tell that story. But anyway, so people probably thought maybe I was a liar if they looked into my records. But anyway, but you would sit there out in patrol bases and you're just out there in the, sometimes you're in the swamps, but a lot of times you're just out in open fields. And it's just that heat. And I just remember sitting there and you're dehydrated, you're hungry.
Because that's in Florida too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Florida's got some heat too, bro.
And you're just sitting there. And I remember like distinctly, like just sitting behind a gun or something. And I'm like, I think I can hear my brain literally cooking. Like I am so hot right now. I remember feeling this very distinctly. Like I feel like my brain's boiling. Like it is boiling in the liquids. Like I'm getting dumber by the minute. My head's gonna be over medium by the time this is done. Like that was the first time that I'd ever felt something like that though. And then at the end of Florida, they do Pierce again. And you can literally get dropped after completing everything. And being successful at all leadership positions, you can still get dropped. And so anyway, Ranger School, sorry, I told the whole Ranger School.
But that's good. I don't think we've had anybody do that. So it's really good to explain what Ranger School is.
And so it's not only that you have to have these leadership positions, it's also about a couple different things too. It's about teamwork. You got to work together as a team. And if you're a dick or you're a dude that's being a bag and not doing his fair share, or you're stealing stuff like chow or whatever, or not carrying your weight, man, it's going to catch up with you in Pierce. And then two, you got to find a way to motivate people when they're at their worst. I remember Florida, I was a PL, I want to say. I was either the PL or platoon side, I don't quite remember. And, dudes are just falling asleep, standing up. Like, dudes are just collapsing, And I've got to get everybody ready for this raid, and it's going to be at night, and I'm, so everybody's usually pretty good when the sun's up, as long as it's not too hot. But when it starts getting dark, like that's when, solar powered Ranger, that's where that term comes from, They're just like, they're dying. And you got to find ways to motivate them. You got to find ways to get it done. And what I found out many years later is, you could actually, our eyes don't care if you actually accomplish the objective. They just want to see you continually trying and continually moving forward. The actual actions on and all that different kind of stuff, it's going to be about as good as you can expect it to do with a bunch of dudes that are sleep deprived, starving, and half delirious. Like, It's never tactically good, Yeah. So, but anyway, so it's a leadership school because it really, really honestly teaches you how do you do that in the worst of circumstances.
I've been told it's one of the military's premier leadership courses.
It is. And I truly do believe that, and Ranger School gets a lot of, like why does it exist and all this different kind of stuff. Well, it's built off the same kind of program or mentality as the Top Gun program in the Air Force. Like, let's take all these individuals that are volunteering for hard training, put them together, put them through stressful circumstances. It's not combat. Let's just be clear. It's not combat, but it's about as close as we can get it from a stress factor, okay, without actually shooting people, okay, or shooting at them. And then that way, when they're in combat situations, they recognize that stress and they've already dealt with it before, so they know how to react. And the Top Gun, for the Navy is similar, is put them in these stressful situations, going Mach 2 where they're being chased, in simulated environments, so that they feel what that stress is like when they're trying to evade or they're drawn down on, some dogfighting. I don't know if you call it drawing. I'm not a pilot, for God's sakes, but
But I have seen Top Gun.
Yeah. Oh, well, like 5 times. Yeah. Maverick's badass, by the way. But anyway, so it's a great school. And it's recognized for a reason. And, you know, for listeners out there, if you're in the military, I don't care what branch, I don't care what MOS, go to Ranger School. You know, if you don't ever want to have to worry about making promotion points or getting promoted, the easiest way to solve that is go to Ranger School. And you can go. You just got to ask enough, and you got to take a lot of no's. But you can find a way. Go to Ranger School, and they'll guarantee you promotion. You'll get promoted.
Great advice. So as we kind of sprinted, you know, forward a little bit, let's kind of go back. You're graduating Ranger School. You've asked around. How did you finally, like, you know, get to go? What was the magic formula?
Going back to Airborne School. So anyway, so this black hat, he tells me, he's like, hey, the guy's gonna be around, the Ranger recruiter. Okay, he's gonna be around. He's on leave right now, but he'll be back the third week. Just go see him. Well, again, it's not that I doubted this guy, but I wanted to go to Ranger Regiment. So like I was writing this guy notes and like sliding him under the door because he had an office. He actually had an office in our Airborne headquarters building that was right beside the chow hall. So after at least, you know, 2 or 3 times a week, I'd write notes and I'd slide them under this guy's door. Like, Mike Burke, you know, I want to volunteer for Ranger training, you know, blah, 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 blah. I may or may not have done one that had the entire Ranger creed, you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
man.
You're going to do what you're going to do, and you don't know what you don't know, right? But I wanted to do this. And
there is something to persistence.
Exactly. So then I remember, you know, like the third week, Monday, you know, we're getting released, and they're like, hey, anybody that wants to volunteer for Ranger training, to go to Ranger Regiment, stay after for formation. I'm like, oh, yes. And 2 of my buddies that I was super close with were like, yes. One of them had an option 40 contract. One of them did not. The other guy did not. So, but my one buddy that had the option 40 contract, he's like, I'll stay with you guys. You know, he's like, whatever. You know, I want to hear what they got.
And the option 40 is when like you were guaranteed.
Yeah, you're guaranteed an opportunity to go to the Ranger assessment program. So anyway, we stay back, and they're like, hey, tomorrow you guys are going to get released 30 minutes early, and there's going to be a briefing before dinner chow for everybody that wants to go to, you know, Ranger Regiment. I'm like, thank God. So anyway, fast forward Tuesday, we all get in this auditorium. I'm like surprised that there's not a lot of people there. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And so the guy comes up, and I just, again, this Ranger, spit shine black boots, starched BDU uniform, EIB, Airborne wings, Ranger tab, scroll, black beret, just crisp looking dude. You know, he did have go fasters, the black go fasters, which were kind of dorky, but still, you know, it didn't detract. Okay, the guys looked awesome. You know, so he comes up front, and he's like, hey, you know, just, you know, super professional. You know, he wasn't derogatory. He was nothing. And again, this, you know, I remember it like being different. Like I remember, you know, drill sergeants, they were professional, but they'd throw a lot of derogatory terms out there. The black hats in Airborne School, while professional, they didn't always look the most professional. Like I remember one of the black hats, like the big fat gut, you know, and all this stuff. And he would never run with us, you know, because he was fat, you know, whatever. You know, he'd make like, you know, the E5 run us to places, and then he would take the truck and stuff, you know. But anyway, he comes up, and he like gives us spiel. I don't remember quite what he said. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna ask everybody's full name. Just give me your full name and middle initial. I'm like, okay. So anyway, so he goes around, you know, and I don't remember how many people were in there. And then he gets to me, and I'm like, Michael S. Burke. And he's writing everybody's name down. And he's like, stay after. I want to talk to you. I'm like, you know, he goes back through. So anyway, he's like, all right, here's the deal. Friday, you guys graduate. This is what Friday will look like. You'll do your last jump. You'll come back. They're going to bring you back here. You need to have your room packed up, okay, before you go out to do the airload manifest, the airborne timeline. Sorry, my apologies. Airborne timeline. You need to have your packed up room, because as soon as you get back, and you should be back between 4:30, you need to immediately go upstairs, grab all your stuff, and meet, you know, by the pull-up bars, okay, that are right out on the main road, because that's where we're going to pick you up. I'm like, okay. So anyway, so everybody leaves, and he's like, you come here. And I'm like, yes, Sergeant. He's like, I heard you the first time. I didn't need the other 16 notes. He's like, I got it. You want to be a Ranger. I was like, yes, Sergeant, I want to be a Ranger. And he's like, I didn't mean any disrespect. Like, I really want this. He goes, well, we'll see tomorrow. And he goes, and my buddies, they're going to give you some extra because we want to see if you're just good at writing notes or if you're going to put your money where your mouth is. And I'm like, like, oh man, like, gosh, like, anyway, so, we graduate Airborne school. My mom and my grandma came out, and that was the first time. It was super awesome to have them there, and my dad was bummed that he couldn't come out, but like, just my mom being there and like pinning on my Airborne wings and my grandma pinning on my Airborne wings and just the smile on their face. Like, I was like, man, this feels so cool.
Yeah.
This feels really cool. But at the same time, between basic and Airborne school, like I didn't really feel like I'd accomplished anything. Like I just done what I was supposed to do. Like it wasn't that hard. Airborne school was a little annoying at times, but it wasn't hard. So anyway, I tell my mom, my grandma, like, hey, here's what's going on. I have to go back. I don't know if I have the weekend off. I don't know. Okay. My mom's like, whatever. Here's where we're staying. Here's our hotel. Just let us know. Or, we'll know tonight if you show up or tomorrow if you show up. But our flight's on Sunday, going back home. I'm like, I don't know what the weekend holds. Right. So anyway, go back, go do what they say, grab our bags, come back downstairs, down by the pull-up bars. And again, this 5-ton truck pulls up. And these two Rangers just get out. Spit shine boots. BD uniforms. Starched. The one guy had a scroll here, scroll tab, so he'd been to combat, had the CIB. Like, I'm like, man, these dudes are badasses. Like, this is going to be awesome. And, yeah, that's when the suck started. They're like, they go through, they validate everybody's that's there. Oh, there's one key part. That guy that I told you that had the option 40 contract, my good buddy, he wasn't there. He also wasn't on the last jump. Found out later, like he quit. He didn't. He was a jump refusal, meaning he refused to exit the aircraft on the fifth jump.
It's kind of wild because he's already done 4.
I know, right? And I never found out the full story. Somebody told me, I can't remember who it was, but like basically like he just knew that like the Airborne Ranger thing was too dangerous and he just didn't want to do it. But I mean, it was wild because that dude, like he was the dude at 3:00 in the morning, spit shining his boots in basic training. Like this is how Airborne Rangers boots need to look. Like, he was super momo, motivated guy.
Everybody wants to be a gangster till it's time to do gangster shit, dude.
Exactly.
So they the 5-ton shows up. I kind of know how the story goes, but it's still fun to tell it.
Yeah. So they validate everybody that's there. There's a lot less names there than said they would be there, and I could see them like, they're like, yep, he didn't show up, quitter, he didn't show up, quitter. And then, like the lead, NCOIC, he basically is like, well, you guys really are the ones that want to be Airborne Rangers. He's like, we'll see about that in the coming weeks. We'll see what happened. He's like, but a lot of people quit because they don't want to suffer they don't want to go through the pain that you guys are about to endure. So this is where we separate I think he said wheat from the chaff, is what he said. And that's like the first time I'd ever heard that too. And I had to ask somebody about it later because I didn't know what it meant, which is weird because I grew up in Montana.
Yeah.
You'd think I'd have heard that before, but
so you guys got to ride the deuce and a half?
No, sir. So they we throw all our bags up on the back of the truck. And I remember at the time I was like, it was kind of weird because we throw all the bags up on the track and then they looked at us in formation and I see them like kind of talking. They're like, hey, take the bags back off. So we take the bags back off. They're like, grab one of your duffel bags, put it on your back. I'm like, okay. And then they're like, now throw the rest of the bags back on the truck. And we're like, okay. So they must have forgot that we were supposed to wear a duffel bag. I don't know. It was, and the 5-ton freaking took off and they're like, group attention, right? Face, double time, march. Don't lose the truck. And the truck just starts going. And you're just ass over tea kettle. Just freaking dudes tripping and falling. And, oh, I forgot. There's one part of this story I forgot. They said we couldn't put civilian bags on the truck. They said it was, and I now know, it's just complete bullshit. They're like, Army regulation, blah, 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 says that we can't transport civilian containers. So you have to carry those. I didn't have any. I didn't have anything. Like, I literally bought like a t-shirt, like a button up, and a pair of jeans after basic training. And that's like all I had. I didn't put it in my duffel bag, I didn't have shit. So, but some of those dudes had like garment bags, had like suitcases. I remember one dude, what did he buy? I can't remember what it was, but they had to carry that shit. And I just remember being like, ooh, makes sense to travel light, cause all I got is this duffel bag on my back, and then I do remember too, I was like, God, why didn't I grab my leather duffel bag? Yeah. That had like my sleeper bag in it or something, But anyway, yeah, so it is not far. I don't know. It's maybe like a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles to regiment, right? And so we run there. Dudes are dropping shit. I remember one dude tried to throw his suitcase into the woods, and the ranger guy made him go get it, like fish it out, all this stuff. And we make it up there. We drop all our stuff. We do all our bags. We do all our processing. And then we're like, all right, Sunday night, be back here. Like 7:00, and then we got the show on the road.
So you guys went straight into RIP?
No, they gave us a weekend off.
So you get the weekend off. You got to see your mom and grandma?
Yeah, so we went out, like grabbed dinner, checked out a couple of museums, stuff like that. But yeah, it was really cool. Like, I got the weekend off. Yeah.
How was RIP back then? It was what, 4 weeks?
Yeah, so back then it was 3 weeks, and pretty much all the first week was critical events, 5-miler, PT test. I don't know if you had to do the rope climb or not. Probably not. And then 12-mile road march. And then just a lot of hazing. A lot of brutality was like the first week. And then you immediately go from that into the coal range exercise. And that's where you do land nav. And they do the pit of hell. And I don't know if any of your guests have ever talked about this, but basically they've improved it a lot now. I'm actually blown away with what coal range looks like. But coal range used to just be like a Connex and like some shack that some dude probably pulled off of his property that he used to cook meth in the 60s, like pulled it out there, and just dropped it off. And, the ranger instructors were like, the RIP cadre were probably like, hey, let's take this shed and like make it into our quarters, so. But, so this is September timeframe. September timeframe, so the weather's not bad. It's starting to cool off like a little bit, but really what that week is all about is just pushing all of your limits physically and mentally, and, you're low crawling in circles, like at, midnight till like 4:00 in the morning, broken up by random times where they'll yell, go hit the wood line. And there's this big long field. I don't know. It's probably like 4 or 5 football fields long. And you got to run to that wood line and grab a stick and come back, and you're just doing this like nonstop. And then when it starts to get dark, they start lighting fire. They got a big bonfire. You can see them over there cooking hot dogs and hamburgers and drinking soda, and having snacks. And they just cycle around, just making you do just all kinds of shit. And then I like points. They're just like, get you in formation, with all your stuff, rucksack, helmet, weapon, everything. And then they just leave you. And you're just standing there in formation, just standing there. And I remember there was nights, sitting there, it's like on this road, just staring into the wood line in front of the formation at attention and just like seeing like goblins, like, and like paranormal activity shit in the woods because you're so tired, and you're just like, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. And you just, but again, how long it's going to be. It's going to be 3 weeks. You got to work as a team. Okay. That while it's individual, it's about the team. Okay. And, you just got to be there for each other, and you got to encourage each other, and there is a purpose behind all this. RAS is very different now, but back then, while it was just about messing with you and just making you suffer, at the same time, you knew there was a reason behind it. They're just trying, because you see people quitting just nonstop, just, screw this. This isn't what I signed up for. This, all this different kind of stuff, just constantly. And like the toughest dudes, You know, dudes that were all HUA in Airborne school or like talking shit like the first week or whatever, or, you know, just badasses on the PT test, just smoking everybody, you know, and you watch them quit. And you know, and I just remember thinking like, nope, not happening. You know, I will die. I am fine. I succumb to the fact that this is my death. I would rather die than quit. Because and again, it was for me, it was so simple. And again, I'm not a complicated man. I'm a simple man. It was very much, I would rather die than prove everybody right. And that's all it was for me, you know. And I wasn't the best. I wasn't the fastest. I wasn't the most talented. I wasn't the smartest. You know, shit, I remember on the land nav course, I thought I would freaking almost fail. Like, I almost failed on the land nav course, you know, that you had to do, and you had to pass that one. But I remember, you know, and it was not fun, but at the same time, it was fun because it was hard. Like, it was really hard. It sucked. And every time somebody raised their hand and quit or walked out of the formation, I'm better than that guy. Sorry. You know, maybe I shouldn't say it like that, but I'm better than that person. I'm not succumbing to a temporary relief that I'm a carrier for the rest of my life.
Do you think, kind of going back to your childhood, you know, growing up and, you know, not having a lot, being hungry, you know, not maybe living in the best circumstances at points, do you think that kind of contributed to like, man, I can do this?
Yeah. You know, there's multiple times, you know, throughout my life in general where I've been like, I've been through a lot worse, man. This sucks. I don't like this. I don't like to be uncomfortable. I don't like to be cold. I told you, we were joking around. I said, you know, you ever see me in a cold plunge, assume that I'm being held against my will, you know? But you know, my point is like, but I've been through worse, you know? And I think, you know, it goes back into a point that you made earlier, you know, about you got to go through adversity. To accomplish anything, you got to go through adversity. And it gives you a reference point. And these, you know, going through this stuff, like it sucked, but man, I had good reference points. I've been through worse.
Yeah. Somebody told me recently, and I thought it was a great statement. In order to have a testimony, you need to go through a test.
I like that.
That's pretty cool.
I like that. That's really cool.
Before we dive into to you get into Washington, let's take a quick break. When you've spent years serving others, it's easy to put your own health on the back burner. At Precision Wellness Group, they are changing that. Founded by a former Special Forces medic, emergency medicine physician, and hormone and longevity specialist, Dr. Bosley's mission is to help veterans, first responders, and motivated personnel nationwide to take back control of their health. This is why I personally trust Precision Wellness Group in optimizing my health goals. With telehealth appointments available in nearly every state, Precision Wellness Group can offer you personalized hormone and peptide therapies straight to your door. Grab Dr. Bosley's top 5 supplement guide in the show notes to start fueling your momentum, and then visit precisionwellnessgroup.com to get started. Listeners, please mention Vanguard 50 for your 50% off your 1-hour in-depth consultation with Dr. Bosley. For our home viewers, you can also scan the QR code on the screen right here to directly lock in that Vanguard wall deal on your initial telehealth or in-person visit. Take a tactical approach to optimize your health at Precision Wellness Group. Kind of coming back from the break, before we kind of dive into you getting into regiment, you know, you're in RIP, you go through the suck, so, you know, you were in the delayed entry program for a year, right? So you spent a year thinking about waiting to get in the military with this idea of what you want to do and where you want to be. All these people telling you, you're not going to do it. You're not tough enough, whatever. You get to basic training. You go to Airborne school. You get to RIP. And, you know, you make it through the 3 weeks. Dude, what is that like?
So I remember coming out of that field problem and, you know, the last week of RIP, you know, and they pretty much tell you like, hey, you've pretty much made it. There's going to be some more things you have to do, some other critical kind of tests and everything else. But the physical, the suck, or, you know, for the most part, that's all over. You're done. You know, you've made it. You just got to kind of finish the last stuff the last week. And so I remember getting back, you know, you clean up everything, you're doing all that, and then they're about to release you for the weekend. And so I called my parents, you know, before like we all go out to like grab food and stuff.
Did they really grasp what you were doing? Because, you know, if you're not military, it's not military family.
I still don't know if my parents do, to be honest with you. Like they do, but like it's always harder when you're on the outside, you know, sure. And they know and they're proud and they know I've been through a lot of shit, but you know, it's very different than most people can understand. But I will tell you this: my parents listen to everything I do. They will listen to this entire podcast. They will watch this entire podcast. My parents, I mean, they do, and I love them for it. And the reason I love them for it is because anytime my parents talk about this stuff, like the amount of pride that they have for me, it humbles the shit out of me.
Well, and you kind of know too, because you have kids.
Yeah.
Like, it's different for us
exactly.
now that we're older and we have kids.
And I just suck at recognition. I suck at acknowledgement, and I'm probably the worst about it with my parents because I'm just like, yeah, but I'm not done yet. Like, that's why I tell my parents, like, well, thank you, but I'm not done yet. Like, watch what I do next, and it's probably actually pretty shitty of me now that I think about it. Like, they are the foundation for who I am. We went through our shit. I've messed up a lot of things as a kid, as a young adult, and so did they. And now I realize that. But if they hadn't been who they were, I hadn't went through what I went through, and they hadn't been the stable ground that they were in a lot of different ways, and the encouragement that they were in a lot of ways, I definitely wouldn't have turned out how I did. And I'm very thankful for that. And coming back to your question, I called my parents, and man, I was emotional because I had finally felt like I'd done something. Basic training was basic training. Airborne school was cool, and it was really cool to get those silver wings. Like, it was cool, but I hadn't felt like I'd done anything. I hadn't done that crucible event. I hadn't been through that test, I hadn't been challenged. I hadn't been pushed past the point of what I really honestly thought I could do, ever. Well, as far as the military is concerned, trust me, my life tried to break me a lot before that. But in the military, like, this was the first time. And I was so proud, and it came out as emotion. And when I talked to him, I called him, and, I think my dad answered the phone. I could be wrong, but, immediately I got my mom on the phone, and I'm just like, I made it. I did it. And it was probably like the first time ever too. I was like, I'm proud of what I just did.
What was their, what were they like?
They were a wreck. I mean, my mom, like, even my dad, my dad's a big softy. Like, he's a big mofo, but he is a softy, man. He has the biggest heart of the world. And, they were just like, we're so proud of you. Like, I cannot believe, they're like, we knew you would do it, but, we know how hard it is.
What was that feeling hearing your mom and dad telling you that they're proud of you?
It's probably, at that time, probably the most important thing in the world to me. At that time it was. Now it's my wife, and now it's my kids. Definitely, but at that time it meant the world to me.
If you're a dad out there and you're listening to this podcast, especially if you're raising young men, but men and daughters, don't underestimate the importance of what Mike just said, man. Tell your kids you're proud of them. It's small. It doesn't take much.
Yeah. Don't do the participation trophy approach, for sure, but do it when it's right. Do it when it's appropriate, and the other thing I think was a huge pivot point too is, and I'm thinking about this in real time, so you got to apologize here, okay? Because this is probably not going to be. I've never ever thought about that, but your question, brother, you're so good. You're so goddamn good at this, man. And if you don't leave this in this podcast, I'm gonna be pissed.
All right.
You are truly a master of your craft, man.
Thanks.
I have learned. I've been podcasting for 6 years. You've been podcasting for like 7 months, and you are so much better than me. It pisses me off. Like, last night, literally, I told my wife how bad you pissed me off. Like, I'm mad because you're a professional. I'm an amateur. Yeah, but
we'll get you up to speed.
Yeah, right. But anyway, my point being is I also, and I'm thinking about this in like real time. I think the other thing that was really pivotal at that moment too is I reconnected with my parents. I realized I'd made it through. Because there was a huge barrier between me and my parents for my entire teenage years, pretty much, my whole life, outside of that like brief window, like 1 year where it was just the three of us before my sister was born. Like, there was always a barrier because there was always other things that I thought that they needed to deal with, and it wasn't me. My parents didn't need to deal with me. I would figure it out. I'd proven that I could do that on my own. But them, saying that they were proud of me and the emotional, how emotional we both were on the sides of the phone. Like it was just like, okay, that chapter's closed. What happened. That's life. But like we've said multiple times to each other in different ways and in the same way over the last 2 days, I had to go through that to be able to do what I did. And I don't think if I'd have had, because, just kind of how I was, just physically, quite frankly, and maybe even a little mentally, because I was very troubled mentally. I doubted myself. And I realized that's because of things that happened, previous in my life. But my point being is if I hadn't been through that and been able to have reference points go, I've been through worse, I've done worse, I can do, all these different kind of things, I wouldn't have made it through all that. And I did. And it was a pivotal point for me and my family. And
I love that you recognize that, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
Yeah.
A lot of people, we talked about it earlier, maybe with some of your other family members, your cousins, how people have really instituted this victim mentality. This happened to me, so I can never become, I can never do, I'll never be. Man, that's all bullshit. That's in your head. And I love how you really just connected that dot of, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have become this. And, we haven't even started your career, really, man. And I mean, we're going to talk about the things that you went on to do, and it all, you didn't have the best start, but that doesn't matter, dude.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
And I love that about your story.
I appreciate that.
So how did you end up, you ended up at 275 in Washington. How did you end up there?
I really wasn't, all I knew is I didn't want to stay in Fort Benning, so I didn't want to stay at 375. And, in hindsight, it is what it is. At the time, I didn't like Fort Benning, it sucked. It was hot. It was humid. I was like, oh, beach, West, East Coast out in Savannah, Georgia. Like, that would be awesome. That would be cool. Like, living on the ocean, like, that'd be amazing. Or the West Coast. But I really actually kind of didn't want to go up to the West Coast because I didn't want to be close to my family. Like, I wanted to, not that I didn't want to, I don't love my family. It's just I didn't want to be there. I had left for a reason. I wanted to be away. But, I got 275 and I wasn't mad about it. I was like, okay, cool. And two of my very close buddies that we had went through a lot of stuff together, all this stuff, Ferris, and I can't remember the other kid's name because he quit right away once we got to Ranger Regiment. You never remember the losers. Anyway, so I was like, okay, cool. We're going to 275. Awesome. Can't wait, and we got up to 275 and they were, so they got this place called, 25th ID, 20 AG or something. I'm totally having a brain fart. I can't remember. But anyway, it's where you do all your own processing. When you're coming as a private, and you do a 1 week of all your own processing in a post, you go to CIF, you do all this stuff. And I just remember how cool it was because every time we did something, there would be this, they'd be like, hey, where are the Rangers at? But they'd be like, all right, you got to go do this additional thing, or you guys are going to go do something different because you get special stuff. They would say it like that. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, because we're special. Damn right, mofos, Yeah. Back it up to, sorry, real quick. Just the graduation was a big deal too, because you do it at the Ranger Memorial. You show up in your PC and they do a beret ceremony. General McChrystal was the speaker for my Ranger School graduation, or I'm sorry, RIP graduation. You take off your PC, you throw it on the ground, you put on the black beret, you've practiced it 1,000,000 times. You spent the whole week shaping the damn thing, and you're part of them.
Yeah, I normally don't interject, but I think it's important for the audience to understand. So back then in the late 90s, the Army didn't wear berets.
Yes, correct.
It was only
good distinction.
It was either Rangers wore the black berets and the Green Berets wore the Green Berets, and I think the Airborne units wore the red berets.
Yeah.
So to wear a beret in the Army in those days was a big deal. It was a very big deal. And especially the black beret, which the Army went on for all of us to wear. Yeah. It was a coveted thing in the Ranger Regiment.
Yeah, it was.
And so, I just want to make that distinction. When he was talking about his PC, it's his patrol hat back then, you wore your Army hat. So to really, you take off that hat and you put that black beret on, man, and it's a thing, dude. Yeah. And I know it's a big deal especially for the Green Berets as well. So I didn't want to skip over that.
No, it's good. And when we get to 2001, before September 11th, let's talk about that whole conversion. And I got a couple good little points about that. But yeah, flashing back, and I will, real quick, General McChrystal, speaking as a regiment commander, I just remember that was the first guy that I ever listened to that was a speaker where I was like, that dude is something. Like that dude is so well spoken. What he is saying is so goddamn motivating. I would give me a sharp freaking butter knife and I'll charge a machine gun nest right now. Like I will die for that dude. Like I remember like he impacted me, you know, he impacted all of us. Like we all talked about that, like on the bus ride back to like go grab our stuff and go to the airport and everything. Like that dude was motivating as shit. And you know, I've gotten to know him, you know, throughout the years, many years later, and he's still just an amazing human, you know? But anyway, so we go to 275 and we show up, do our in processing. You know, there's all these moments where they're like, you're special. You got to go do special Ranger things. And I just like, hell yeah. Cause we're Rangers, you know, like scum, you know, like, you know, the rest of you, you know, clowns, you know, you go do you things, you know, and, you know, we had like the weekend off and then like Monday, you know, we went over to Ranger Regiment and I'm just like, we're all just stressed the flip out. Right. And, so they pull the bus up and it pulls up right to the gate. The bus driver's like, I'm like, we're supposed to get off here. He's like, yeah, you guys get off here. We're not allowed to drive in there. I'm like, why are you not allowed to drive in there? He's like, those Rangers are crazy. You know, he's like this older guy.
This is like what, 98?
Yeah, 98. Yeah, 98. Yeah. He's like, no, those Rangers are crazy. We don't drive our buses in there. You guys got to figure it out. We're like, okay. So like we get off and then we see like this guy in this black beret, you know, like walking up. We're like, oh God, here we go.
And to paint that picture, so people out there that, especially that aren't in the military. So on a military base, you know, obviously it's controlled access to get on the military base, but the Ranger Regiment has its own compound on the military base that only
surrounded by a brown fence. Yeah.
So only Rangers are allowed to get on there.
Yeah.
So.
And I just remember the bus driver was like, no, those Rangers are crazy. We don't drive into their compound. I was like, okay. So like, but you know, so we're getting off, we're getting all our stuff and everything else. And, you know, guys didn't like learn their lesson. Cause I remember a lot of guys had like civilian bags at this point too. And I'm like, God, you dumb motherfuckers. Like you guys didn't learn the first time. Like don't buy shit you don't need. Right. And anyway, and we see this guy walking up. We're like, okay, here we go. You know, like cracking the neck, like getting ready, like here we go. We know what this is all about because we've heard the horror stories, right? And it's funny because it's this guy Gamboa, and I've known him many years later, and I actually just got reconnected with him recently, so it's actually really funny. And he comes up and he was like, hey, the battalion's gone, guys. Like, we're just going to put you over here in the aid station. So grab your shit, go over to the aid station. He was like a tablet spec 4. So he didn't have his Ranger tab or anything like that. And so we put all our stuff in like the aid station and everything else. And then we're like, well, what are we supposed to do? He's like, well, it's like the afternoon. You guys can just go do whatever you want to do. Just like be here tomorrow. Cause I think we have some stuff we're going to do. And we're like, okay. Like, and we're all like,
is this a setup?
Totally. Totally. You know? And then, so we're all like, just kind of like sitting there and they had like some cots in the aid station and stuff. The aid station was like completely like cleared out. There was nothing in there but like cots. So we're like, what is going on? You know? And so finally after a while, we're like, okay, so we're like changing to civilian clothes. And at that point, cause we'd had an evening off. We knew where like all the bus stations were. So we walked out, me and a couple buddies, we walked down and we like went to the mall and, you know, grabbed food, watched a movie or something like that and came back and slept. And we woke up in the morning and we did PT like with somebody. And then they were like, when we got back from like chow, they had like all these paint buckets and like plastic cloth. They're like, you guys are going to paint the aid station. We're like, really? Yeah. They're like, yeah, just paint it. So anyway, so for like the next 4 or 5 days, we just painted this aid station. We got off like, you know, like 2 PM. And it was super weird because we'd heard horror stories. Well, all good things must come to an end, you know? And it was like Thursday night, they come back in. They told us like, hey, you guys go grab chow, but stay on the installation. Be back tonight. Okay. Like you guys don't have the night off basically. So I go, okay. So we come back and they're like, hey, they get back at like 3 o'clock in the morning tonight, you know, Friday morning at 3 o'clock. So all you guys stay in uniform, get some sleep. We're going to come grab you. You guys are going to go down to the airfield and help us. Like, you know, offload pallets and do all this kind of stuff. So we bus over to Madigan. We help them. Dudes are yelling at us. Like, dudes are getting off. They got all their gear. They're just getting out of this, like, 3-week exercise in Fort Hunter Liggett. Okay. So, you know, they're tired. They want to get home. It's the middle of the night. They're, like, yelling at us, all this different kind of stuff. And, you know, we make it back. By this time, it's starting to be, like, daylight, you know, like, early in the morning. And the S1 guy comes over and he's, there's only like a dozen of us. Okay. There wasn't very many of us. And he's like, okay, you three are going to BCO, you three are going to ACO, you three are going to CCO. And hey, you guys are now HHC because, they were whatever. And so we go over there and somebody comes over and grabs us. I think it was like the training room NCO from like BCO. He comes over and we're standing outside the First Sergeant's office. Okay. And this guy comes down. Just like, there's something about 80 Rangers. Okay. They're all short, not like short, but like, between like the 5 foot, like 8 and like 6 foot range. Okay. And they're just built like mother tanks. Like, I don't know what it is, but like all of them were. It was the weirdest thing. Like all the platoon sergeants, all the first sergeants, like they're just these robust, stout, just weathered looking, angry human beings. Right. And this guy's name was Sergeant First Class at the time, Pete Rothke. Okay. Pistol Pete. It's just, he is just a character. God, he's just an amazing human. Anyway, so he comes down and he's like, you two come with me. We're like, okay. So we grab our shit. We go up to third platoon.
How many guys were with you when you showed up?
Just three at BCO. So, and then the other guy, I have no idea. Oh, no. He went to AT. So Croup. I got a story about Croup later. Okay. So Croup went up to AT. So me and the other guy went to third platoon. Okay. So I get up to third platoon. I get into the hallway and this guy, William Utero, I was just giving him shit about this like last year when I ran into him. He comes out and he's like, hey, you're in weapon squad. You're in the war toads with me now. He's like, grab your stuff. So I go down and I go into the war toads. I'm building up because it's all about to come to a crescendo here. Okay. So I go into the war toads squad room and, I throw my stuff. He's like, throw your stuff right there in the bag, right next to that bunk. I think that's where you're going to stay, but I'll check with the squad leader. I was like, okay. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? He's like, dude, just relax. He's like, they're all getting back. They're turning in stuff. Like, just relax, man. He's like, you want a beer? I'm like, yeah, sure. So he like hands me a beer. He's like, you like video games? I was like, I mean, like, yeah, I kind of, he's like, hey, sit down, man. He's like, he like hands me like a remote to like probably a Nintendo or something like that. He's like, dude, just play video games. Like, relax, man. He's like, we just got back, man. Everybody's like super tired. I'm like, okay. So I'm just sitting there and I'm like playing this video game. I couldn't tell you to this day what video game it was. And I'm like drinking this beer, but the spidey senses are going off. Like, I'm just like, there's no way this is what this is going to be like. Like, I have heard horror stories for months now. There's no way this is going to be like, but like time just goes on. I finish my beer. I go grab another one. Like, and I'm just sitting there and he comes back in and he's just like, racked out, and I'm just like, I don't know what to do, man. Like, I'm just sitting here. And then I hear like a commotion in the hallway. And then it's like building. It's building like a storm. And then I hear like, where is he? Where is he at? I'm like, God, I don't know. Where's who? Hopefully they're not talking about me. And then the door, I mean, it damn near come off the hinges. And it's just these tab spec 4s. There he is. Get him. And they're just all over me. Like yelling, screaming, grabbing. Like, and I'm just like, holy shit, man. Like, what is going on? And they're just annihilating me in this hallway. Low crawling, push-ups, flutter kicks, throwing shit at me. I'm just like, what in the flip is going on here, man? And this lasts for a while, okay? And then another commotion starts building, okay? And it's, so like the way that the old barracks were, there were day rooms. So there's a first, second, third floor. First floor is all the training room, arms room, chemo room, aid station, all that different kind of stuff. On the wings are the NCO rooms. The second floor is got third platoon, and third platoon, AT and headquarters platoon, and then the top floor is first platoon and second platoon. Okay.
What's AT?
Anti-tank. Okay. Anti-tank. Okay. And then in the middle of the the second floor also has a day room, like right in the middle. Okay. So I hear like this screaming and yelling coming down the hallway from like the day room, right? And it's this other guy that's exactly like Pete Rothke, just uglier and meaner looking. His name's Nick the Bod Rolling. Okay. And he's coming down the hallway and he's just yelling, Pete, 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 you know, and he's coming down and I'm like, ooh, what? Who the hell is that guy? And Rothke comes out of his office and he's like, what the do you want? He's like, I told you I get the next big new guy. We already talked about this. You screwed me over the last time there was a new guy and he was big. This one is mine. And they get into it and they're just screaming. And I'm dumb, like I've told you before, okay? I didn't realize at first they were arguing about me until I realized everybody's looking at me. And I'm laying on my back. Like I just got done doing like flutter kicks. And I'm still kind of like doing flutter kicks, but I'm like not doing flutter
like
kicks.
Watching the commotion that's going on.
You know, they're like, you know, and I'm just like watching this like scene, you know, go on and I don't know what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm just going to do what I'm told, Sergeant, you know?
Yeah.
But everybody's looking like at them and then looking at me. And then that's when I realized they're talking about me. And I'm like, what the shit? And finally, you know, they yell and they banter and it's this whole theatrical thing. And I mean, they're red faced, you know, and I think they're about to start throwing blows. Right. And then Pete's just like, yeah, you're right, Nick, you can have him. I just like to mess with you. And he walks off and then it's just like laser focused. Get your shit. Come with me. And I'm like, ah, I didn't grab my stuff. I just followed him. Right. So he takes me into a second platoon. And dude, I'm telling you, when I walked up to second platoon, okay, it's probably like what prison's like, okay, where all the inmates are just lined up on the cell blocks, you know, calling you fish, you know, and all that stuff. It was like that, dude. Everybody's in the hallway. Apparently, they were like getting ready to get released, okay, and then some discussion had happened that we'd gotten new guys, and then like Rolling had just walked off to go find out where I was. And everybody was standing in the hallway, basically waiting for him to come back. And I just walk up there behind him and everybody's just like, who's this guy? And he like turns around. He's like, Esparza. And that was my squad leader. He goes, this is your new guy. And I'm like, here we go again. And they're, you know, they're about to get released. So they're just like, get over here. Iron chair, go. So I get like in the iron chair on the wall, and then Rolling goes into a safety brief for the weekend. Like, you know, great job, like all this different kind of stuff, blah, 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 behave yourself, don't drink, you know, blah, 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 blah. Like, all right, get out of here. Everybody's released. And then it just goes down. And now half these guys are like half in the bag, you know, and they're just yelling, and I'm just all over again, you know, just bear crawls, low crawls, freaking, you know, just, you know, going by squad rooms and throwing shit at me, you know, like all this different kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, so eventually it stops because I think they just want to go to bed. Right. And so they throw me in this room, and then I realize I don't have my shit. So I'm just like, I don't, you know, this is your bunk. So I go to sleep, and I wake up the next morning, and there's this guy staring at me. Like, he's staring at me, right? I'm like, what's up, man? He's like, he's at like a white beater and like Virginia Tech, or no, not Virginia, or Redskins shorts. Okay. He's like, who are you? I'm like, I'm Private Burke. He goes, Sergeant, you know. I'm like, Private Burke, Sergeant. He's like, don't call me Sergeant. I'm Specialist Kelly. I'm your roommate. I'm like, okay, cool. You know. And anyway, he's like, well, that was interesting last night. And I was like, yeah, tell me about it. I was like, I don't have my shit. He's like, well, where's your shit? I was like, and I told him the story, and he's like, okay, well, let's go get it. So we go down there, and luckily we were able to sneak in, and like Kelly knew William Itero, and he was like, dude, you're an asshole. Like, that was pretty like, and we grabbed my stuff and anything. And, you know, the day goes about, it's like, fine. Okay. And then about that afternoon, we're just like sitting on the bunk, and the whole door kicking open happens again.
This is a Saturday, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe it was. I don't freaking remember. Maybe they had like a 4 day, so it could have been a Friday. And yeah, I mean, just for the next 3 days, it was just nonstop hazing, getting messed with, and just humiliation, and just getting treated like a bag of shit. And the bad part was too, is they, Kelly, he'd gotten there like 2 months before him, but they included him in the reindeer games. And I remember he in between stuff, he'd be like, I thought this shit was over. He's like, but now you're here and now I'm having to go back through it, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what you want me to do here, man.
I don't want to be here either.
Yeah, like this isn't exactly like what I expected.
This wasn't in the pamphlet at the recruiting station.
So like it was almost like surreal, because I'd had like this week where it just was like
normal,
and then all of a sudden it was just chaos.
How long did that last for, man?
It pretty much never stopped. I mean, obviously, there was moments where, they were doing other things, but I mean, like any flipping time, I had like 4 Spec 4s in my squad, and my team leaders, like, I mean, just any time they had a moment, it was just about just messing with me, man. They're messing with us. Or like platoon, like they would do platoon parties. And it would be where they'd get all the privates in the hallway, and all the Spec 4s would just mess with us. Or they would they would grab other privates from other platoons, and, buddies would get together and they would just mess with us together and just smoke the living shit out of us. And I just, at first it was like, okay, this is just what it is. But, I remember like going to a range, somewhere in here, and we didn't train that much, because found out later that like they'd had 2 back-to-back training exercises. One was in Panama, one was in like Hunter Liggett. And they pretty much like spent like all of like the first quarter or the first 2 quarters like budget. So they just didn't have a lot of money to train. So, I mean, we like did stuff, but we didn't do like any extensive training. But I just remember going to the range, and I was a saw gunner. Okay. And I'm like trying to like zero my saw, and Kelly was a 203 gunner, but he'd been through a little bit, and he'd learned some stuff, so he was trying to help me, but like I just didn't know I didn't know how to adjust optics. Like I didn't know how to do all this stuff. And I just remember like, at one point, like my team leader and my specialist is like, they're just like getting all pissed off at me. And I remember, because I don't want to sit there and say like I was a outspoken guy, but I just, everybody reaches their moments of frustration. I'm like, well, Sergeant, like, why don't you teach me how to use this? Like, train me. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, obviously, like I'm trying to figure it out, but you're supposed to be the guy that I believe that should be telling me how to do this. And his response was not like, oh shit, yeah, you're kind of right. Like I should probably train. No, they like with me more. Like, now they're with me out in the range, and I still got to go zero my goddamn saw,
and this is still peacetime, right? So there's not a lot going on in the world, and it's basically like there's not, the Ranger Regiment didn't. I don't want to say it didn't have a real world mission, but there just wasn't a lot going on.
Yeah, there wasn't, and I look back at this, and I obviously, with the podcast that I have, that I help run now, I get to talk to all these guys, and they talk about their first team leaders and their squad leaders just with the utmost admiration. We're talking 30 years later, 40 years later for some of these guys, and they talk about their team leaders and squad leaders like that was the dude that made me who I am today. I'm a sergeant major that served at the 4-star capacity, or even 4-star generals. They talk about their first, squad leaders and platoon sergeants that they worked with, or whoever it was, and those guys, like, they made me who I am, and oftentimes, and it's not that I'm like trying to talk like crap, but I did not have that experience. Like, it was terrible. Like, it was, okay, sure, you want to mess with me, you want to haze me, you want to see what I'm made of. Like, I have no problem with that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I personally don't agree with it. And that's not how I, developed when I, became a leader. I made my mistakes. I definitely hazed the shit out of some dudes too, until I learned better, till I learned that was just pointless. Okay.
Well, it's a culture thing too. I think you got brought up. And so
like
you
replicate.
You
replicate.
Like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Right. But my frustrating thing was like, they just didn't train me. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, and the first real training exercise that I did was a JRX exercise down in Florida. And I think that was like January timeframe, January, February. So I'd been there for about 4 months, right? And it was this huge airfield seizure. And it was the first time like I'd ever worked with the unit guys, the Delta guys and other battalions. Other battalions were there as well from the regiment and the Air Force, all PJs, all these different, it's these huge exercise, and they set them up and there's these huge tent villages. And I remember like landing on the airfield and I knew how to orient myself with where I needed to go. And I kind of knew what we needed to do. But when I hit the ground, I was all messed up because like I didn't know how to work my knots. There was no batteries in my knots. I didn't know how to do stuff. And that's because I'd never been trained, and I'd ask questions and Kelly and I would like try to figure stuff out. But like no one had told me how to do this stuff, and I didn't
get to the point when you're getting hazed and screamed and yelled at. You really don't want to ask for something because you're just bringing more attention on yourself and it's more hazing.
Right. Exactly. So Kelly and I would like try to figure stuff out. Like we would ask the arms room guys stuff or like, guys that we knew wouldn't mess with us, like we would try to like figure stuff out. But I just remember like, I just had this like huge, like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like who's supposed to teach me this stuff? I guess if it's just my job to figure it out, then I guess I'll just figure it out. But I'm gonna do the best. But don't get mad when I don't know how to do something, And those would be the moments where I get like super frustrated because the team leader would be scuffing me up, or some specialist would be scuffing me up, and I'd be like, "If you know how to do this, then tell me how to do it, But don't get mad because I don't know how because you've never taught me."
We're gonna hit this later on at multiple points, but I think this is a first inject where it's a good like leadership talking point. Kind of looking back as you as that private, and then later, obviously, you became team leader, squad leader, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
To that team leader that's listening right now, I don't care if he's in the Ranger Regiment, an infantry dude, maybe he's a supply guy.
Yeah.
So many times in our career, especially in my career as well, like that first line supervisor is such a crucial role. Military, but man, even law enforcement and even in a business. I mean, what do you say to that first line leader?
Yeah. You are responsible for them. And it honestly, it doesn't even matter if they're first line supervisor, like you highlighted, you're that supply guy or, you're whoever, that guy that's just arriving, he's trying to assimilate, and you just got to go off the basis that he's trying to learn how to do his job. Well, take it on yourself. If you've been there a day longer than him, you know more than him. So teach him what you know. And you just always need to be doing that as a leader. You never ever should hold on to information. You should never ever hold on to knowledge. Your responsibility as a leader is to take every single bit of knowledge you have. It can even be about life, but in your experiences, but especially about your craft, whatever we're talking about here, and put it in other people's heads. All of it, everything, and be patient with them because I guarantee you didn't get it right away either. And you probably had a lot of trial and error, and it goes into, something, we've been talking about. I really honestly think that like, if I'm a 20-year-old in charge of 18-year-olds, my job is to make them their knowledge base, their experience base, everything, and the sets and reps that I put in front of them to get them to where I'm at. Amen. So when they're 20 years old, they're better than I was. And you just constantly do that. But when I got there, I just felt like that wasn't what they were trying to do. They were just, all they cared about was just making my life miserable.
And I can't help but wonder, dude, if that's how most of those ding dongs were treated when they got there, and it just becomes bad leadership breeds bad leadership, or if it's just like this gang mentality. It's very interesting for me when I think about it from the outside.
I think about it, and and I've got to know one of those dudes really well, many years later, and I think it was a little bit of both. They were also just frustrated because they didn't have the greatest leaders. I come to find out later, the squad leader, the other individuals, within the organization just weren't the greatest either, and it was a lot of frustration, really what it was. And then additionally, and it's kind of messed up if you think about it, there's also just wasn't this pressing thing that we've got to train our people because there was no war. Okay. 2nd Battalion as a whole, yeah, sure. They jumped into Panama. Okay. But they missed Desert Storm. No one from 2nd Battalion. Only one company went to Desert Storm from Ranger Regiment. Okay. And it was one company that went to Somalia. So, you got this, by the time I got there, almost this, 10-year period where there had been no war. And 2nd Battalion very much felt like the outcast, and morale was pretty low. Hugh Roberts, who, eventually my CSM became the regimental sergeant major, him and I have talked about this. And he's like, there was pockets of really good dudes that were switched on and trying to train and trying to prepare for the next things. But he's like, in 275 as a whole, like a lot of dudes were unmotivated because we'd missed Somalia, we'd missed the big, invasion of Desert Storm, all this different kind of stuff. So it just kind of bred this. And then you take on top of that, 275 is just out there on an island. They're just all by themselves, they're nowhere near regiment. So, I think there's a lot of different factors. And then my platoon just was terrible as a whole. Well, part of it was. 1st and 2nd squad were actually pretty good, and those guys are pretty awesome.
When did things started changing, or when was that shift?
Yeah. So they didn't really shift for me too much, because I at this point, by the time, so what happened was, about 6-7 months after I'd been in regiment, we're sitting in the hallway one day, sitting in an iron chair, and just getting messed with, right? And the squad leaders are all down in the platoon sergeant's office, and they're just arguing about something. None of us have any idea what's going on, and we're just getting messed with in the hallway, right? And he comes out, and he looks back over his shoulder, and he's like, listen, he's like, I'm just sick and tired of you guys. And every single private you send to Ranger School fails a PT test. I'm picking the next guy that's going to take the Ranger School PT test. Because the way it worked back then, well, it still does. There's OMLs, okay? So Order of Merits list. So, and yes, it is based off time of arrival, that you got to wait kind of your turn to go to Ranger School and Ranger Regiment. But it's matured a lot. Now it's also about potential. Because when you go to Ranger School, you're going to come back and you're going to be a leader within the platoon. You're going to probably take over a gun team, or, depending on manning and stuff like that, you might come back and take a fire team in the line squad. So a lot of it's about potential. But back then it was very much OML. Okay, it wasn't potential. They didn't really care about that then. There wasn't as many Ranger School slots as back then as there are now either. But he comes out, and just like in that moment, I was perfect. Okay, I was holding the perfect iron chair, had my arms at the perfect freaking height. I highlight that because I'm not sitting here saying that I was like this perfect dude in this physical specimen. It was just in this moment. And he looks down and he sees all of us in the iron chair, and he's like, Burke's going to take the Ranger School PT test on Monday. And I remember I'm like, who's Burke? And then I'm like, oh shit. Like, I'm nowhere near the top of the OML. Like, I got a long ways to go before they sent me to Ranger School. And
hey, but it sounds like you were in perfect shape, dude.
I was
smoked for 7 months.
I was in really good shape. I was good at suffering.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. And I just remember the squad leaders erupted, and the team leaders and specialists are out there messing with us. They're just losing their shit. They're like, there's no way that Burke's going to school. Like, he's the one. I wasn't the newest guy, but I was pretty new, especially at 6-7 months, and rolling, at the end of the day, he's a platoon sergeant. He's like, I said what I said. Burke, you're taking the Ranger School PT test on Monday. Meet me at the CQ desk at, CQ desk at 5:30 on Monday. I'm like, okay, Sergeant. And and then the next weekend that whole weekend was just a shit show. People were mad. They literally, I don't want to say they turned on me as a platoon, but because other dudes were above me in the order of merit to go to Ranger School, everybody made it, all the leadership made it their goal to make sure that I couldn't pass that Ranger School PT test on Monday. I was so smoked. I was so messed up that one of the last things they were having me do, and I think this was Saturday night, or maybe it was Sunday. I don't even remember. It all blended together, man. It was nonstop. It was literally, it was, they wrote on the dry erase board. It was literally a roster of who was going to have the shifts to smoke me. Okay. So that they could go sleep or go party or go home to their families and stuff like that. Because they were like, we are going to do this until 5 o'clock on Monday morning. So, you know, whatever time it was, like Sunday or whatever, I was literally like climbing the rope outside the quad. And I was at muscle failure. And everything just stopped working. Like, and I just fell off the rope and I dislocated my shoulder. And so I stood up and like, you know, I also got like the air knocked out of me, you know, and I like stood up and I was like in pain and I like couldn't breathe. And I could see they were like, oh shit. Like, and they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, I couldn't breathe. And I'm like, my shoulder and everything else. And then like, I don't remember what happened. I just know that like I woke back up and I must like hit my shoulder or something. It was like back in. But it was screaming. It was like on fire. And they stopped. They were like, we're done. Yeah, because I think they thought that they like broke me, right? They're like, be at the CQ desk at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I did what any Ranger private's going to do. You know, I went up there and Kelly's like, you okay, dude? I'm like, I'm not okay. And he's like, what do you want? I was like, a beer. And I got drunk as shit. I was like, because I was like, dude, like watching.
It's almost like you've been tortured, bro.
Yeah, it was.
Not
it was.
tortured,
It, you know, it wasn't. It wasn't even all that. Like I didn't even really honestly care about that. It was that like everybody turned on me.
Mm.
Like these, you know, again, like sure, suffering. Okay, fine. You want to test me? Like I get all that. Like I understand all that. That's fine. Whatever. That is what it is. Like you know, test my mettle. See who I am. But to purposely make me fail something when I'm being given a shot, it doesn't even matter if you agree with it. It doesn't even matter if you like it. Like, why make me fail? Especially if you're the people that I'm supposed to go fight with. Like it was more mental than anything. I felt betrayed. And you know, I just remember I was like, you know, so I got drunk, you know, I woke up Monday morning, you know, I took like a long ass hot shower. I mean, when I tell you I was messed up, it's definitely like in the top, like 5, like most physically beat down. I mean, I was just a wreck, you know. I slammed like a bunch of water, like tried to eat something, you know, and met the, you know, rolling, you know, down at the CQ desk, you know, because back then platoon sergeants had to escort you to the PT test. And I remember him like looking at me and I remember him kind of going like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, cause I hadn't slept either. Like really, I mean, I probably passed out drunk at some point, but that's not really sleep as we all know. And anyway, so I'm standing there in the line, you know, to take the PT test. And I'm just like, screw this, man. This is not what I signed up for. Like, this is not cool. This is not how this is supposed to be. Like, I don't want to do this. Like, I wasn't like quitting, but I was like, I'm not going to go to Ranger school. I'm not going to like, why would I want to do any of this? Why would I want to put myself through this? Like, if the people that I'm supposed to eventually fight with, they won't even train me. And the one opportunity I have to go better myself, they're going to purposely make me fail that. Like, who wants to be a part of that? I didn't want to be a part of it. You know, and I just remember I'm just like standing there and I'm in my head bad. Like I'm in a dark place, man. I'm just like, F this. And I remember this private like standing right behind me and he's just like nervous as shit, man. And, you know, you got to face away. You're not supposed to talk to each other, but like, you know, it's dark, you know, it's Washington, you know, and it probably would have been, I don't know, March, April timeframe. I don't quite remember. So it's still pretty dark. So, you know, you can kind of turn, you know, so you can kind of chat with your buddy and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, you all right, man? He's like, I'm just so nervous. I'm like, what are you nervous about? I'm like, you've taken PT tests before. He's like, yeah, but my team leader, like, he's really, really counting on me. He's really proud of me. He's like, he told me right before that he really needs me to pass this because he knows that I'm destined for good things. And I'm like, you know, I remember being like, well, man, like,
yeah, must be nice, bro.
Yeah, like, must be nice. Like, you know, so I'm like, whatever, you know, good luck. I'm sure you'll be fine. You know, but I'm like mad at this kid. Like, you know, oh, that's nice. You know, you got a father figure, you know, F off, you know. But then like, I'm like, and I don't, again, you know, we talk about inflection points in life, right? And I just remember I get to my turn and they're like, you know, private, turn around. You know, I turn around and they, you know, like explain and they're like, are you ready to do the push-ups? And I just remember the grader. Okay. I remember the grader. And I don't know what it was about him. I really don't know. But I do remember they're in BDUs, you know, and, you know, they got their, you know, top on and everything else. And I see his Ranger tab and I'm just like, F this. F this. You want me to quit? You want to see me fail? Let me show you what that looks like, bro. I don't care. You don't know me. You don't care about me. You know what I've been through? You know who I am? You think you can bring it? Okay. And I'll tell you, man, I don't remember much. It's honestly like that old school movie. Like, what happened? I blacked out. Like, it honestly was kind of like that, man. I like blacked out. And I remember him going, you know, whatever it was for the push-ups, like same with the sit-ups. And then the run, I just remember. So the run, you know, we go out there and it's just a 2-mile loop, right? And I remember this guy because I don't remember where I remember him from. Maybe it was like some other thing that I'd done. This guy named Chuchero, okay? And he was just this behemoth of a dude, but this dude could run so fast, like just unbelievably fast, right? And I'm like, I'm going to keep up with him. I'm smoked. Like I could barely walk down the stairs to give you an idea. Like I thought my legs were going to collapse. Like I had to hold on to like the railing. Like when I went down, I was dehydrated, malnourished. I mean, like I hadn't ate like all weekend. I probably had like a hot pocket, you know, in between Slam and Miller Lights, you know, like I was done. And I just kept up with him. And the last like mile, you know, he kind of got away like a little bit, but I stayed on him, man. I stayed on him. And I finished that run, and I'll remember this for the rest of my life, okay? I've come across that finish line, and you got to find the guy that was your grader because you got to, you know, he tell him your time, okay? So I'm walking over, and I see him, and then I look over to the right, and I see my squad leader, 2 of my team leaders, and Matt Nyman, okay, the specialist, you know, and I'll talk about him more later, standing there. And then I see them. And I go over and I tell the instructor my name. And he's like, step back, private. So I step back, you know, go to parade rest. And then, you know, he shows Esparza my scores. And, you know, Acton and Nichols was the other team leader. And they just look at me. And I just remembered the look on their face. And it was the most empowering thing I'd ever felt. They were like, how? How? There's no way you should have been able to do that. They orchestrated me not to be able to do that. And they like looked at me and they just walked away. Okay. But Matt come up to me and he goes, this guy was a psychopath. Okay. This guy was a psychopath in his hazing. I mean, he was creative. I'll give him that. Okay. He walks up to me and he goes, dude, if you can pull that off, there's nothing you can't do in this army, man. He's like, I don't know how the hell you did that, but good on you. Good luck at Ranger School. Yeah, man. And I went to Ranger School, but I came back with a shitty attitude. I still hated them. I hated them all. I didn't want any part of it still. They made me a gun team leader, but I hated them. My weapons squad leader, I think about him a lot, Bobby Bostic. I feel real bad for him because I had a really bad attitude. I just hated it, man. And, you know, like I've talked about it before. I was the dude with the dates on the wall, man. Like, you know, I was going to ETS out of the Army. I was going to do better as a gun team leader, you know, than but I don't want to sit there and say that like I gave it my all. I really didn't. I took pride in moments, you know, especially like when my gun team did well or like won, you know, best gun competitions and stuff like that. And I trained my guys, but like my heart wasn't in it. I was doing it because I knew it was important to do it. And it was, you know, at the end of the day, I was a leader. And Ranger School had taught me that. Like when you're a leader, you take charge. That's what you're supposed to do. When you're not, you know, then you support the guys that are in charge, you know?
Dude, how was Ranger school for you? I mean, it seems like, dude, with everything that you've been through, like mentally, physically, and all the hazing, like it almost sounds like Ranger school, other than the sleep dep, was probably a break.
Yeah, it really, honestly, Ranger school wasn't that bad. You know, carrying loads, because, you know, the thing about Ranger school, man, is it's not there's like a single point where it's like, oh my God, this is like the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Okay. It's just long. I mean, you're constantly walking. You know, somebody once told me, and I don't know, so fact checkers, feel free to fact check me, but somebody said that Ranger school is equivalent to walking from San Francisco to New York City.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's true. We should Google that. But, you know, somebody told me that one time. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised. When you walk a lot, you know, you're constantly walking. The only time you're not walking is when you're setting up patrol bases and doing the op orders and leadership changes. You know, and you're lucky if you don't have a leadership position, you know, you still got to pull security. You still got to dig positions, you know, because you got to dig full fighting positions. So for the gun teams, you got to dig them down to standard. You know, clavicle or not clavicle, you know, chest deep, you know, fighting positions, you know, and, you know, there's 3 guns, you know, in a platoon or 1 in a squad. Like, you know, so you're trying to catch sleep, you know, but you're not getting much sleep. Like you're getting no sleep, you know, so it's just long. It's just really, really long, and you're hungry and you're tired and you're stressed out because of leadership positions and everything else, and you're cold and you're wet and you're hot, you know, all these different kind of things, you know, just combined together. It's not that like any Ranger school at any point is just really hard. It's just, it's really long. But you lose a lot of weight. Like I have a Ranger school picture, you know, of me on, in Florida phase, like after we got a shower, you know, and stuff. Cause like, I don't remember how we got a disposable camera, but somebody had a disposable camera and like took a picture of me, and I'm like flexing, you know, and I'm like, ooh, who's that freaking Holocaust survivor? Like, Jesus. I mean, it was, you know, I looked pretty gnarly, but,
yeah, cause you get like what, 1 MRE a day?
You get two MREs a day is what they say, but they will purposely mess up your resupplies and they'll just send you the wrong number. So you get less, you know? So, and I don't really remember, but I just remember like
you're burning through calories too, man.
You are, and you start to smell like burned rubber, and you don't know it at the time. You find out later it's because your body starts to adjust to muscle, and that's the smell it puts off. You know, it's kind of like pneumonia, you know, like rubbery kind of a smell, you know. So, but no, I mean, you know, Ranger school, man, I was like, it sucked, but I was like, whatever, you know. And again, I will tell you, you know, I resorted back to childhood behavior. Ranger school how I got through Ranger school was anger. I was mad. I was going to make it through Ranger school. I was going to come back. And I remember when I got back too. So I got back from Ranger school and I was out on a detail. I got back and they were actually, again.
We're in 99?
Yeah, we're in 99. Okay. October of 99 is when or somewhere in there I graduated Ranger school. But they were actually down at Fort Knox when I got back from Ranger school. And I had like 4 days before they got back. And I was on a detail the night they flew back in, you know, just doing stuff, you know, getting pallets and all this different kind of stuff. And I got back and the platoon was in the hallway. And I walk up there and it was again, just like that day that I showed up to 2nd Platoon. I like walk up, but now I got my Ranger tab. You know? And I like walk up and I like see everybody. And I just remember like Esparza was like, oh, Burke, you actually made it. Do push-ups. And I'm like, okay. So like I would do push-ups while the platoon sergeant does the safety brief. And I just remember being like, hey, no congratulations. Like, hey, wow, great job. Like nothing, you know? And I was just like, man, F this place, man. Like F this place. And, you know, so, you know, Weapon Squad, I mean, we had a lot of fun and I learned a lot. And that's like, cause Bobby Bostic and the other gun team leaders, like they were just badass dudes. And we trained, but my heart was never in it. Never, not once. All I was thinking about was I'm going to do this because it's my job. I'm going to do better because that's what I believe I need to do, but I really just don't give a shit.
When did Josh Wheeler show up and start changing your life?
Yeah, man. So,
and before we get started,
yeah.
For those of you out there who don't know who, Master Sergeant Josh Wheeler is, I suggest you Google him. He, ended up going to Delta Force, was tragically killed on a mission that, another Delta Force operator got the Medal of Honor.
very well known, very well liked. You're going to hear some stories about Josh that you've never heard anywhere else. So I just wanted to paint that picture before we start talking about Josh, so people don't just hear some random name.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, you know, and if I could build on just Josh just a little bit.
Absolutely.
You know, he's a guy that grew up in Arkansas, had a non-present father. You know, had a mom that I want to say he had 3 or 4 kids, or the mom, you know, he had 3 or 4 brothers, and Josh was the oldest. And you know, they were poor, like no shoes poor. Okay. And he used to hunt, work odd jobs from a very young age to provide for his family. He joined the Army, same reason like a lot of us, so he could send money back, so he could make something of himself, like so he could take, because he was like the father of his family, like he had to take care of his father, you know, his family. And you know, his brother tells us a really cool story about like how they always look forward to hunting season because Josh would go kill deer, and then they'd have like meat for the next week, and it was always just like a highlight, you know, like a highlight of their time. But anyway, yeah. So you know, it was later 2000s, or no, I'm sorry, it was 2001, and
Pre or post 9/11?
no, hold on, I'm sorry, it was 2000. Okay, so it was 2000. I'm sorry, I'm
good.
messing up. I'm messing up my dates here.
You may have a couple TBIs. We'll let it slide.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, or I'm just dumb. But the doctor says it's inconclusive. No, it's 2000. So I'm actually in a primary leader course. Okay, so when you're going from the rank of specialist to sergeant, you have to go to this course. It's a month long. You do it, and it trains you how to become a non-commissioned officer. Okay. So I'm there, and you know, I'm just going through, and again, you know, my heart's not in it. You know, I don't really give a shit. And I remember, you know, this is back before cell phones, all this different kind of stuff. During like one of the weekends, like we had a weekend off. The PLDC is what they call it at the time when I went through. It wasn't like a gentleman's course, meaning you had like the weekends off, but they would give us like times on Sundays and stuff. So I like needed to run over to the shop at. So I like ran over to the shop at because I like needed to get some stuff, or the, you know, the clothing and sales area. Okay. Like I need to get something for a uniform. And I just happened to run into one of the specialists from the other squad. He's like, Burke, man. He's like, where you been? I'm like, dude, I'm over on PLDC. He's like, oh. He's like, when do you get done? I was like, oh, I'm done next week. He's like, man, there's a lot of shit going on right now. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, they like fired like the whole platoon. And I'm like, what? So apparently we got like this new platoon sergeant in. Okay. This guy's name was Curry. And I don't want to tell a bunch of stories about him in a negative way because he ended up dying with the 173rd. But let's just say it didn't go well. Okay. Let's just say that. Anyway, so there was like this coup, like the platoon like tried to basically stage a rebellion against the platoon sergeant, and the sergeant major and the battalion commander ended up getting involved, and they fired half the platoon, like half the squad leaders, most of the team leaders. And they fired a couple other privates. They fired the platoon sergeant. They even fired the PL, I believe.
They all get kicked out of the regiment, or
yeah. Oh, well, wow. So they didn't kick all the squad leaders out of the regiment, but a lot of them they kicked them out of the regiment. Okay. Oh. And so anyway, I'm like, dude, holy crap. He's like, yeah, they're like,
so no more Esparza?
Yeah. He'd already actually, well, maybe not. No, I think he did get kicked out. I don't remember, dude. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't really remember. And like I said, you never remember the losers. But anyway, I do have some stories about that, dude. Yeah. But anyway, it's nothing I wouldn't say to his face. Yeah. You know, so, but anyway, so I'm like, holy crap, like, what are they going to do? He's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be wild. So anyway, I come back. I'm sorry. I was not at PLDC. I apologize. I was not at PLDC. I was at another training course that was like a month long. It was, I can't remember if it was an EOD course or a combatives course. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I've actually told this story wrong. I just remembered it. But anyway, so I'm at a course, okay? And I come back, and the platoon is just gone. They fired like way more people than I thought they did. They didn't just fire leaders. They just got rid of, they like used it as an opportunity to like clean the house, okay? I'm like, whoa. And they're like, hey, you're going to go over to first squad and be a team leader now. I'm like, awesome. Cool. Who's going to be my squad leader? They're like, don't know yet. But here's your privates. So like there was a couple guys in the squad. And it was me and another guy. The other team leader was Casey Cassavant. Casey, a really good friend of mine. Okay. We're both from Montana. We had a lot of fun adventures together. He was a solid dude. So we're just like trying to kind of do stuff and everything. And we don't know who's going to be the squad leader. It's not going to be either of us. We know that because like I just became a team leader, and Casey he'd been a team leader for a while, but he was kind of an ass. Like he was just a joker. He's just a funny dude. So people were kind of had mixed emotions about him. But anyway, so one afternoon, finally, they're like, okay, hey, Wheeler's coming over from 1st Platoon. He's going to be your squad leader. I have no idea who this guy is. No idea. And Casey's like, oh my God, not that dude. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, he's so loud. He's obnoxious as hell. And I'm like, okay. Like, all right. So anyway, he comes over and like right off the rip, he's just like, hey guys, like, I know you guys are going through a lot as a platoon, blah, 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 blah. But like, here's who I am. Here's what I believe. I believe in training. I believe about taking care of the boys. He's like, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but like, we're going to fix this stuff. He's like, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm pissed that I'm over here. I love my platoon. My platoon was awesome. And 1st Platoon was amazing. Just to give you an idea. Okay. The 4 squad leaders that were in 1st Platoon all went to be CAG operators. Okay. Later in life, multiple ones of the team leaders did. The platoon sergeant ended up being the battalion CSM, Daryl Thies, and that dude's like a living legend, okay? Their PL was Doug Taylor, who was an EA at the unit, decided to commission, was a butter bar in the battalion as a squad leader, and went back to be a squadron commander at the unit, okay? Wow. That was their platoon. They were badass, okay? So anyway, whatever. We do some stuff that day, and then the next morning, I have like this thing with like doors getting kicked open. Apparently, I don't know why. I don't know what it is about me. But anyway, 4:30 in the morning, our door gets kicked open, and Casey and I are roommates on the NCO floor. Okay, together, and it's Josh. He goes, "Get up, leaders do work before everybody else. Get up, we got shit to do." And I just remember Casey, who, by the way, just fun fact, slept naked. He was such a creep. He rolls over, and he's like, we weren't in the same bed, by the way. Probably, you know what?
Thanks for clarifying that, Mike.
I don't know if I've ever clarified that before.
Thanks for clarifying
that. I never realized that maybe I made us sound like lovers. But anyway, no, we're like across the room on separate beds. But he rolls over and he was like, I ain't going to make it with this dude. Like, F this dude, man. But anyway, Josh was amazing. That dude, had sayings, man. Like, train like it's the last time you train before you go to combat. Do PT like it's the last time you're going to get to do PT before, you go to combat. Everybody has a choice. Everybody has a thought. We use all those thoughts to, come to a mutual understanding as an element, but then also like how we're supposed to do things. Like SOPs can be developed in real time. Like our TTPs can. Like they're not hard, fast rules. There's always a better way to do things. I'm not the smartest guy, but collectively, like, we can do amazing things. And I just remember, I'm like, dude, who are you? And there would be times where he would he would rip into us. Okay. But it was always for a reason. It was never just because he felt like doing it or he had a bad day, or anything. Like, there was a reason we messed up, but then immediately he'd be like, okay, I'm done. That's fine. I'm mad. What did we do wrong? What did I? And he'd be like, what did I mess up? How did I add to that? And I'd be like, wait, what? Like, you're taking ownership of this? Like, I remember one time, like, I was shotgunning a door and, the sequence was off and like, I didn't, kick the door and I didn't spin the right way and everything else. He comes up and he's like, bah, 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 bah. And I'm like, oh, like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how I was supposed to do it. He's like, no one's ever tell you that before? I was like, no, that's the first time I've ever done it. I just kind of had like watched other people and this is what I thought I had to do. And he's like, oh, well, then that's on me. And then like he would, do something funny. He'd be like, God damn it, Josh, you're so stupid. Why are you such a crappy squad leader? Like, do better, be better. Like he would talk to himself like that. And I'm like, you find it like comical, but at the same time, you like realize like, no, man, he believed that. He wasn't doing that for show. And when you see people do stuff like that, like a lot, you're like, man, okay. And so, I went from this guy that was ready to get out of the Army, okay, to a year later, I just signed a 3-year contract to extend, and now I'm a newly promoted sergeant. And quite frankly, I can't imagine doing anything different with my life. Like, I was bought in, man, because I had this dude that just came over, and he wasn't, I'm not going to sit here and say that like he was the greatest leader in the world, but I'll tell you what, he cared, and he just constantly wanted to get better. And he if we were doing something, he wanted to do it with us. And if we messed up, he messed up. Like, he would take ownership of like everything. And he truly, truly just cared about people.
I have a question. I don't know if you'll know the answer to it, but
yeah,
you had a calendar on the wall counting down until you got out of the Army. How many days were left when Josh became your squad leader?
327.
You do remember. I think it just goes to show you, again, man, we talked about bad leadership, but, it's just one of those points where good leadership can just make all the difference. And when you have, I remember times in my career when I had good leadership, you'll run into a burning house and disregard any of your own safety and well-being, if you feel like, your leadership has your back. So it's just another, I think, inflection point that I just want to make to people listening out here that, I have these podcasts for a reason, right? Like Mike has an amazing story and we're still getting into the early phases of it. But, there's so much things to unpack sometimes. I think people miss some of these small points in these podcasts. At least, the reason why I do mine is, one of those things that we've started to talk a lot about is leadership because it's so important. I know it's super important to you, and I know we're going to talk a lot about it in other parts of your career, but it's just one of those small moments where I just wanted to kind of recognize that because I see you when you talk, and I remember, and I've heard you on other podcasts as I was prepping, like when you talk about Josh and his leadership, I mean, the mark that he left on you that's still very vivid today as I speak to you now can just tell you like how much leadership, especially good leadership, can really affect you and change you as a person. And look, I mean, he turned your entire career around. I mean, you were a guy, again, 327 days left in the military and you were done, on to your next thing. And this guy comes in, changes you, and you became a command sergeant major. So, for those of you out there, you junior leaders who don't think what you're doing matters, if you don't like what you're doing and you don't like leading, go find something else to do.
Bad leadership's like a storm. It'll pass.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Thanks.
Anyway, so you had 327 days left. Josh takes over, your squad. Now you're with this guy who's leading you, and you're learning. And how tight did your squad start becoming? And dude, what was the change and shift in that platoon?
Man, it was so many things like all happened at once. So real quick, because I'll talk about 2001, talk about September 11th, but we started to get it as a platoon. We got other squad leaders that came in and other team leaders that came in. Casey ended up taking over 3rd Squad, Casey Castman, and then I got Tom Vitagliano in, who the guy is just, he's a Marine to his core, but like you couldn't help but love him, and you couldn't help, like he just had this boisterous laugh and he just loved to train. Now, he almost always was doing the wrong thing because he was trying to bring like Marine Corps tactics to things. But at the end of the day, like you couldn't be mad at him. But the privates I had, man, I had Nate Solomon, who used to be a cook. He came over. I had Brown, who unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Colburn, who went on to, do great things in Delta Force. And it was just all of us. And then, we got other privates in too. One I won't name because if anybody ever finds him, they'll probably, and I can tell that story too. Anyway, but we were super close, man. Like, because we were training and we were like there was like a purpose behind things, and we were constantly getting better. And, like Wheeler at times, like because he knew that like our platoon was still kind of trying to like sort things out, you know, and we're trying to kind of figure things out. We had new platoon sergeant, new PL, all the squad leaders were new, team leader, like everybody was new. Like he would go, hey, grab your stuff. Like, hey, we're going to go over, and we would go train with like first platoon. Like just do stuff. Like we wouldn't act like we were a squad in their platoon. We'd just go see how they would do things, or we go watch them. Be like, oh, okay. That's how a good unit does it, you know, and then we would take it back. Or like, you know, there would be like a conversation that like, hey, you know, I always remember like one, and this is an important point for two different reasons. Like Josh was like, hey, we really need to train at like how we would search vehicles. Like if we come up to a vehicle, like we need to know how to clear it. Everybody needs to know where they stand, like sectors of fire, who's going to grab the driver, who's going to grab the other passengers. Like if you fumble fuck through that and you end up having to shoot, you're going to shoot each other. So like we need to know how to do that as a team. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, yeah, you're probably right. We might have to do that, you know, but I'd never like, wow, there's other things other than, you know, like a raid or an ambush or like, you know, we'd done some CQB stuff, but I'm like, yeah, that's actually probably something. I'm like, you know, I remember like we're talking about it in the squad room. I'm like, well, how are we going to train on that? He's like, there's a parking lot full of vehicles. I'm like, yeah, but we probably shouldn't go use those vehicles. He's like, well, just use my truck. Like, you know, and he like, meet me out back. So like we go out back and he pulls his truck like up on the lawn. He's like, well, now let's just practice on my truck. And we're out there like doing it. And it was big because of two things. One, I was like, man, you got to think of other things. Like everything's not going to be cut and dry. The battlefield's 3D. Like it's in real time. It's real. You know, it's not these shoot houses that have no furniture or, you know, these cities that are stripped of everything. Like there's going to be other situations there. And two, you can train anything, anytime, anywhere. You don't have to have a range scheduled. You don't have to have a training area scheduled. Use what's about you, you know? Like we would literally like, he'd be like, everybody go grab their guns. We grab our, you know, we go grab our guns like in the arm room. And then he'd be like, all right, wait, everybody wait outside the arms room. And he'd go, okay, now let's clear our way back to a squad room. So we would just go through the entire barracks, clearing rooms. Like, but you know, we'd bust into people's rooms and they'd be like, what are you doing here? Shut up. Like, you know, like we'd just go clear people's rooms until we made it up into our squad room. I'm like, man, the world's your training ground. Like you don't need bullets. You don't need different kind of things. You can train anywhere. But I'd never seen that before.
Josh's philosophy, train like it's the last time before you go to war. I mean, that's a bold statement and it makes a lot of sense, especially, you know, for you and I that lived in the GWOT era. What's one of those training iterations that really kind of embodied that you can remember?
Yeah. So we were doing a training exercise down in Fort Knox and, you know, it was, there was the main target building and all we were doing it as like a squad plus hit. Okay. So the Black Hawk would land and pick us up in like another squad or like a half a squad or maybe like the gun team or something. And then they would just land outside the building and we would hit it. Okay. And we were just doing this like multiple times. Well, we built it up and then we were doing like 2 squads, you know, and then eventually we got more helicopters and we're like hitting it as a platoon. And when we did the platoon iteration, we didn't know it, but the other platoons, they were doing like similar things. But for that last one, the company first sergeant was like, all right, then we were doing some ammunition. Okay. So they basically threw both platoons in that building. So when we did that last hit, it just chaos erupted. Like, cause we basically hit twice the size of our force, right? You know, and the platoon just got like decimated, you know, and it was literally like part of our squad was left and like a machine gun crew when we got to the roof. And it was me, Josh, Ton Vitagliano, a machine gun crew, and like one other like private or something like that, or maybe like the RTO. Like everybody else was dead, you know? And we make it up to the rooftop, you know, and we're smoked, but like it was fun, you know, it was fun and it was unexpected and it was just kind of cool, you know? And it was cool because him and me and Tom, we'd made it, you know, we're from the same squad. And we make it up to the roof. And I just remember that Josh was like, well, you know, we're standing up on the roof and he's short. So Tom was a little bit taller than me. So Tom was like 6'4", right? And, you know, and Josh is like, you know, 5'9", 5'10". And I just remember we're standing up on the roof and he grabs us both by like our chin straps, okay, like to our helmet, like, and pulls us down so like we're at his level. And he's kind of like yelling at us, like, messing with us, but at the same time, like joking about it. You know, like he's trying to act like he's mad, but he's not mad, you know, and he's just like, that was so badass, but we lost so many men. Everybody's dead. It's just us. And we got to go write letters to their families and tell them that they're dead, you know, but we won, you know, and all this different kind of stuff, you know, and then he lets us go. He goes, but that's what combat's going to be like. He goes, you got to realize that you're going to have to make decisions that are going to result in people are going to die. He goes, and you're going to hit targets. You're going to do different kind of things where people are going to be getting mowed down and dying next to you left and right. But you got to continue on the Ranger mission. And I just remember being like, whoa.
The towers hadn't even fallen yet, dude. How do you think, like, was that guy just built for it? Like, you hear stories about people like Josh and you're just like, man, I thought I was a warrior till I met that dude. You know what I mean? Like, looking back on that moment of him telling you that, and then all of you experienced, and then obviously, Josh ultimately, sacrificed his life for this country as well. Like, how does that, like, as you sit here and think about that now after all that, like, how does that sit with you?
I think like, you take Josh, he believed it. I think the tide had shifted for some people. They knew something was going to happen. And I don't want to sit there and say that they're privy to more information, but I do want to say this, that, Josh's PL was Doug Taylor, who had served a lot of time in the unit, and that dude had done a lot of shit. So, and it's just like us nowadays, many of us nowadays, when we're trying to tell people, combat lessons or why you should take this training. Well, if we don't feel like we got people's attention when we're telling them, well, I'll pull something out of combat. Absolutely. Here's why you need to take this seriously, gentlemen. Here's something that happened to me in combat, and that probably happened, and then you have Daryl Thies that dude was like manufactured in a lab for war, and to be a leader, really, to be honest with you. And he was so Daryl Thies was raised in a platoon of just the lineage of warriors that have come out of there. Like guys that went on to be sergeant majors all over the Army, regimental sergeant majors, Delta Force operator. Like I'm just, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking that there's literally like 10 or 12 from this one platoon, from this platoon sergeant, Phil Pitch, okay, who's just an absolute warrior too. So I think like you combine all that stuff, like, and then just Josh, like he was one of the, just like I did. I just lost sight of it. Why did I join the Army? I joined the Army to people. I joined the Army to blow stuff up. I joined the Army to be a badass. I lost my way. Okay. And I think a lot of people lost their way. And when you don't have combat, pressing down the door, or if it's a normal part of your life, it's easy to do that. But Josh still believed that. He's a squad leader at the time, and he still believed that that's what we're designed to do. So you got to be the best at it. So I don't want to say that it's like this premonition that these people had, but I will tell you this. This is weird. This is going to be weird. I think of guys like Josh. I think of guys like Tom. I think of guys like Casey. I think of guys like Damon Feisick, Chris Nomay, McDowell. Like, and I think back to like conversations I've had with them throughout the years, And I just always wonder, like, did they know? And that sounds super, and I'm probably going to get a ton of hate for this. I probably will. And that's fine. But like, I remember distinct conversations I've had with these people throughout these years. Some of them more than others. I'm not going to sit there and act like I knew every single one of them as well as I knew Josh. I mean, Josh and Casey Casvan and Tom Vitagliano, I knew those dudes like I knew the back of my hand. Okay. Chris May I knew pretty well, but not as well. And McDowell, I knew him, not as well as some of those guys. But like, I'm just like, did they know? Did they know? And I don't think they did, but like, I just, at the same time, like, it just makes me wonder.
We did a series on Master Sergeant Gregory Trent. He was an ODA Green Beret, ended up getting killed in 2012 in Afghanistan. And it's funny because we interviewed his team commander, the A-team leader, Dave. Dave told me, like, Greg died on that rotation, and he had told Dave constantly several times before his death that he knew, like, it was it. He knew he was going to die in that valley. So I don't know, man. Maybe some people do know.
I don't know. I just, you know, I think back on things and it's just like, man, they had to, you know, was it just, you know, all the things that I described, you know, and all that perfect storm of individuals. So, you know, was it that the reason that they thought that way, that, you know, because of all that stuff, or did they just know something that the rest of us didn't know? And it always just, it trips me out. Like, if I'm being honest with you.
I know Josh was very impactful in your life because, you know, I mean, Josh helped you buy your first house. He helped you remodel it. He helped you pick out your first like big boy vehicle. What vehicle did you get and why did Josh push you to get it?
Yeah. So, you know, Josh became so many things for me because, you know, not only like did he, you know, was he part of the reason I decided to stay in the Army, but then also like, you know, before the first deployment, you know, all this stuff, like Josh is like, you know, we're warriors, we're going to go die for our country. Like, you know, and then we didn't, you know, we came back and he's like, well, we're going to be going back. Like you need to get married, you need to have kids. Like, you know, somebody's got to carry on the family name after you die a warrior's death on your shield, you know, this Spartan kind of stuff, you know, and I don't want to sit here and say that's like the reason I got married and I had kids, but definitely like, you know, we truly believed, like, you know, especially, you know, after the invasion, you know, of Iraq, like, man, this is our life now. Like we live deployments. Like this is all what we're going to do. And we're just going to do it nonstop. And, you know, so Josh, you know, he not only influenced me, like when it comes to being a Ranger, being a leader, but he's like, you need to buy a house, like real estate. God's not making any more land, buy a house. So like, I'm like, okay. So like bought a house, you know, like, all right, now always, you know, and this is something that like he would say, not only in like your personal life, but like, you know, living conditions or whatever you're talking about, like always be improving, making things better. Doing chores, you know, that's what he would always call it. Like, do chores. Men, it's time to do chores, you know. Stick a whole big old dip of grizzly in and everything else, and we'd just do stuff. And, you know, so when we'd have, you know, long weekends or we would have, you know, leave and stuff like that, that's what we would do. You know, we would go and we'd remodel. I'm a shitty handyman. Okay, I'm like terrible at it, but Josh was really good at it. You know, and we'd retile like his kitchen and then we retile my kitchen, or we'd like knock out a wall and we'd drywall, or like we'd do outdoor stuff. Like we'd do all this different kind of stuff. And, but yeah, like the vehicle thing, you know, Josh was like, you got to have a work truck. Like you got to have a work truck for hauling stuff. That's what men have. And I'm like, okay, you know, and he had this like, I don't even know. It was like a Mazda, or no, a Datsun or something like that. Like a jacked up Datsun. The amount of times I had to like meet up with him to like jump that thing or push that thing, because I like always was breaking down, you know. And so I bought like this, I think it was like a 72 like GMC, you know, and it was just a hunk of junk on the outside, but it had an amazing motor in it. Oh man, that thing ran like a beauty, you know. And you know, it's just like, so Josh and I, you know, like it wasn't just about work, you know. And I even bought my house because it was close to him, you know. We were like 10 minutes apart, you know. Because I just like, I wanted to be around this dude. Like he was a lot of things for me, you know. Both of our wives at the time, like they were close, our kids were close, like, and we spent a lot of time together, you know. And it was just, he taught me a lot of things that I just like, hey, I hadn't thought through, but I needed to know, like, there's a balance. Like, you know, this is, you know, work, and then this is your family. And when you're with your family, you prioritize your family, but you're, you know, demonstrating to your boys that like, this is what a man does. This is what a man should be, you know? And, it was cool, man. There was a lot of war. There was a lot of death and destruction, but then there was also a lot of the formation of like, oh, this is what it means to be a family man.
Josh was there when your first son was born. What did he say to you about fatherhood?
I've already told you this. So I'll repeat it. It's definitely not PG-17, but, or PG-13. Yeah, PG-13. He said, I mean, obviously, you know, he said the normal stuff. Gave me a cigar, you know, all the normal things you do, and congratulations. But he goes, the thing about boys is you can f up boys. That's fine. They'll just grow up hating their dad. But at the end of the day, you'll be their dad, you know. And when they grow up to be men, you know, they'll understand. He goes, and, you know, I didn't have a daughter, but he goes, but you don't want to f up a daughter because then her name will be Shaniqua and she'll be working at the Boo. But, I mean, you know, but in all seriousness too, throughout the time, Josh, didn't have a huge father figure in his life. He knew that, I did, but, I'd kind of had, and Josh obviously knew that stuff. Like, so, we would talk a lot, about what it meant to be a father and also what it meant to be a father that was constantly gone at war. And it bothered Josh. Josh was an amazing father. Like, he loved his kid. His oldest boy, Zach, I mean, man, and, I know Zach listens to some of this stuff. Dude, man, I'll tell you, there was deployments like where we would be doing stuff, and Josh was just always in high spirits. Like, that guy just, man, like, nothing could bring that guy down. Nothing could bring that guy down. It didn't matter what the hell was going on. But there was definitely times, like early mornings, drinking coffee and stuff like that, like sitting out watching sunrises or doing whatever, where Josh would, talk about his wife, and Zach at the time, especially those first couple of deployments. And man, like, God, that dude, he'd really beat himself up about it, and he'd be like, I'm a warrior, but like, I'm also a father. I'm also a husband. Like, and you could tell, like, and I mean, it did the same for me, but like, he was bothered by it. Like, he was torn because he wanted to be there for his kids, and he knew what it was like to grow up without a father, and that bothered Josh.
When Josh left for Delta Force around 2006, 2007, what was your last conversation with him?
So I had him and another good buddy of mine, Mark Schmitz. They went to the, they go to the same selection course. I think they went to the same selection course, or they didn't, and one of them deferred. I can't remember, okay? But they left at the same time, okay? So Josh had went off and he'd become the AT section leader, okay, at this time. And then Mark Schmitz had become my squad leader, okay? And then I had went and taken third squad. So now you got Josh, an AT section leader, Mark, first squad leader, me, third squad leader. And then they went to selection. They both made it, okay? And, they're trying to figure things out. And we're like, hey, we got to get it. Because I became really close with Mark as well, Mark Schmitz, and we're still close to this day. And I'm like, hey, you guys are hitting the road tomorrow. We'll do the last dinner over at my house. And they're like, okay, cool. So everybody comes over to my house. We put on this huge, huge dinner, and all the kids are there. At this, Mark at that time, I think, because Mark's a little bit older than both of us at the time. I think no, he had two kids. I'm sorry. At that time, Josh only had Zach, I believe, or maybe he had one more, and I just had Aiden. I just had my one, and we just had like the most amazing dinner. Like, just all of us just reminiscing about all the stuff we've been through, kids, wives, all this different kind of stuff, and just having a great time. And it was amazing, and there wasn't like a single conversation, but it was the last time for many years all of us were together. But I can tell you the story about the last time I was with Josh and Mark, and it was actually the same night. I can tell that story later. Yeah. But I remember when both of them left, standing out there in my garage, and they're like, and I'm like, man, like, I'm gonna miss you guys. Like, they're stoked. Obviously, I'm sure they have a mixed emotions going on, but they're leaving. They're going to do something amazing. Okay, I'm here. And both of them were like, dude, shut up. Like, we'll see you next year. Like, of course you're coming. Like, we'll see you next year. Just like, hurry up. Like, we already told you how to do this. Train up. We'll see you next year. Like, all right. Like, we'll be all back together, man. Not how that worked out, but
let's take a quick break.
Okay.
I appreciate you giving us an insight into kind of your relationship with Josh Wheeler. And I know it's going to come up later on in your story. I really just want to give the audience a taste of, who Josh was, right? We see the picture on the internet of the Delta Force dude getting killed, but that guy had a family, had a story, obviously super impacted you as a leader. So we kind of bounced around a little bit, but I do want to go back, right? Can you tell me a little bit about, where you were for 9/11?
Yeah, so we... shortly after I graduated, I actually got married August of 2001, and right after that, we went to Germany for a training exercise. So we flew on C-17 over there, and then in-flight rigged and jumped out. Wow. Did this long ass movement across Germany. I don't even remember what it was. I want to say it ended up being like, 35 to 45 miles. We ended up walking. It was over like a 2 or 3 day period.
Was this a battalion size exercise? Or
yeah,
company?
It was. It was all of. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was just BCO and CCO, and then the battalion headquarters. And then I believe ACO went to Jordan, and I didn't know this till many, many years later. And then like 175 was in Hungary, and then part of them were in Hungary, and part of them were in UK, and then 375 was back in the United States. So it was kind of a global exercise kind of base. Like we were all doing different kinds of stuff. But anyway, so we did this exercise, and we did a bunch of training with the Germans, exchange programs, got my German Schützenschnee, which is like their EIB, which was really, really cool event. But we were prepping to go into the box, which is like a training simulation ground. They got 3 of them. Well, actually they got 4 of them now. There's one in Germany. There's one in JROTC down in, Louisiana. Then there's one over in Fort Warren, and now there's actually one over in Hawaii. But basically it's where units go to get like certified. It's certified for deployments, but then also just meet, certain metal tasks and everything else. And there's structured OP4 that's actually a unit. I can't remember what the one over.
So it's kind of like the National Training Center, but it's in Germany.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yep. Yeah. NTC. There you go. Sorry. Thanks. I completely forgot. So anyway, we're getting ready to go into Hohenfelds, so the National Training Center over there in Germany, and we're out in Hohenfelds barracks, like 0 miles. Okay. So we're just out there, we're practicing, with the miles, 0 the miles, getting them all dialed in, make sure all our gear's set up, because that night we're supposed to be going into the box. And I remember the the company XO at the time, which was Doug Taylor, same guy that had been the PL at the time. He comes out and he goes, "Hey, a plane just ran into the World Trade Center." We're like, "Oh, that's weird." And so we go back to training, and then a little while later, he comes back out again, and he's like, "Another plane just hit the other World Trade Center." We're like, what in the hell is like going on? And then somebody else like comes out. It's like a beautiful fall day. Like it's, just beautiful. And we're just enjoying the sun and being outside and everything else. And somebody comes out and they're like, "America's under attack. They think we're under attack." We're like, holy shit. So like a little bit more information comes out, and we're like, okay, we're not going into the box. Like we're going to end up doing something else. I don't know what that is. At the time we're not talking about Afghanistan and Taliban, like all this different kind of stuff. So we kind of like pack up gear, pack up the miles boxes that you use to zero the lasers and all this stuff, and like throw them in the hooch, and we're like, we gotta go find like the news, like we gotta go find a TV. So we end up going into the chow hall, and they like pull out a TV, and there's no, at this point the towers had already fell. Okay. So we didn't see that part. I actually didn't see the actual footage from the plane striking the World Trade Center and the towers falling until a month later when I got back to the United States.
Oh, wow. So you guys stayed in Germany the whole time?
Yeah. So we're just like all amping each other. Like we're going to war, or like we're going to end up doing something else. We're not going to go into the box. And, we're doing all this different kind of stuff. Nothing really. We're actually not doing anything. We're just talking about
it's like busy work, but now that it matters.
Yeah, right. And we don't know what any of this means. It doesn't mean what, but then also at the same time, like dudes are freaking out, like, well, my uncle, he works in New York, or, or I have a relative or whatever, and there's even people that like my family, a family member or somebody that I know works in the World Trade Center. We start to hear about the plane strike at the Pentagon, and then people are like, "Oh shit!" Like I know somebody that works in the Pentagon, or my dad works in the Pentagon, whatever it is, and like all this information's coming in, but we're so removed from it all. This is before cell phones, or any kind of real rapid I mean, there were cell phones, but it's very different,
especially when you're in Europe.
Yeah. So no one has cell phones, so we're just trying to get like information, and they like shut off the phones. So we couldn't like use the pay phones to call, because everything was going on lockdown. you know, they were shutting down military bases, you know, during this time, you know, and even probably in Europe, you know, I don't know this, but they were probably grounded flights too, you know, just like they were doing in the United States. And me in my head, I'm just like, holy shit. Like, I didn't know anybody in New York, but I'm like, okay, this is definitely something that's going to change things. And then I do remember, you know, my ex-wife at the time, she was on a train. She was supposed to be going back to, you know, Sydney. She'd gotten on a train, and then I'd heard like they'd shut down like all transportation. And I'm thinking like, holy shit, like where's she at, you know? So anyway, it's all very, very wild at this time, but we're convinced that we're not going to be going into the box. And then, you know, as it started to get closer to, you know, like dinner time, you know, they kick us out of the chawl. They're like, hey, we got to get ready for dinner. And we're like just sitting around like we don't know what we're going to be doing. And then the company commander like calls a formation and he's like, hey, we're going into the box. Like we got to train. Like we don't have a lot of details. We don't know what's going on, but we're going into the box. And so we got to like pack everything back up. And then like we get on these 5 tons and they literally like drive us on this road and they just drop us off. And they're like, walk into the woods and, you know, set up basically platoon patrol bases. So we kind of did, but really everybody's just like wants to know what the hell is going on. And do we need to be doing this? Like, it's very like, there's a lot of turmoil at this point. Like, you know, why are we doing this? Like, America's under attack. We're getting ready. Like, why would we go into the box for some training exercise, you know, when the country's under attack? And so Josh, you know, Wheeler, he was my squad leader at the time. We just set up like this poncho hooch, this big old poncho hooch, you know, because it started raining. And we all got under the tent, like no security or nothing. Like we're just sitting under this tent. And one of my privates had grabbed one of those like Red Cross wind-up radios.
Yeah.
And we'd found the AFN news network. So we're sitting under there just like listening to it. But we're not getting a lot of information really. And I just remember.
I love the ingenuity of Joe.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'd like wired, like they'd put like Claymore wires into it to like boost the signal. Like it was awesome. So we're not really getting any information from AFN. You know, like no real new information. Just the towers have been struck. There'd been a strike at a Pentagon. There'd been another plane that had crashed. You know, expected terrorist attack. You know, but that's really about it. And I remember we're sitting there. And we're like, well, what the hell are we going to do? You know, like, what are we supposed to do? And I just remember Josh was like, the world's changed. Everything's going to be very different right now. And we're like, okay, you know, probably, you know. And he's like, he told one of the privates, he's like, grab your notebook. I want everybody to write or tell them what you're thinking right now so we can like capture this moment in time. Yeah, so like everybody goes around and like says something and writes it down in this notebook. And yes, I've confirmed since then that notebook has been lost. Unfortunate as shit. But I do want to highlight in that squad at the time was Josh Wheeler, Tom Vitagliano, Colburn, myself, Nate Solomon, and Brown, PFC Brown, and then there's one other private, I believe, that maybe was like attached to us or something like that. You know, and I think about that moment a lot because Brown ended up dying from the demons, you know, of war and all that different kind of stuff. Tom Vitagliano was killed with in the conventional army, protecting his guys from a suicide bomber, and Wheeler died, you know, rescuing hostages, and got the Silver Star. And I think about that a lot, like how everybody's sitting under that tent. 3/5 of the people that were sitting under that tent in that moment were killed over the next 20 years. And then, you know, I don't know. I mean, we probably slept that night and then we woke up the next morning and we started walking and we did the whole box scenario. But I do remember like inflection points, you know, throughout that like training exercise, because when you're doing the box at that time, you're doing it against Eastern Bloc states, you know, so like Russians, basically.
Krasnovians.
So Krasnovians.
They like make up weird countries.
Like but they like tried to switch it up because we were finding out things, you know, things were being identified, terrorists, Taliban, Afghanistan. And it just tells you how we didn't know shit is somewhere, somehow they found a bunch of Arabic speakers and they brought them in to be like role players and to be the combatants and different kind of stuff and translators, you know, and we're like, oh, okay. like we're preparing to go to the Middle East now, you know. But it's funny, you know, in hindsight, like, well, there's no Arabic speakers in Afghanistan, you know. Yeah. You know, it's Dari and Pashto, you know. But I just it was really, really weird. And then we finish up the box, and we do this giant battalion formation. And the battalion commander was Kevin Owens, and Colonel Owens, who's just an awesome dude. And then the sergeant major was Hugh Roberts. And they do this battalion formation. The first time I remember seeing it. You know, he pulls out the Time magazine with the towers on fire. You know, with the and the images. And he's like, you know, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he's like, these mother effers think they can attack our country and get away with it. Men, we're going to war. I don't know when. We're working out details right now, but we're going to war. So everything's really tight right now because we were supposed to have like a 4-day where we could go out and Oktoberfest, you know, all this awesome stuff in Germany. He's like, we can't do that. So like, you guys got like basically the night, you know, to go out, and then we're prepping and we're flying back home. So like we went out, and it's actually a really, really kind of funny story. I know we're trying to talk about 9/11, but I'll inject like a little bit of humor. So
dude, let's inject life. Bro.
Yeah, let's inject life. So Josh is like, well, you know, and Josh just like, he had that dry sense of humor, you know, that everybody, you know, that Rangers and many of us in our field are known for. He's like, well, let's go have fun. Let's get drunk. And because we're probably all going to die pretty soon anyway. So Nate had found out that there's an MWR place and we could rent mountain bikes. So me, Josh Wheeler, Nate Solomon, and Matt Nyman, we all went and rented mountain bikes. Okay. And I'm like, well, where are we going to go? And he's like, you know, and Josh had found like this map or like some tourist map or something like that. He's like, we'll go here. And we just started biking. Okay. And so we rode our mountain bikes forever, and we found this little village, and they had like this, beer garden and everything else. So we went in there and we started drinking beer, and we're drinking with Germans. There's no other Americans there, and eating food, you know, schnitzel and all this different kind of stuff. And then Nyman goes, hey, let's go to the next town. So we're like, okay, cool. Let's go to the next town. And these Germans like start yelling at us, and we're like, what? Like, what's going on? Because none of them like spoke English, and the waitress like spoke a little bit of English, and somewhere in there we deduced that she was basically saying we hadn't paid. And I'm like, Nyman, you took care of the bill. He's like, yeah, I took care of the bill. He's like, I paid. We're like, we paid, like you, you know, like blah 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 blah, and we're like drunk, right? And at some point, the conversation got pretty heated. The argument got pretty heated. And Josh, you know, somebody, I won't say it was Josh, it was somebody who was like, listen, we beat your Nazi asses in World War II. We'll beat your asses now. And then they're just like, get out of here. You know, so we get out of there and we like freaking mountain bike off. So we mountain bike for like freaking like 2 miles. We're like half drunk, half in the bag, and we stop. And I'm just like, and I think I was actually like the least drunk out of everybody. I was like, stop. I'm like, Matt, look in your wallet. Did you pay them? And he like opens up his wallet and he's like, oh shit, no, I didn't. And I'm like, dude, like, oh my God, like hopefully they'll pull its eye. So we went and we had the most amazing night. Like, and we drank. But so anyway, we ended up like really far away. And now
I was about to say, how far did you?
I think we were like 20 plus miles away, right? And we're like, we got to get back. Like, it's getting dark. So like, we're getting back, and we know like this road we're supposed to be on. And somewhere in there, we got like we're on a parallel road to the main road that we need to be, that'll take us into Hohenfeld. And, but there's a creek separating us. And I'm like, I think, you know, we can kind of like see it. I'm like, there's the gate right there. I'm like, well, we're going to have to like get across. And I was like, we can keep on going. I'm sure there's going to be a bridge at some point. And Josh is like, we're Rangers. We don't need bridge. We make our own bridges. And I'll never forget it. Cause I mean, we are off our asses. And Josh grabs this mountain bike and he's holding it over his head, and he starts going across the creek, and it's cold as shit. And it's getting like really high, and he starts reciting the Ranger Creed.
Dude, I told you last night, man, you guys are built.
And I just remember, like, you know, he's fighting this current and we're going across this creek. Luckily, it wasn't deep. We didn't have to swim. We were able to wade across. And we get to the other side, and like he stops because he's realizing, well, it's not quite as bad as he thought it was, but he wanted to finish the Ranger Creed. So he like stops in the middle and recites the rest of the Ranger Creed and then like walks across. So anyway, we get back and, you know, we pack up everything and we fly home. And, you know, that next morning, you know, I get back home, I'm sitting in my apartment, and it's the first, you know, I turn on the news, and it's the first time I actually saw the towers get hit. I saw the planes hit, you know, I saw them collapse, like all that stuff. And then, you know, fast forward maybe like a week, and then 375 jumps in Objective Rhino.
Oh.
And that sucked. Because you're like, dude, we were right there. Like, we just got off of a plane. Like, we could have took the plane. We could have literally probably took the plane that we were on, because there wasn't a lot of C-17s back then. You got to remember, like, there's only like 2 or 3 squadrons of C-17s in 2001, you know, and I don't know that for a fact. Some Air Force dorks would be like, no, there was actually 6, you know, but to us, it didn't seem like there was that many C-17s. And, you know, we're like, we were right there. We could have went and did this mission. We could have went and jumped, you know, and they brought 375 over to a staging area and then, you know, had them jump in an Objective Rhino. And because, you know, the mentality at the time was, we're going to miss this. Because you think, you know, you got Desert Storm, you got Somalia, you got Panama, you got Grenada. These are all like couple week long engagements. And then they were done. And if you didn't get on those initial ones, you were going to miss the whole goddamn, you know, conflict, not war necessarily. But yeah, as many of us know, we didn't miss shit.
No. What was the mood like when you got back to the States? I mean, it'd been a month, you know, obviously JSOC and everybody else was spinning up, and I'm sure your leadership was getting fed information. Was there stuff that was starting to trickle down into the companies?
So a lot of gear started trickling down. A lot of new gear.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of new MTTs started happening. You know, we were getting new radios, we were getting new night vision, we were getting new optics for guns, we were getting just new gear in general, right? You know, chem gear, you know, uniforms, all this different kind of stuff. Like, we just got like inundated with like all of this gear, like all of a sudden. And then training just amped up. Like, I mean, we came back from that. We maybe had like a couple weeks, but then as soon as 375 jumped in, it was off to the races. I mean, we were out in Yakima doing training. We were at Fort Knox doing training, a lot of, you know, urban warfare stuff, but then also mountain warfare stuff, you know, practicing, you know, doing all mobility, all this different kind of stuff. Like, it was really, really amping up. And then that's, you know, and we learned at the same time, like, hey, no. Like, 375 jumped in, they secured. The Marines have, you know, started securing bases. 175s were leaving 37, or they're going over. They're going to have a continued presence there. They're going to be doing operations out of Bagram. And then we're backfilling them. So we're like, oh, okay, we're not going to miss this. So then everything just shifted. Like, we're going to war. Like, this is truly happening. We didn't miss shit. Now it's on.
What were those conversations like in the platoon?
Man, they were, you know, you got to, you know, you talk about Rangers, you know, but I mean, everybody, you know, but it was definitely, you know, like, we were around, you know, we didn't sing cadence a lot, but when we did, you know, it's like, hey, anybody give me a war. Hey, you know, like, I mean, it was war. Like, that's what we were there for. That's what we joined for. You know, and I've talked about this, like, there's a lot of Rangers that didn't sign up for war. There's a lot of Rangers that didn't want to do this. There's a lot of Rangers that tried to get out. They didn't sign up to do this shit, you know, and that happened Army-wide. You know, I found out since, like, a lot of people were like, I just joined for college money. I joined a peacetime army. I'm not interested in this shit. So, you know, we saw a lot of different things happening, a lot of manning issues, you know, a lot of dudes trying to leave, you know, all this different kind of stuff, find training organizations to go to, or find other reasons to kind of get out of the Army because it's not what they joined up for. But those that stayed, man, we were training hard, and we were training very differently. We were training with a renewed sense of purpose, and focus, you know, and it goes back to that, you know, train like it's the last time you're going to go to combat. Well, you know, we while we kind of started to develop like, hey, February is when we're going to go over to Afghanistan, things like Roberts Ridge started happening, and then there was talks of, hey, we're going to actually send more over. So, we were thinking, hey, at any time, like they could go, hey, we're going to send the whole battalion now, but as we kind of closed in on February, they said, hey, we're just sending BCO over there and one platoon from ACO. So it was only 4 platoons that deployed from 275 at the beginning. And I'll tell you what, man, that was pretty rough. CECO and the rest of ACO and a lot of elements of HHC, they weren't happy about it. Like a lot of buddies that I'd known for a long time, all of a sudden didn't know who I was when I'd run into a chow hall because they were pissed. They were jealous, man. We were going to war and they were not. And they ended up bringing over, I think, most of the battalion by the time the rotation got done, because we were there from February to April of 2002.
Did you know initially what you guys were going to do, or was it just kind of like, hey, we're going over, we'll figure it out when we get there?
Yeah, it was a lot of, we'll just figure it out when we get there. There was stuff happening, like Rangers were doing stuff, unit guys were doing stuff and SEAL guys were doing stuff, but it wasn't really kind of clear. And the communication was not like it is now. There wasn't.
Yeah, that's a big question I had because, are you an E5 team leader?
Yeah, I was a team leader, yeah.
So, that's pay grades above you. So I was wondering what that matriculation of information was like.
Yeah, there wasn't like X orders to read, op orders, planning mission, there wasn't stuff there. The one thing I do remember is watching, they took us all to Evergreen Hall, which is this movie theater that's right by 275's barracks, our footprint. And, brought us, I think it was all the leadership because you can't fit the whole battalion in there, but you can fit most, pretty much all leader, like Spec 4 and above, you could probably fit in there. And they brought us in there and we watched the ISR footage from Roberts Ridge when the 175 helicopter crash landed. And then, the RPGs ripped through it and the gun, and then Commons and, or not Commons, I'm sorry. The 2 Rangers were killed, running off. And then they, they had the dudes in the bunker and everything else, and they killed. And we watched that footage, and we're like, "Holy shit!" And then we got back. That obviously, Roberts had got killed, falling off the back of the aircraft, and all the Rangers, that had gotten shot up on that hilltop, and there was this, C-47 that was downed, and all this different kind of stuff. And that was like right before we left. And I remember, it too, because when we showed up, like 175 was still recovering from that. Like that was the first time, like. And, almost, 10 years that we'd lost Rangers in combat, since, Mogadishu. And obviously, the mission had not gone as planned. What was that? Objective Anaconda, I think, was the overall mission. Yeah, the overall mission was Objective Anaconda. And a lot of things, and a lot of dudes that died was because things had went off the rails and, hadn't went as planned. So, linking up with those guys and seeing those guys. And I knew, a lot of I remember the platoon sergeant, who was a dude that I trained with quite a bit, in the breaching programs and stuff. He was definitely different. Like I remember I can't remember his name for the life of me, but having like a conversation with him, like there was definitely a lot of blackness behind his eyes, because he'd lost Rangers in combat and they were still recovering from that. And 160th had lost dudes as well. But we didn't really know what we were going to be doing. And so my platoon or my squad got assigned to 3rd platoon and we were just doing all kinds of different stuff. And we were just kind of all over the place. No real like combat missions per se. Like we did some escort stuff, mobility wise, but then also like escort stuff for like dignitaries where we like QRF forces. We did a lot of QRF missions. We did a couple missions like where we'd go out to like, green guys would bring, POWs and we'd put them on our MAMs, and, they bring them on the back of the aircraft and we'd do the escort for them. But like, we weren't doing like combat missions yet. And then that's when they kind of decided, okay, like we needed to build out FOBs. So, 1st platoon, FOB Shank, Skin, Organ E, all that different kind of stuff. Like we went out, we started establishing that stuff. And along with building that stuff up and, setting up the perimeters for all that stuff, we'd also just do patrols. So we'd do a lot of mobility and we had like a rotation, we'd do mobility patrols, foot patrols, all this different kind of stuff throughout the region.
Did you get any ticks on that first deployment?
The first deployment, no. That we had one incident where a wedding was happening, and we thought we were under fire. We thought the Mongolian horde was trying to take us over, because we were actually, I think, oh no, I'm sorry, there was 2 incidents. Now that I think about it, sorry, a long time ago. Lots happened between now and then.
I think.
Yeah, but there was like a wedding, and we were like driving by, like, and we thought like, oh my God, like we're getting ambushed, and then like realized like, oh no, that's like just celebratory fire. And then there was another mission that we did where SF guys had went out to some village and got ambushed, and 2 of the guys had gotten killed. So then we went with them back, not only to recover the vehicles, recover the bodies, but then also, because I don't think they recovered one of the bodies. They recovered one, and then we had to go recover one. The up thing is we didn't have enough vehicles, so we loaded up the Humvees, and then we also loaded up a jingly truck. So we literally drove this we call it the jingly truck assault. And if you go to 3rd Squad, 2nd Platoon, Bravo Company, you'll see on a piece of plywood a jingly truck, and it says jingly truck assault. And it's because like we put like half the platoon in the back of the jingly truck. I got a funny story about that. But anyway, and then we just went and cleared this village. But we didn't get in a firefight or anything. I mean, the SF dudes, they were like, we wanted to like, the whole village, man, but like, no, we're like, they had moved. All the armed combatants had moved out, because we didn't have ISR back then. They'd already moved out into the mountains and everything else, because this is a borderland region.
Did it ever like, it's your first trip, man, and I'm just kind of trying to put myself in your shoes. Like, man, you've had this arc of an evolution, your personal life, your military life, getting into the regiment, all the different things. Now you're a team leader, and now you're there doing the thing. Yeah, it's not like Saving Private Ryan, but I mean, you're still in a combat zone. Yeah, you're still at the shiny tip of the spear. Did you process that at that time, or is that something you processed later on in life?
No, it definitely did. And there was one night where we were doing like a foot patrol, and it was just my squad. It was just me, Wheeler, Tom Vitagliano. At that point, we had Curry, Pritchard, Foos, and probably Brown. Brown was there as well. So we had a full squad, and we were doing like a foot patrol, and then we got comms that they were like, "Hey, you guys are located here," because we were sending like updates where we were. They're like, "There's a compound we want you to go check out." So like walk there. And there was like this point where it's still like an undescribable sound. Okay. So I can't remember who it was. I want to say, because I was alpha team leader, and it was somebody behind me, like stepped on something, and it made this like pop sound. Right. And my first thought was landmine.
Sure.
Sounds
like a bouncing Betty, dude.
Right? Like, I mean, it was like a sound I've never heard before in my life, And I just remember, like, along with everybody else, freaked out, like, and it was not. I still to this day we have no idea what it was. But my point was, is like we're all amped up now, and then we did the final like line of advance, and then we assaulted this compound. There was no one in the compound. Like, no, it was completely blank. But I just remember that, like, as we're clearing, we're doing all this stuff, like the how amped up my guys were, like, and they were kind of making mistakes, and they were kind of half-assing some things because they were like so like energized. And I remember like walking back after that patrol, and Wheeler and I are talking about it, like, what was that sound? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. But I just remember, like, hey, as a leader, you set the tone. And if you're amped up and you're screaming and you're excited, you're going to set the tone. And I was like, in combat situations, dire situations, you got to remain calm. Like, you got to be the calm dude. And there's multiple times, throughout that deployment where that was demonstrated that, like, and it's not because of a firefight. Whether you get in a firefight in combat, obviously combat, firefights are very different, but it's a heightened sense of things. Everybody's on edge. You don't know what is going to happen. Anytime, any blind corner or any valley you're walking or driving, or village that you're going through, because like we would drive through villages and you see dudes with red beards and they'd be flipping us off and all this different kind of stuff. And we were told that like the red beards are Taliban, so like we'd go through villages and we're thinking, oh man, like we're going to get ambushed, so the heightened sense of things was always there. And at the end of the day, you're in a foreign land, and those people proved that they wanted to try to kill us. They came to our country and killed us. Okay. And now we're in their country trying to kill them. You know, they like you as a leader, even in all these situations, one, you can't get complacent because the times that I've been in firefights or shit's happened, you know, you didn't expect them to happen a lot of times. Sometimes you do, but most of the time you don't. But you always got to remain calm. You got to be the calmness in the storm. And when, you know, and I think there's translatable, you know, adage, you know, from that is, you know, when things are chaotic, you know, and this goes into the conversation you and I were just having during the break, is like when everything else is falling apart around you, look for the guy that's calm. That's your beacon. That's the guy you want to align yourself with. That's the guy that's going to be the most situationally aware and have the best sense of self. And he's the guy that's going to guide everybody else through it. The dude that's freaking out, like you just need to like put him in a corner and tell him not to hurt himself, you know, because he's going to get everybody else in trouble.
I've had a saying I've used for years, man. Calm breeds calm.
Yeah, it does.
And then again, to your point, you start freaking out. Yeah. Everybody freaks out. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's a great point. That first trip, were you guys like on a 90, 120-day rotation?
Yeah, so that was a 90. We were doing 90s at the time. And, you know, I mean, there was things that happened, but there was no major firefights for the whole battalion. Okay, no one got any major firefight. We didn't lose anybody. No one people got injured, but it was all like, you know, just injuries from no one got shot or blown up or anything else. You know, so by and large, it was just like, okay, what do we all envision for combat? We all envision Saving Private Ryan. We all envision Mogadishu. Like, that's what we all think is going to happen. And it wasn't that, you know. And I'm not taking away from it, you know. I'm not taking away, you know, I'm not taking away from.
But this is why I like talking, because people have this idea of what war, what combat is. I mean, and you know, here you are, the shining tip of the spear, and it's, you know, man, sometimes it's not always, you know, what you think. It's like, you know, for you watch a spy movie, right? Like Jason Bourne or whatever, man, you know. Yeah, you get to see a couple minutes of him, you know, doing some stuff, but there's like 2 days of paperwork that go into writing, you know, whatever sneaky thing he did.
Well, I mean, combat's defined as long periods of extreme boredom with brief moments of high intensity.
Great.
You know,
great point. So you come back from that deployment, and you know, it's different now. I mean, you know, you guys are seasoned, if you will. Yeah, maybe not combat tested, but you guys have done the thing. Like now it's like, does training kind of take on a different role now? Like,
yeah, it definitely does. I will say that there was still like, okay, well, like, what do we do for the next one? Because like we're going back to Afghanistan, you know, coming back, you know, again, lens of time. We didn't know about Iraq. Okay. This is 2002. We didn't know we were going to be going to Iraq. You know, so what do we train for? Well, okay, what did we do? We need to get better at mobility stuff. Okay. We need to get better at long range. Okay. We need to look at some optics stuff. Okay. Like everybody should have ACOGs. Like definitely. Okay. We need to look at zero parameters and, you know, able to shoot out because, you know, the enemy is going to probably be, you know, 200, 500 meters away.
Was money flowing? Like,
dude, it was out of control. Yeah, it was out of control. I know.
It was basically you can get whatever you want type deal.
Pretty much. Like it was just, I went from the Clinton administration, and I'm not being political. Okay. Just so we're clear. But most, by and large, when Democrats in office prior to Obama, like that's when all the funding gets shut off, and then Republicans come in, and we, you know, it's good. But I came in where money was tight. Like, you know, you had to pick and choose, you know, how many rounds you were going to carry, you know, for live fires and everything else, because, you know, it wasn't just this endless stock. But now it's like the floodgates are open. You want it? Go shoot it. You know, HE rounds, you know, Gustav rounds, grenades, 203s. Like all this different kind of stuff. Like, okay, you know, that was another big thing, like big guns, like 50 cals, Mark 19s, you know, Gustavs, we need to do cross training with all this different kind of stuff. 240s, we need to look at optics for 240s, lasers, you know. We had some of this stuff, but we needed to get better at it, or we needed to find
Were you guys running suppressors back then?
No, we didn't have suppressors back then. But we spent a lot of time in Yakima, because Yakima, I mean, really to be honest with you, if I put you in Afghanistan and I put you in Yakima and I didn't tell you which one you were in, you might not know.
Really?
You know? Yeah, it pretty much looks the same. Not as quite as mountainy like when you get up to northern Afghanistan, but for the most part, it looks a lot, you know, like Bagram Airfield. You go outside in the fields of Bagram Airfield, it pretty much looks like right outside the back end of Yakima. So yeah, we spent a lot of time in Yakima, did a lot of training out there and everything else. And then at the close of 2002, we started going, hey, okay, you're not going to deploy to Afghanistan this next rotation. SECO and a platoon from ACO are going to go. And we're like, fuck, that sucks, you know? Okay, but whatever, right? And so SECO and ACO go, all right? And now we're just like doing different kind of training and everything else. And then stuff started to change a little bit more. And they were like, hey, we really need to be going and doing more mobility stuff and urban warfare stuff. Okay, we need to be preparing for bigger cities. And we did like a couple things, like when we went to some training facilities we hadn't been to before, you know, with bigger cities, you know, mock cities and stuff like that. I'm like, what's going on here? You know, but again, we just don't know what we don't know. We're preparing for Iraq. And then I don't know if it was in 2002 or if it was after the new year in 2003. I can't quite remember, but like, we're like, okay, the rest of the battalion is going to be deploying. The whole regiment's going to end up deploying. We're like, oh shit. Okay. What's going on? And, again, we just didn't know, you know, but pretty much what ends up happening is they say, hey, all BCO's not going to deploy. ACO's going to deploy because they missed the last deployment and they're going to take a platoon from BCO, and they took my platoon. So we're like, sweet. Awesome. And then it started kind of piecing stuff together, seeing what's going on in the news, all this different kind of stuff. We're invading the country. But again, we don't know what country that's going to be. And it wasn't until like a couple weeks before we were actually getting ready to go out the door that we knew it was going to be Iraq. So yeah, we basically went and staged out of RR in February of 2003. So that's Saudi Arabia, right on the border. And we sat there for like 3 weeks. And we show up. I remember showing up, and Ted Kennedy was the first sergeant at the time. He's become a great friend. He's just a cool dude. We show up to RR, and it's like just this like rundown airfield with like this weird, you know, terminal and nothing, open desert for as far as you could see. And there was like 5 or 6 tents set up. So like we all pile into these tents, sleep through the night. We wake up in the morning. They're like, okay, like welcome to the next war. Like we're invading Iraq. Now you can know. Leaders are going to start getting briefs, but this is going to become a huge operation, and it's going to take a long time to stage. Right now, you guys just got to build tents. We're like, what? Son of a... You're like, so we...
Somebody get the phone book and call the engineers.
Yeah, right? So, like, we just started putting up GP mediums. Like, a lot of GP mediums. Like, we started having competitions about putting up GP mediums. We started racing like the D-cell guys, you know, who are, you know, do this stuff. Like, I mean, I couldn't even tell you. Weeks, you know, platoons of Rangers just building GP mediums, like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And then, you know, we were there for probably about a week, and then stuff started coming in. And then it was the best I can equate it is like the mobilization for D-Day. Like if you know, there's a lot of different staging points in Europe and, you know, Africa and stuff like that, you know, we were preparing for D-Day. I imagine it was like that, like, except it was in the middle of a desert. You know, it wasn't freighters coming in and, you know, cargo ships and all this different kind of stuff. It was C-17, C-5s, and C-130s nonstop, just nonstop. And every time they stopped, vehicles were getting off, freaking, you know, containers were getting off. And it was just nonstop, and more people were showing up, and it was just nonstop. And so we started training when we were done, and like it was wild. It was wild to watch.
Any kind of conception at that point of what you guys were going to be doing? Were you starting?
So like initially, the initial conversations was, okay, hey, the whole regiment's coming. Obviously, every soft element's going to come. There's going to be tons of other Army units, Marine units. There's other staging points where other organizations are going to come in. There's going to be some airborne operations. And what it was there was going to be a small contingent from 275 that was going to go along with some of the recce elements, the Delta Force elements, and everything else across the border. But the predominant amount of 275 and 17, or maybe it was either 275 and 375 are going to jump and seize BIAP International Airport. And then there was going to be an element, you know, Company Plus that was actually going to helo in to BIAP to seize the actual airport, the actual airport terminal itself. So we started planning for that. And at the time too, we're also doing like QRF missions, where we just go down to the airfield. Sometimes we'd just sit, along, helicopters, but other times we'd actually go and fly and loiter places or land places, because they were doing a lot of course border operations, assessing, because there's a berm all around Iraq. Some places it's bigger than others. Some places it's mine. Some places it's not. Some places it got wire. Some places it doesn't. It just depends. So, there's recce elements going out there, between, all the different, recce elements across the branches, doing, tests, of different areas and seeing what was there, and actually going across a border in some areas, seeing how far they could get before they would see anybody, any kind of Republican Guard, Iraq. I mean, we had, overflight, we had ISR, but it wasn't like it is nowadays. I mean, it's not, one, is abundant, and two, it's not as clear, so, there's still a lot of reliance on human factors. Okay. And so, we're just training, doing QRF missions, and then we start, doing airborne, operations and doing rock drills, talking about how we're going to basically seize BIAP International Airport. We're getting intel back that, like, there's AAA threats. The expectation is when we go to seize that airfield, they're going to lose anywhere from 2 to 3 C-17s and at least a company plus of Rangers over the airfield before we even land the first Ranger on the ground. We're like, I don't want to die. Like,
it's funny you talk about this, because the podcast that we did before that was an engineer who, went in with third ID, and they got in a massive gunfight in that airport.
Yeah. And what's even funnier is I've since then talked to a couple folks, that were in the other battalions or other elements about the, the intel they were getting. And I heard one just recently that I'd never heard before, that the intel that they'd gotten was that there was all these oil drums that they were going to put in dump when they saw, or they knew we were coming in. They were going to dump all over the airfield and light them on fire, so we'd be jumping into fire, which that would have been super awesome. So, but I'd never heard that before, so that was a new one. But I was like, oh man, like combat jump into Baghdad International Airport, this is about as real as it gets.
Yeah, and that's a major city.
Yeah. And so third platoon, other elements were already across the border, doing different stuff, but then 8A started. And it got delayed a couple times. And it was the other really crazy thing to watch was they'd set up a chow hall at some point. We never ate in it because the chow was terrible and you had to wait like 3 hours for food. So we never ate food there. We just mostly ate MREs. But we'd go to the chow hall because you could watch the news. So you could watch the news and them talking about the mobilization, warships, fleets, all this different kind of stuff as we built up for A-Day, which is Air Day. And then the bombardment started. So it was cool to watch it on the news. And then
Air Day meaning the day we started bombing Iraq?
Right.
Okay.
Watching it on the news. And then during the day, you could kind of hear stuff. But then at night, you could see it. And you could see them bombing, military points, Baghdad, but also the border region. I can't remember, but so somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody said that all along with the berms across the Iraqi border, every couple miles, there was also checkpoints with Iraqi soldiers or militia members all around Iraq. Okay. And so, they were not only bombing those, but 160th guys also were going out there doing gun runs from DAPs and Little Birds and everything else. And I remember a story I heard that Little Bird pilot came back that was like a good friend. And he's like, hey, next time I come back to refuel, give me an MP5 and ammo can full of grenades. And then, I come to find out later that when they would, Winchester out of all their ammo on the Little Birds, they would fly over and just drop grenades and shoot them with MP5.
We literally just had a 160th Little Bird pilot on. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Drop grenades, and he got a pistol kill, and they'd go Winchester on ammo and then start shooting the M4s out of the helicopters.
I was like, so it was wild, but we could literally stand up on the connexes and we could just watch this shit. And it was, so between the news and then, watching it at night and the fireballs and the bombs, it was like, war. This is war. Yeah. This is what this looks like. This is what it's like to be a part of this.
What did that feel like? What was
it was unbelievable, man. It was so surreal. I'm
a movie.
Yeah. I'm part of an invasion of a country. you know, and, you know, intel is what an intel is, you know, the Iraqi guard, like, you know, they're going to fight to the last man, you know, they got tanks, they got, you know, helicopters, they got jets, like all this different kind of stuff, you know, come to find out later that their freaking military as a whole was pretty much, you know, just nothing, you know, I mean, shit, none of their jets even had engines in them anymore, you know, and most of their tanks were just positioned but had no operational parts. I mean, I'm sure they had a few, but for the most part, you know, because of the sanctions and the embargoes and everything else, I mean, you know, and you really saw that. Well, I don't want to jump ahead. I'll talk to you about, you know, going into Baghdad International Airport, like seeing it for the first time with my eyes. But so anyway, so we're starting to prepare for this job. Okay. And we're starting to go, we weren't like totally like locked into the airborne sequence, you know, like meaning, you know, doing, you know, all the actions in the aircraft, actions in the air, load out with ammo and all this stuff. But there's rock drills happening. There's planning sessions happening for this different kind of stuff. And then we start to get, you know, feedback that like third ID is like chugging. They're days ahead of where they're supposed to be. The fighting's not as intense as they.
Oh, so at this point they've breached the berm, the invasion started, and they're you guys are waiting for precision strikes, or like,
yeah, we're waiting for. Well, yeah, I mean we had cross border,
but you guys are the
we had cross border operations going on, but Third ID had breached way sooner than they thought they were going to be, and they were just. Their limitation was not enemy resistance. They did have enemy resistance.
Fuel.
It was fuel, you know, and logistic trains, you know. So, you know, at some point, I don't quite remember it was like, okay, hey, we're not going to jump into Baghdad. We're going to be able to, you know, either helo in or something else is going to happen. So then it was all hands on deck, like supporting border operations, because now, you know, multiple units are crossing the border outside of RR. You know, you got Kuwait, and then there was one other. 173rd jumped up in northern Kazakhstan. Is it Kazakhstan?
No, Kurdistan.
Yeah, Kurdistan. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. But you know, they jumped up there and everything else. And then Third ID, yeah, they'd gotten a massive gunfight, but one, they'd seized the airfield in a matter of darkness with Bradleys and tanks and everything else. And two, the runways were fine. There was the main runway had one crater like right at the end. But they were like, we can land C-17s. The assessment was, and you know, I'm sure they had dudes on the ground that were able to assess that and everything else. So we started landing C-17s in BIAP. And that's how I arrived in BIAP, was on a C-17. It was still pretty hairy. Don't get me wrong. Like, you don't know what the hell is going to happen.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
dude.
I mean, it's still wild, wild west. And you could see, like, we black out, like, you could see freaking tracer fire and AA guns and everything else. Like, because, I mean, Third ID is in a full-on firefight, you know, with the city as a whole, you know.
So this is obviously way different than in Afghanistan. You guys all know it. Josh, still your squad leader?
No. So Mark Schmidt was my squad leader. Josh was the weapons squad leader at the time. So same platoon. Chuck Albertson was the platoon sergeant. Lieutenant Colonel Cheney was the PL. Casey Cassavant was third squad leader. Matt Nyman was second squad leader. Okay. So I was still a team leader. Mark Schmidt took my squad, so he's an asshole for that. But you know, it's okay because I got to be a fire team leader for the invasion of my country. So I could just have fun and not be responsible for anything except for me and my guys. So it was pretty cool.
What's the first time you guys got involved in something that you remember?
So I mean, we landed in BIAP. We immediately like went to the hangar, and instantly it was like, hey, head down to the airfield. There's another C-17 about to land. It's going to have gun trucks on it. Get on the gun truck, or get the gun trucks, pull them back over here. Got the gun trucks, pulled them over for the platoon, and then it was like instantly like, okay, now it's about the deck of cards. It's about eliminating resistance and everything else. And we just started driving, and we just started going hitting precision targets throughout the city. There was some, like, what we did was in the company, we set up like a rotation. So like one platoon would have to like support like green if they were doing like precision strikes. Another one would be like on some kind of recovery something or a QRF, and then the other platoon was just doing their own shit. So like we're like very quickly, like, you know, probably next period of darkness, you know, we're out just hitting targets and doing all different kinds of stuff. We're doing large company assaults where we don't have enough vehicles to do it, so we're getting on the back of Bradleys, you know, with Third ID. I'll respect those third ID. You know, I never appreciated tankers before, but those dudes are badasses for a couple different reasons. One, they'd already been in Kuwait 6 months by the time the invasion happened. They were there for another 15. We came back and they were still there.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, man. I mean, I've had a lot of special operations guys on this podcast, but man, the big army, I think their initial push was like 18 months. Guys getting stop lost in country. So, you know, shout out to all you ground pounders and armor dudes, man, that had to eat that crap sandwich.
Yeah, it was wild. It was so our primary place that we operated out of was BIAP, you know, and that's where we were out running operations out of, and it was a wild, wild west, man. You know, you would go out, you know, and it was this really weird time. Like we would go out one night to, like, you know, find somebody that we got an intel source on that was one of the deck of cards, which was all the Bath Party members, you know, or other advisors or generals or folks that, you know, had done different things in the military or for the politics. You know, we'd go out to like capture them, get in firefights, you know, with militia members, you know, IDF, or not IDF, I'm sorry. You know, the Iraqi, you know, soldiers that decided to resist, you know, I mean, it was, and then the next night we would have to go out and like secure a building, and they'd bring in like these specialty chem crews, and we'd be looking for residue from weapons of mass destruction. To, you know, it was just all over the place. We're just doing all kinds of different stuff. And then like you'd be on recovery, and, you know, we're like grabbing vehicles. We're getting like vehicles given to us that, like, you know, from the Iraqis, because they're happy that we're like liberating the country. So we're like driving vehicles back on the compound. Like one time we had like this Mercedes limousine, you know, and I think 3rd Platoon actually was the ones that got it, but we like stole it at some point because it was really funny. Pretty quickly, actually, they set up a chow hall. The Air Force set up like a chow hall right down the road from us, because they built out BIAP like super quick.
God bless the Air Force.
Right? You know, so they built out BIAP like super quick. So you'd go, and the gun trucks were in use. You know, they were doing missions, and there wasn't enough. We were hot bunking gun trucks, okay? And so we would drive these civilian vehicles that we'd captured to the chow hall. You know, you go eat, and you'd come back out, and your vehicle would be gone. So you're like, fuck, somebody stole my vehicle. Because it was all hot wired. They were all hot wired at this point. You know, so we were like, well, okay. Oh, wow, look at that one. Oh, man, look, like we had a F-350 dual cab, like dually at one point. It was super nice. We're like, yeah, that's ours, you know. So like we got a truck, you know, and then you'd park it, you know, you'd have it like in the parking area, and then you'd come out and be like, son of a truck's gone, you know, and you'd be like, well, I'll take this car, you know, like it was so funny.
The Wild West, man.
You know, it was the wild, wild west. And I mean, you know, we had a lot of different missions, but they were missions, man. And, you know, and we were just adapting and making changes, and, you know, it was just, this was war.
Were you guys hitting a lot of resistance early on?
It depended. Some nights it was nothing, you know, some nights like literally we would hit like a compound or like hit a house, and it'd be like a dry hole. And, you know, they literally, you know, while we're doing SSE and we're trying to, you know, figure stuff out, like the people from the block would like come out, and they'd be like, hey, are you guys hungry? Like, you know, and like they'd make us food and give us chai and stuff like this. Like I remember one time, like I'm pulling security, and this dude like comes out of the compound. I'm like, hey, get back in the house. Like, you know, and I'm like yelling at him, you know, or, you know, in Iraqi, because, you know, at this point I don't remember any of it now. And he's like, I just want to talk to you, man. And I'm like, it like stunned me. Like, I was like, what? I was like, come over here. And this dude spoke better English than we did. And I was like, how do you speak good English? He's like, well, I lived in America. I went to college in America. He's like, we used to be friends, bro. Like, and I'm like he almost had like a British accent, or not a British accent, like a Boston accent. I was like, it like totally was trippy. Like he was a doctor, and he, you know, I don't remember what university he went to, and it was just like, holy shit, man, you know. So, but then, you know,
that's kind of like the human aspect of war too, that people don't always relate or understand. Or
well, and two, you know, just when we talk about like Iraq, you know, we talk like everybody thinks of it like nowadays, you know, but it was. Like, yes, there were some nights where, like, we would go out and we'd get in firefights, you know, and it would be militia members, or it'd be, you know, early days of, you know, resistance or whatever it was, or insurgencies. But at the same time, there was other days like we would go out and people would be like trying to marry off their daughters to us, give us cards, give us gifts, because they were so happy that we'd liberated them and they were free from oppression, Saddam rule, and they just enjoyed life. Like we used to go and, there's a little market right outside of BIAP. Like we started going down there and the rule was, you just had to bring a pistol, and we would go and we would go have falafels, we'd go into the market and grab some chow and hang out and, talk with people and everything else. Like, because that was secure. Like that was secure. It was right outside of BAP. There was no resistance there, but, other areas, it was a wild, wild west, and we were still getting a lot of firefights. Obviously we did the Jessica Lynch mission. We did, a lot of other missions too.
Talk to me about like, your first engagement as, a unit, element, platoon, whatever. So that's probably, I think that becomes a defining moment.
Yeah. So the first time that my squad made contact, so I don't remember who we were looking for, but it was a series of like 4 buildings, and each squad was going to like secure a building, with the weapon squad setting up the BPs and everything else. And so we drive in, we like walk in, and I come up, and the second squad, which was Matt Nyman's squad, they were supposed to secure the building first, and then we were going to kind of leapfrog and take around the rest of the buildings. Well, I'm sorry, not secure the building, but set their security around the building, and then we were going to hit all the buildings at the same time. So basically all, a squad, a building, right? And second squad was like being super loud. Like, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like you're going to wake everybody up, And this dude just, comes out the door, and he's got an AK, and drop him. And then, I don't want to say like the city erupted, but then everybody else, there was some other, guys that heard the gunfire, and people are going to protect their families. And, in hindsight, it wasn't resistance. It wasn't, bad guys. It was people trying to defend their family in a war zone. But unfortunately, if you draw down, things are not going to go the way you want. And, it sucks. It sucks to be able, to say that. But that was like the first time, like my platoon, we actually,
Yeah, and that's the reality of war, man.
Sucks.
I've never understood, like, maybe I do to a certain extent, but it's like these people who've never been to combat or have never really been in any stressful situation get to sit, in their nice house in their nice neighborhood and really kind of get to Monday morning quarterback what should or shouldn't have happened in war. And it's war. Like, it's not like the movies, bro. We were talking about this, off break last night as well. It's like, it's not the movies, man. It's, it's real people's lives. It's, and there's a human aspect. And
well, and especially like Afghanistan and Iraq, like any combatants were not wearing uniforms.
Yeah, that's a great point.
They were, the Iraqi army by and large dissolved as soon as they knew that the politicians, Saddam's sons, and everybody else were just fleeing the country. They were, literally as soon as we came across a border, but even prior to that, all Saddam, all the Ba'ath Party members, his sons were just trying to get out of the country. That's all they were trying to do. They had no intention of fighting. Yeah, sure, they probably gave instructions, resist to the last man. But the Iraqis were so freaking desolate at that point. There was no command and structure. They weren't well trained. They sure in the hell were not well equipped. Equipment that they had, was old, from the 90s. Like they were in no position to resist us. It was not like Desert Storm. Desert Storm, we still rolled through them, but they at least had semblance of, they'd just come out of, the Iran-Iraqi war, shortly before Desert Storm. They just invaded Kuwait, all this different kind of stuff. It was not the same. So most of the Iraqi army just took off their uniforms, and they either just blended back into their lives, like a lot of them did, or they later became,
yeah, man. And again, dude, you're a team leader. You're, part of an element, and, ultimate goal of any U.S. soldier is to get home. Right. Yeah. And, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to make sure all your peoples get back.
Yeah. And, I know there's a lot of people that are Monday night quarterback this, but, at the end of the day, we're in a war zone. My job as a leader is to bring my people home, best train them I possibly can, so that they can be prepared for whatever kind of circumstance. And what I always told my guys, at every echelon, is listen, you do what you think you need to do to protect yourself and to protect your men. And if it is decided that it's an escalation of force, I'm gonna have your back. That the escalation of force didn't match the ROE. I'm gonna have your back, because I would rather that be the conversation that we have than putting somebody in a body bag. One of our soldiers. So I'm sure there's probably plenty of situations that if somebody saw it with a bird's eye view, they'd be like, well, man, they definitely, weren't in the right there. And my simple answer to them is, I don't give a shit. Every soldier that I was ever in charge of, I brought home. I brought him home in pieces, but I brought him home.
Jessica Lynch, man. So Jessica Lynch was part of a logistics convoy, I think, she was either in Third ID or off the refresh.
I think they were attached to Third ID.
Yeah, they were, but
I think it was a 520th composite.
Yeah, you're right.
Like that.
And their convoy got ambushed. She ended up getting taken, held hostage, I think, or anyway, she was in captivity. Were you guys part of the QRF?
So no, we were actually part of the assault force for that. In POWs, that's another thing that people don't realize too. That was another thing we were hunting. There was POWs still that were believed to be alive from Desert Storm.
Oh, really?
Down pilots. And we were looking for those guys too. And I can't remember all their names. But there was definitely some times where we thought like, oh shit, they might have actually been held here this time. Like the one guy, I cannot remember his name. He was a fighter pilot. And I don't know if to this,
see his face.
Yeah. And that was from Desert Storm. And it started with the C, if I remember right. And we got some kind of PC intel. I'll come back to the Jessica Lynch thing, but we got some kind of intel that he'd been imprisoned at this site. Okay. So we went there. It was completely dry hole. There was no one there, but in the basement, there was definitely holding cells, like bars, gates, definitely a prison of some kind, makeshift prison of some kind. And on the wall was scratched the first part of his name. I remember this very clearly. And we're like, holy shit, this dude might have been held here. I mean, there could have been a million other reasons they scratched his name in there. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know if I want to actually, I'm going to do some research because I want to remember that guy's name, one, and two, I want to know if we ever actually recovered his remains. And I don't know if we did or not. But,
we'll find out.
Yeah, so Jessica Lynch, that was, so obviously everybody at JSOC's tracking this, that this convoy got rolled up, that,
Yeah, because she wasn't the only POW.
No,
a couple.
and at the time it was, I want to say they'd recovered like one or two of somebody from the convoy that they'd left behind, or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but at the time there was like, hey, there's multiple survivors of this and they're prisoners of war. So we basically spun out for that. Us and 175 spun out for that, and we flew out to an airfield that was actually. When I actually saw it in the daylight, I was like, "Holy shit! Like we're really close, really close to that city." And I can't remember the name of the city. It started with an N.
Al Nasiriyah?
Al-Sana, yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yep. So that's where the city where they had, and we had intel. We had human intel that basically said that, hey, she's in this hospital. She's the only survivor, and we're going in to basically do a rescue mission for her. Well, and I want to clarify this, okay, because I've gotten some freaking blowback from this. The intel we got at the time, okay, this is what we were told, okay? Again, I'm going to repeat it a third time. This is what we were told. That the city was so heavily fortified that the Marines had actually tried to take the city and been pushed back and sat back outer cordon positions. And they basically just had the city surrounded, but they could not get into the city. Okay, this is just what we were told. Okay, so we were told, hey, we're going in, we're doing a helo mission, we're going to secure it, and then we're going to bring in a ground convoy with 175 to basically rescue Jessica Lynch. Okay,
it's almost like a, when you consider it's almost like a Black Hawk Down type scenario. You're going in to get
yeah,
somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And but again, this is what we were told.
Yeah.
So we prepared for war. I mean, we thought in, and I will straight up tell you that we took 46s in, C-46s, which are like Chinooks, but they're smaller and they're made to land on aircraft carriers. Okay, I believe they're flown by they're either Navy or Air Force. I don't know. It's all we could get. enough of them to actually take us in. But I mean, we were preparing. Like they did a big ammo dump. I mean, I remember one of the squads, like, I just remember looking at them and I was like, oh my God, like, how are you effective? Like, literally, the 203 gunner had like 2 bandoliers, had a belt bandolier. I mean, he was carrying like 40 rounds of 40 Mike, like 16 rounds. Like, saw gunners carrying like thousands and thousands of rounds. And I mean, I was just like,
do you think that was kind of, an outplay from Mogadishu?
Probably. Yeah, definitely. Like,
well, then plus you got Roberts Ridge.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say that, like, me and Mark talked about it and we're like, dude, like, yes, we want to be prepared. Like, in Mark, we're like, okay, we're going to grab a couple extra. Like, I grabbed an extra saw drum,
Still got to be able to,
but you got to be able to move and fight. And, and the other reality too, and I remember telling Mark this, I'm like, at the end of the day, if we're in that big of a firefight, we need that much ammo, there's probably going to be some extra ammo lying around. And he's like, yeah, that's a good fucking point. Well, let's not say that to anybody. You're like, okay, fair enough. So
it was 2 companies of Rangers?
Yeah, it was 2 companies. Yeah, it was all of BCO. Yeah. What? Hold on. Yeah, it was all of BCO, 275. Was there another platoon from 275? I don't remember.
I think the reality is, bro, you don't have to be historically correct. I mean, I think we can say maybe or about.
Yeah, so and I do know that we did the helo, and then 175 was a ground convoy. Okay. So anyway, I sat down my team. Like right before we were getting on the helicopters, we're getting ready to load the helicopters and go. And I'm like, listen, guys, like, heads up baseball here. Like, we're going in. We're going to do what we need to do. We're going to make it happen. Like, I want you guys to know I love you. Like, we're going to make it through this. Like, but I'm preparing for Mogadishu. Like, I'm preparing for
How much intel did you have? Did you guys have a layout of the building?
Yeah. We had complete GRG. We had probable enemy fighting positions, bunker positions, like, where we thought they were going to set up, like, to, try to ambush or we try to move in. Like, we had pretty good intel.
Were you guys getting intel on, like, possible force sizes you guys were going up against? Or
I don't remember. I don't remember what they said. I don't know if there was ever a number attached to it. I just know that they'd said, like, a Marine brigade could not get into the city because of the resistance. So we're like, okay, cool. Let's send 2 Ranger company. That checks them out. So
Rangers lead the way.
Right? God, we're gonna get so much heat. Maybe I should, like, re-say that so you can, like, clip it perfectly. Yeah. Send 2 Ranger companies to do what 1 Marine brigade can't.
Rangers lead the way.
Oh, hey, I'll tell you what, man, the comments alone, the amount of times that people, if you just clip that, the amount of times that people would just say, Marines have entered the chat. You'll get that comment at least 500 times.
And I love the Marines, man.
I love Marines. I'm just, again, I'm trying to be funny, but this is the intel we got.
Sure.
Like, and I just didn't know any different. I'm a sergeant, I'm just going off what we're told. So anyway, so it's this huge, I mean, just like C-46s, like tons of C-46s, because you can't, I think you fit about a squad and a half. You can't put as much as you can put as a 47. It's about a squad and a half. Maybe it's 2 squads, but it's right around, like, it doesn't actually carry that many more people, if I remember right, like, than a Black Hawk can carry.
It's like 8 or 10 just transports.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, and this is enough for a whole company plus, okay? Because this is the mission, man. We're going to rescue a prisoner of war. Okay, like one of ours, and we're gonna send. Okay, fine. There's one alive. Okay, but we're willing to send and we're willing to risk all of these individuals for that one person. That's what makes us different. We're gonna do it. Okay, and if 50 of us died at race just one person, then well, that's time well spent. That's what we signed up to do, right? But we're not leaving her behind. And anyway, so we land. And I remember landing, and it was my first time on, like, a 46, so it was super freaking weird because, and just Navy pilots are not 160th pilots, just to be honest here. They can land on a carrier probably, well, maybe not. I don't know, 160th does that too. But anyway, like, we land, and I'm like, okay. And then we, like, sink, and I'm like, what in the hell? Like, you could feel it, like, sinking, and you're like, God, that's like deep sand, and we're in mud. And then, like, I can kind of, like, see the ramp, and the crew chief, like, tries to put the ramp down, and he can't get it very far. We're like, what the hell? So, like, we run up the ramp, and basically, like, because there's not much distance between when a ramp's up you know, and it ramps down. And again, these are conventional guys. They're not 160th guys. 160th guys, they don't have any doors, you know, and the ramps down the whole goddamn time. Like, we don't follow safety protocol, you know. We're not like the conventional army, so it's definitely different. But so we're like trying to get out, and we're like fall, and I'm like expecting like hit the ground, and it's like soft. I'm like, but it's slimy, and it's gross. It was what it was we landed in the landfill.
Oh shit!
Apparently, at some point, this city had pissed off Saddam, and he'd shut off all their services, power, water, waste, trash. And it'd been this way for I don't know how long, like well over a year. So we landed in this landfill of just trash. It was disgusting. And we're in full mop suits, you know. God. So we managed to fight our way through, and I'm like,
why the mop suits?
It was still chem threat. So we're still searching for weapons of mass destruction at this point, you know. So everything was in chem suits at this point, you know. I mean, we have chem suits, booties on the back, you know, mask on the side, gloves in pockets. Okay, so but you know, you have your J-slit on, and so we fight our way out of this goddamn landfill. It was unimaginably terrible. Okay, finally we like make it to this road, and like Mark was like,
oh, you guys halved in on an offset.
Yeah. So like it was, you know, probably like maybe 500 meters from the edge of the city. Okay. And so it took both me and Mark a minute to figure out where the hell we were, because they landed us way off of where we were supposed to. And then, so we kind of got ourselves oriented, and then we got everybody else oriented, and everybody adjusted, and then we're going to the buildings that we're supposed to secure. Okay. And again, now, like, we enter the city, and we're expecting Mogadishu. Okay. Saving Private Ryan, like
Did you guys all get dropped off at different locations?
No, we pretty much landed in a straight line. Like the whole company did. I mean, maybe it was more like an L shape or something like that. But the plan was everybody was going to converge and, you know, surround the hospital. And we had different buildings to secure that we were going to basically fight our way to, secure those buildings so we could have overwatch. And then we could, you know, 175 could come out with the convoy. And then, you know, the Navy SEALs could land, have tea, and save Jessica Wrench and get all the credit for it. So
write the book.
What's that?
Don't forget to write the book.
Yeah, and write 67 books about it. But anyway, we'll get into that. So anyway, we enter the city, and man, we're just, you know, every window is going to have a PKM in it. You know, there's going to be RPGs on the roof. You know, I mean, we're just expecting chaos. This is crickets, man. Like nothing.
Super quiet. Like eerie.
Really. So now, again, exactly where you're going. Okay, they're drawing us into the city. You know. So eventually we make it to the target building that our squad's supposed to secure. And I'm like, so we run up to it, and like our imagery wasn't good enough. I didn't know where the door was, where the entry door was. And the first door I saw was like down an alleyway. I was like, Mark, there's a door down here. And he's like, okay, let's go up. I was like, hey, I'm going to breach this door. Because there was like this big chain around it. Like, you know, weave through it. And that was my like first indicator after like kind of like there's no one in this building. You know, like the building's like abandoned. I was like, but, you know, it's like 2 or 3 stories. So maybe there's just on the second floor, and the bottom floor is like empty. And so I like set up this, you know, I take out a flex linear, like just an 18-incher. And I just push it down in between the chain, and or give shit Mark about this all the time. So put in the I had a 6.4 delay, you know, initiator. So I pop it, and I'm like, go. So because, you know, it's just this really thin, like kind of walkway alleyway, and Mark says he hits it by accident. I don't believe him. I think he did it on purpose. There was this like oil drum in the alleyway. And so Mark runs out first, and the oil can falls over, and I freaking go ass over Tico over this freaking oil drum. And I don't make it out of the alleyway. The charge goes off. Okay. So anyway, I'm like, you know, get like reoriented, and we go in, we clear the bottom floor. There's no one on the bottom floor. And then we go up to the top floor, or we're like, okay, stairwell, let's go to the second floor. Now, important injection point, our ROE was this. If they have boots, shoot them. Like, okay. That was, obviously if they have a gun, shoot them too. But, that was our ROE. So we go up to the second floor, my team's on me, and we bust through the door. I think I was able to just like kick that door. And we go in like a little bit into a kitchen, and then it opens up into this family room. And there's this dude sitting there with like his whole family. It was a huge family too. And I remember like I'm looking, we're like, white lights, we're like looking. And then I look and I see that my saw gunner Pritchard and Chipperez, both of their lights are on his feet.
They're looking for boots.
Yeah. And I'm like, hey, dumbasses, like look for a gun first,
Yeah, that's funny.
And anyway, so we didn't shoot the guy, and anyway, we end up, we clear the top floor, and man, that's pretty much it. There was one dude that got shot like outside on the roof because he came out with like a gun or something, and I can't remember I think it might have been 3rd Platoon that shot him. But by and large, there was nothing. We secured it. 175 is the ones that had the brutal job. When we called them in, they came in. They secured the floor. The doctor or maybe it was a janitor that was a humid source telling them that Jessica was there, opened the door for them. They almost shot him. But he opened the door for him. He said, hey, she's up on the second floor. So they went and started clearing the hospital, and they basically identified her. And then the Navy SEALs landed on the roof, came down, almost shot the Rangers. And they're like, whoa, no, like the building's secure. Stop. Like, knock it off. Like, it's going to be fine. Like, here she is. Like,
was it blue or was it a bunch of white soft guys?
Nah, it was blue. Yeah, anyway, so, and then the really gory part started of the work. 175 had to excavate all the bodies in the soccer field from all her, section. They basically had killed.
I forgot about that, man.
Yeah, they'd either killed them, in the firefight that when they ambushed, or they pretty much killed everybody, except for her. She was the only one that they didn't kill, and they buried him in the soccer field out back. So 175, and it'd been 2-3 days. I don't remember how long. This is the middle. This is the heat. It's definitely hot. It ain't the summer, but it's hot enough. And so the 175 had to excavate all the bodies and put them all in body bags, and it was brutal, dude.
I totally forgot about that part of the story, dude. It's been so long. It's been years, man. Yeah, I forgot about that. Why? I don't remember why. Why was she spared?
I don't know either. And I've heard a lot of different things. I'm hoping to sit down with her.
Yeah, that'll be a good interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, that deployment, especially for you guys early on in that war, the ROE was super loose, and it's war, right? Yeah. The Iraqi army had blended in to the population. You had Fedayeen, which was like, I think Saddam's like special forces. Then you had militias. There was a lot of shit going on, in some of these towns. And, that point you were telling where you go, your ROEs, if they got boot, shoot them, and you guys hit this house and it's full of a family, and, everybody's amped up. We're looking for an American POW. How did you process that, later on as a supervisor or, a team leader, but also like as a human, you've got a family at home, and, were you guys training in the regiment with don't shoot targets, or how were you guys preparing for those scenarios?
I think we definitely kind of realized how much, because you think of like all the training, rotations before all that stuff, like civilians were on the battlefield, but they were staged. Like they were always staged in those environments. It wasn't they were living their lives. You sure in the heck weren't busting into a mock village, and there was a dude laying in bed with his wife. Or you bust into a room and it's full of a bunch of kids, sleeping with their military-aged male brother. So two different things. One, the obstacles of like people's house. It's not a empty house, and two, there's civilians all over the place.
That's a great point, because for a lot of people don't understand, a lot of shoot houses for live fire ranges don't have tons of furniture because it's like a safety issue.
Yeah. So, but no, hey, you got to train as you fight. So, the conversation of, hey, we need to, discriminatory fires, being able to take shots, where guys are using civilians as human shields. Like, this is things that we need to do. I mean, that guy that we didn't end up shooting that I told you about, was he protecting his family or was he hiding his family? Hide behind his family? Well, I don't know. I will tell you many years later, if you'd ask that same question with the things I saw, he was absolutely hiding behind his family because he thought he was shooting us. Now, was he necessarily a bad guy? I don't know. But, I've seen that many a times. I've seen guys, bad guys with guns holding kids, and you got to be able to take that shot, and eliminate that guy, because as soon as he gets into a position where he can raise that AK, he's going to. And he doesn't care if his kid gets shot. He doesn't care if his wife gets shot. He don't care. He's about eliminating you, one, and two, protecting himself, and him realizing that we don't operate the same way he does. He's going to actually use that to his advantage, and people don't think about that.
Pre 9/11, was the Ranger Regiment training for direct action missions?
No, not really. I mean, we would do raids, we would do stuff, but like we didn't realize that things were going to happen the way that they were. Like, I don't think anybody kind of predicted it. Where we would just, anytime we were in the AO of, the Navy's, not, I don't want to say Navy SEALs, because I think this needs to start being discriminated or deciphered more. Okay. Not Navy SEALs. Okay. There's a difference. Navy SEALs, White Ops SEALs, that's something to do. SEAL Team 6. Okay. And the bridge between White Ops SEALs and SEAL Team 6 is night and day. Okay. It's the difference between, literally the color, blue and white. Okay. It's very different. But then also, Delta Force guys, like, anytime we were around them, we were in a supporting role, because we were providing numbers they didn't have. We were providing firepower they didn't have, because they're direct action, they're surgical. We are the beat cleaver. So we do a lot of BPs or, cordons for them and different kind of things to plus up their numbers, or operate in a QRF capacity while they did the surgical work, but as the global war on terrorism developed, we could do that stuff too. Now, are we doing hostage rescues at the caliber that they're doing? Absolutely not. And don't let anybody tell you differently, okay? But we were able to do things that they were able to do, and we were able to do it with a heck of a lot more firepower, just because of our numbers and our capabilities, and two, because we just brought more people to the fight. I mean, you look at, and I won't say it here, but how many operators are in the unit and how many operators are in SEAL Team 6. Well, it's not as many numbers as, the Rangers, but as we became more precision, we became better trained, we understood better what we were going to be encounter, we got better and better as well. And that was exacerbated because, JSOC decided, General Crystal at the helm, is that in order to defeat these networks of terrorists, we needed more strike forces. Well, I have all these Ranger platoons, and McChrystal grew up as a Ranger platoon, leader and through the ranks. He's like, the Rangers could do it. And I'll tell you, a lot of people thought we couldn't, and they, the rate of failure was pretty high, and what was at stake was very, very high. But we proved we could, and we proved we could adapt, and we proved that we could do it really well.
Yeah, I think the Ranger Regiment, man, you guys really evolved. I think by the time I was out in Mosul, I mean, you guys were hitting your own lines of operation.
Yeah.
Delta obviously got the more sexier targets, man, but the Rangers were still hitting. Of course. Sales, leadership, finance leaders, like it was, you guys really evolved to that DA level.